made interaction among those on the committee as well as interactions of those in this meeting be based upon a common love of neighbor, one that puts the interests of others first, even before our own. Lord, whether it be the micro or the macro picture at the level of vision, the details of implementation, even down to the minutia, let everything be done not just with excellence, but with love. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm not sure what I do with this. What do I do with the certificate thing?
Let me see it.
It's for him. I don't know what to do with it. He's walking. I don't know if you want. All right, and we will go to any updates to the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, updates, agenda updates for the meeting of September 13th, 2022. Under public comment, written comments submitted through email and or online. Public comments were added to item number 65, adoption of resolution R22-149, the naming of the Governor Ron DeSantis Park. Additionally, item number 71, approval of the nonprofit agency funding investment recommendations for adult and other human services programs. Additions to awards, proclamations, and presentations. Item number 2, discussion on proposal for Manatee County transit options, formerly under Commissioner agenda. Item 3 was added, Coquina Beach Market update. Item 4 added, water taxi program update, which was the direction of the board. Changes to the consent agenda under attorney. Item number 11, engagement of Vaughn Bio and Partners as outside counsel for workers' compensation law matters. The agenda item has been deferred. No action is required. Item number 12, engagement of Ford and Harrison LLP. This agenda item has been deferred. No action is required. Under Community and Veteran Services State Housing Initiative Partnership Annual Report, the agenda item, formerly item number 13, has been deleted. Under Development Services, item number 21, approval of final plat and associated documents for North River Ranch Phase 4A. Line item 10 for this agenda item has been revised to authorize the chairman to accept, execute, and record the construction and maintenance agreements for right-of-way improvements with North River Ranch Improvement Stewardship District for Camp Creek Parkway, Hammock Brook Drive. Under Property Management, item number 48, adoption of resolution R22-166, declaring certain county-owned real property as surplus. That item is going to be deferred and removed from the agenda and will be on a future agenda. Under changes to advertise public hearings, Property Management, item 67, adoption of resolution R22-154, vacating a portion of a plat subdividing land located at 6102 13th Avenue East and 1515 60th Street East, Bradenton District 5. The agenda item updated to delete Exhibit A as attached to the resolution. Change to reports under Public Works, item number 77, the agenda item update to include a pie chart, a parcel map, and overview map. Addition to the regular agenda, under Administrator, item number 70 is the amended and restated Piney Point Resolution R22-165 with a request to adopt the amended and restated Piney Point Resolution R22-165. Mr. Chair, those are the updates to the agenda.
All right, thank you. And at the request of the chair, he had reached out to ask if we could move ahead to the proclamations first, as the presentations have a little bit more discussion associated with them. But before we do that, does anyone have any requests to pull anything from the consent agenda? I can't see the screen, so just let me know.
Oh, okay. Item number 26, pull.
26. Are there any others? All right, so item number 26 is pulled, and we will temporarily move on to number 5 in the proclamations. That's adoption and presentation of proclamation designated September 2022 as Child Welfare Month in Manatee County.
I move to approve.
Oh, okay, sorry. We need to make a motion to adopt the proclamations.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, a second by Commissioner Satcher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, it passes unanimously, and we will move on to Child Welfare Month.
What are we doing, proclamation?
This is a little different. I've never been down here from this perspective. Check. Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida, whereas in 2021-2022, nearly 345,000 reports were made to Florida Abuse Hotline. Child abuse and neglect are serious problems affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and actions from everyone. And whereas child abuse can have long-term effects with lasting consequences, and prevention activities succeed due to the partnerships between child welfare, professionals, education, health, community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement, and families. And whereas in 2022 legislative session, child welfare champion State Senator Joe Gruters and Florida Representative Fiona McFarland, along with local delegations, advocated tirelessly for additional funding for community-based care in Circuit 12. And whereas the Manatee County Commissioners made foster care funding a top legislative priority, resulting in an $8.6 million increase for community-based care in Circuit 12 for 2022 and 2023. Whereas now, Safe Children Coalition will start the year with a balanced budget and funding to increase case management staff to provide additional support to over 8,000 local children. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that September 22nd, 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Child Welfare Month, adopted with the quorum and present and voting on the 13th day of September 2022, signed by our chair and the clerk.
Okay. I just want to tell you all, thank you so much for making child welfare a priority this year. It's absolutely amazing that we're going to be able to increase the number of case managers and the number of families that we're going to be able to serve. So thank you all.
Thanks to the state.
Rena Slater, CEO of Safe Children Coalition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the proclamation designating September 2022 as FSFASD Awareness Month in Manatee County. And I'm not sure which commissioner has that proclamation. Commissioner Satcher, you have that proclamation, sir.
All right. Whereas prenatal alcohol exposure is the leading preventable cause of birth defects and intellectual and developmental disabilities of the 2.79 million students in Florida schools, as many as 139,500 may have FASD, yet far fewer are diagnosed. And whereas the term fetal alcohol spectrum disorders is an umbrella term that describes a range of effects that can occur to a baby whose mother drank alcohol while pregnant. And whereas these effects can cause lifelong impairment, preventing individuals from living independently, and can result in secondary disabilities such as mental health disorders, school dropout, multiple foster care placements, and trouble with the law. And whereas these effects can cause lifelong impairment, preventing individuals from living independently, and can result in secondary disabilities such as mental health disorders, school dropout, multiple foster care placements, and trouble with the law. And whereas it benefits all residents of Manatee County and all Floridians to promote awareness of the effects of prenatal exposure to alcohol, increase compassion for those individuals so affected, minimize further effects, and ensure a healthier community in the future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that September 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as FASD Awareness Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 13th day of September, signed by our chair and the clerk of the court.
Thank you so much. My name is Christy Skoglund. I'm the CEO of the Florida Center for Early Childhood. We have the state's only FASD clinic, and we're just honored that this proclamation was made today, and we look forward to continuing our work and making everyone aware of the impacts of prenatal exposure to alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Whitmore is on the board to speak before you sit down.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the public know that this is a real thing. I know a few people that had alcoholism as an issue. Their children were born, Glenn's back there laughing. Their children were born premature. The poor little ones had to go through DTs in the hospital. This is very, very common, and Manatee Hospital is a level 2, I think, perinatal center, and we get quite a few children, unfortunately, that have to go through this before they can go home. So this is a real thing, and it does change them developmentally later. And I'm sure many of you know people that have had kids that had to go through this. So this is a real thing. This is nothing to shy about. We need to address this when we see the moms at the very beginning when they're pregnant. We need to see if we can help them. A lot of times it's too late by then. But I actually have seen a few personally, my friends, that their children had to go through this. So it's a very real thing. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you. Commissioner Thatcher.
Excuse me. I wanted to ask, just go ahead and give us, if you don't mind, a 30-second. You said you're the only one in the state. So tell us just a little bit about that.
Sure. So our funding is through the Department of Health primarily, and we have a statewide clinic that began here in Florida in 2005, and we have expanded now into Orlando and now into the Panhandle as of this past year, as of July. And prenatal exposure to alcohol is not just something that a mother shouldn't do. There are lifelong implications. It's primarily a brain difference. It's a neurological issue. These children are entering our school system, and they many of them don't have fetal alcohol syndrome. Many of them just have the brain challenges, and so they're looked upon as these children who are typical, but yet they have these neurological challenges that cause them to behave in ways that are disrupting in the school, and they often get labeled as defiant or willfully disobedient. So it's important for us to identify what's going on so we can help them in ways that they need to be helped. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Commissioner Servia is up next with a proclamation designating October 15th as, October in general, as Hispanic Heritage Month in Manatee County. And Commissioner Baugh, you are on deck.
Oh, thank you. Hello, how are you? Good morning. All right, good morning. Whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the contributions made by Hispanic and Latino Americans in the United States and celebrate their culture and heritage. And whereas together we recognize the Latino community in Manatee County, whose love of family, strong work ethic, community and military service, and willingness to share their heritage and traditions have made our county a better place to live. And whereas nationally, September 15th to October 15th is the focal point for recognizing and celebrating the many achievements and contributions of Latino Americans and applauding their proud legacy of service and dedication to this county and our country. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that September 15th through October 15th, 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Hispanic Heritage Month in Manatee County, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 13th day of September 2022. This proclamation is signed by our chairman and our clerk of the circuit court. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Attorney C.J. Zaya, actually Centeno, believe it or not, wanted to thank you all, and especially the outgoing commissioners. I think very few people know the sacrifice that all of you give to our county, our community, for your hours and hours of dedication and time, regardless of political affiliation or ideals. It's a remarkable thing that all of you, including Mr. Hopes, all do for our county, and I really appreciate that, and for the Latinos in our community. I just wanted to bring a couple facts out that, as you may already know, and sometimes we forget, 33 years before the Pilgrims arrived, La Siempre Fiel Ciudad existed in St. Augustine, Florida. Juan Ponce de Leon in 1513 discovered, if you will, I don't like that term because it was already here, but Juan Ponce de Leon named it La Florida, and this is how we got our name. For 224 years, the flag of Spain flew over these waters and this land. Hernando de Soto, as all of you know, marched across this peninsula up to Georgia, God knows where, and he planted the flag along his route. He crossed a beautiful peninsula. It is remarkable. I think we have at least 18% of our population Latinos. I don't see a lot of my brothers and sisters here, and that is a big problem. I founded Unidos now in an attempt to make sure we get participation by all. We have a great nation. We all have a place at the table, and it seems like we don't have all our people at the table sometimes. But there's a word I want to leave you with that I believe in all my heart and soul. The word for prayer is oración. It means orar con acción, prayer with action. Unidos Now was founded on the concept of, I was at some churches and everybody's praying for this or praying for that, and I thought, that's the problem. We need to pray to God for the strength for us to make the change. And that is the message, and I think that we continue to tell all our young people to get involved, to believe in our great nation. And in Latin America, which I travel to a great deal, they always have a choice between the extreme right and the left. There's nobody taking care of our middle, our people, the people. And this is why our frontiers are just rammed full of people trying to get here. And I think we need to appreciate the nation we live in, the community we are part of, and be very thankful for being here. And we need to always remember that it's the people that count, democracy and our people. That's what makes us special. And I thank you all, and we're humbled to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Some really good words there.
Yeah.
I used to run a tour company in Alaska, and as Commissioner Ball is walking down there, I'll tell you that Vancouver discovered many of the islands and the fjords through the Inside Passage, and we would say, oh yes, Vancouver discovered this or discovered that, and I would always say, and you know who was the happiest for them? Were the indigenous people who lived there. They're the first ones to congratulate them and say, great job discovering this place.
That's true.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to all.
And Commissioner Baugh, you are up next.
Thank you.
And today is going to be Lakewood Ranch Swim Team Day. So those of you who came from the Lakewood Ranch Swim Team, if you would take up position behind Commissioner Baugh,
You can't miss them in those orange shirts.
can't miss them.
Good morning, how are you?
I kept seeing lightning. I didn't know they were gonna.
Before I start on the proclamation, something that I just want the board to be aware of is that Steve, ironically, with this being the 13th of September, we just had 9/11 take place, the 21st anniversary of it. Steve was there. He's a retired fireman. I get choked up every time. A couple of years ago, we were in Lakewood Ranch together for 9/11, and he spoke, and everybody there, it's just amazing. So I just wanted publicly to say thank you for all you did, for everyone that was hurt that day and died, and we just love you. See, I'm tearing up. Okay, a happier subject. Whereas the Lightning Swim Team is the only swim team in Manatee County made up of about 125 swimmers, located in Lakewood Ranch and in existence for 18 years, all in Manatee County. Kids traveled to North Carolina in July of 2022 for an AAU Junior Olympic swim meet and captured a top 10 finish out of over 20 different teams from across the country. And whereas the Lightning Swim Team is an affordable and the only not-for-profit swim team in Manatee County. And whereas the Lightning Swim Team allows kids to participate in other sports, all while competing in the USA Swimming and Florida Swimming organizations, and is open to all skill levels. And whereas we pride ourselves on being a family atmosphere, yes they do, and making sure the kids have fun first. That is of foremost the most important issue. And whereas the Lightning Swim Team started as a team of 35 swimmers and now have grown to 125 swimmers and counting. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that September the 13th, 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Lakewood Ranch Swim Team Day, I'm so proud, in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 13th day of September 2022, signed by our chairman, Commissioner Van Ostenbridge, and the clerk of the court. It's all yours.
Great. Most pizzas.
You're good at it.
Thank you to the entire board. My name is Steve Labrino. As I said, I'm a retired fireman, moved down here in 2014. Became involved with swim pretty much right away, and been the head coach for about 6 years or so. Thank you for your continued support of not only Manatee County, of our swim team, of swim in general. We have a lot of things coming forward, and I thank you all for that. And I won't take up too much time because I got to get these kids back to school. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere just yet, sir. We have Dr. Hope's on the board. By the way, if I were ever to meet a New York fireman, I would expect him to look and sound exactly like you.
Yeah, me too.
Dr. Hope's.
So I just wanted to remind your swim team, I know you're aware of it, but tonight, with the board adopting the capital improvement plan and the final budget, it includes your new 50-meter aquatic center in Lakewood Ranch at Premier.
Thank you, board. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Ma'am,
We have another speaker.
okay.
Come on up,
Hi,
sweetheart. State your
I'm
name.
Coach Amy, the assistant coach with this wonderful team, and we also just wanted to say thank you again for this honor. Our kids have been working hard, and it seems like we keep growing every single month, and again, we just want to thank you for this honor and opportunity, as it shows us coaches that we're still doing a good job, and our swimmers that their hard work is not going unnoticed. So thank you again.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, and off back to school you go. And thank you to the coaches. A couple of us up here have coached. We know that it's a labor of love. Next up is Commissioner Whitmore. Well, they certainly don't pay you, you know, so it's a labor of love, yeah. Commissioner Whitmore is up here. Proclamation designating September 2022 as National Preparedness Month in Manatee County. Commissioner Whitmore.
Come on down, guys. You guys deserve it. Okay, whereas every year, the Federal Emergency Management Agency promotes National Preparedness Month, and in an effort to strengthen the county's preparedness capabilities for natural hazards or terrorist attacks. And whereas since September 11th, 2001, the U.S. government has taken steps to encourage all citizens to make their own survival preparations. And whereas Manatee County residents can take actions to become prepared to respond and recover from any natural or man-made hazard, no matter how big or small. The more people who are prepared, the quicker our community will recover. And whereas first responders may not always be able to reach residents as quickly after an event, and the most important step to take is to be self-sufficient for a minimum of 7 days. And whereas Manatee County encourages all residents, visitors, and business owners to understand that the threat of natural and man-made hazards and to undertake preparedness measures to protect lives, welfare, and property. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, that September 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Preparedness Month in Manatee County, adopted with a quorum present and voted this 13th day of September, and signed by our chair and also attested by our clerk of the court. From somebody that's been a 52-year resident of Anna Maria Island, I've had to, when I was mayor, had to designate a mandatory evacuation, but also I think twice in my time out on Anna Maria, I think we've had to, our electric turned off from 5 to 6 days. So it was pretty rough, and I have a container at home now that I check every year to make sure everything's in it. And Steve does wonderful presentations in the community to give our citizens tips on what they need to be prepared for, because people aren't going to come after you if it's not life or death, and if your infrastructure is down, you're just going to have to wait. So with that, I think I'd turn it over to Steve.
Steve Lichauer, Deputy Director of Public Safety, Emergency Man Chief for Manatee County. Good morning, Dr. Hopes, Commissioners, Mr. Clegg, and Mr. Ron Shuttle. I'd like to thank the Commission for this proclamation named September National Preparedness Month. I am accepting this proclamation on behalf of all of our partners and the citizens of Manatee County. Although September is designated as National Preparedness Month, we must be prepared year-round for all types of hazards and not just think about hurricanes. Recently, we have experienced several major weather events that have affected 3 different mobile home parks, several major fires, including 1 fatality, major gas leaks, and as mentioned earlier, the evacuation of Piney Point. So I ask all citizens to be prepared and have a disaster plan year-round. I would like to thank the emergency management staff for their dedication and to thank the following partners today, because without our partners, we could not do what we do. Those include animal welfare, beach patrol, code enforcement, EMS, other public safety staff, and Manatee County Search and Rescue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank all of you and all the people who are not here today for everything that they do. Not just on a nice, sunny, beautiful day in Manatee County, but every once in a while there's a day in Manatee County that's not beautiful. We thank you for all that you do on those days as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move now into presentations. We will start with number 1, which is Transit Division Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Deputy County Administrator Charlie Bishop will come up and introduce the 2 newest members who are building a brand-new management and leadership team at Transit.
Thanks,
Mr.
sir, for that
Bishop.
introduction. Charlie Bishop, Deputy County Administrator. With me is Jason Harris. I'm proud to announce him as your new Transit Division Manager. Jason's been with us now for a few months. He's hit the ground running, made significant improvements in there. Also want to thank the Board of County Commissioners and Dr. Hopes for making significant pay increase for our drivers. Our retention, it's probably at one of its highest levels in a long time. Jason has over 12 years of senior leadership experience as a transportation manager. He has a master's degree in public administration from the University of West Florida, a Bachelor of Science Business Administration from the University of South Florida. He's also the former president-elect of the Florida Association for Pupil Transportation. It gives me great honor to introduce Jason.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, County Administrator, Dr. Hopes. Jason Harris, Transit Division Manager. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm honored to lead MCAT and serve the community of Manatee County. Since starting in June, we've achieved many successes. July, we conducted a transit operator bus job fair at the transit facility. We did this in order to close the gap that we saw in the bus operator vacancies. I'm proud to say that right now we have 0 vacancies in our bus operator gap, and now that we're really focusing on the retention portion of that. We're actively rebuilding the administrative team. USF came in and conducted an analysis of our transit system and recommended that we create 2 new positions or 2 new areas within transit. One is the safety and the other is a mobility coordinator for the paratransit division. We're conducting interviews right now for the safety positions, and we have made an offer for the mobility coordinator position. We've collaborated with the IT department in filling the transit system administrator position. We're actively recruiting for a transit planning manager position as well as transit supervisors. In August, we selected Josh Wamball as the transit operations chief. Josh possesses 10 years of transportation leadership. He has a master's degree in business administration and is a military veteran of the United States Air Force. As transit leaders, Josh and I will continue to boost morale within transit. We both have open door policies and will continue to conduct bus operator meetings to listen to the concerns of our team. Currently, we are working on implementing security at the transfer stations, updating our standard operating procedure within transit, analyzing all of the routes for possible enhancements, implementing Wi-Fi on the buses and at the transfer stations, implementing a county employee ride-free program, as well as a park and ride program for county employees. We've also are creating a employee recognition program within transit itself, and we're looking at possibilities of helping the school district of Manatee County with their bus driver shortage. One of the greatest honors that I've had thus far has been to be in attendance with Mr. David Davis, who was unable to appear today. Was awarded the bus operator for the state of Florida. Mr. Davis has been with Manatee County for 5 years and has 35 years of medical field before that. He is recognized due to his helpfulness with clients and his service to the community. Mr. Davis is also a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. So it's an honor to work alongside with people like that in our county. Thank you again, and we're encouraged about the future.
Thank you, sir. We have Commissioners Baugh and Whitmore on the board to speak. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I just wanted to say it's good news. It's great to hear that we're at full capacity on our drivers. I know that was a big issue there for a while. So good job to you both. It's nice to meet both of you again. I wanted to say thank you. I ran by the transit facility one day when I was driving by, and I went in to check on the gentleman, as you know, that had called with needing help with his daughter. And you guys were on it, and I just wanted to say thank you for that, for being so prompt. And Wi-Fi on the buses, huh?
Finally.
This is one of the projects we're
Pretty awesome. And I just wanted to say welcome aboard to you both, and what a background. It looks like you're definitely headed in the right direction, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, thank you. First, I sit on the Transportation Disadvantage, and we had our board meeting last week. And I know so it must not be regular but Transportation Disadvantage, where we were short maybe like 4 or 5 positions still. So we are looking for that. And you're saying you're going to help the school with their shortage. Well, we just stole 2. So, I mean, yeah, so I don't know if they'll be very appreciative of that. The mobility position that you're looking for, is that with the Transportation Disadvantage with the gym where I know you're looking for a position for that too, where they go around in the handy bus and teach them how to use the regular transit? Is that what the mobility position
ma'am.
is?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay. Thank you very much. But as far as helping the school board, which is all fine, I just want to make sure, our transit system, which our revenues are only like 18% of what it costs to run it, which I think is about 20-something million. So I'm just hoping that, we make sure our riders, our Manatee County citizens are taken care of. And I'm sure first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz, you had transit discussion as a commissioner item, and I thought it
We already moved it to number 2 because Jason was going to be here. It's
Okay.
the next item.
No,
It's the
okay.
next item. Okay,
Oh,
perfect.
they moved it already.
Well, I am now. Don't go anywhere. He's aware. All right. We're going to discuss transit in a short time, so we would like you to be here for that. But we're going to move on now to,
It's literally the next.
oh, it's literally the next item. Well, then I was attempting to transition to that. Well, no, that's what I was attempting to transition to.
This is what happens.
And you threw me off when you
This is what
said,
happens when you show up late.
when you said it's next.
No, we don't have our
You threw
green
me off.
sheet.
I was trying to transition to that. So then, Commissioner Cruz, I'm going to turn it over to you for discussion on transit operations.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Whitmore couldn't have set that up. I'm concerned about people's accusations of sunshine, considering she set it up so perfectly. I'll tell you what she said. This would have been a commissioner comment thing, but I think it warrants a little more discussion and there's a little more to it. And Jason mentioned a lot of things he has been working on since he got here. He's also been working with me on this. He provided me some data information. We met last week, I believe, to go over this concept. I met with the county administrator. This is something I've been thinking about for quite a while because the numbers don't make sense. As Commissioner Whitmore said, it costs over $20 million to operate this. And the reality is it's fixed cost. Right. I don't care if these buses are empty or full, it's approximately $20 million to operate this. The bus drivers, the gas, the routes, the capital costs are all the same. We only collect $1.18 million in fares. And that's gross, mind you. And the reality is, from all the research I've done, and this is something I've looked at for quite a while, the transaction costs of collecting these are dramatic. And some places, like when Austin did their study, they said only about 14% of the fares actually drop down to the bottom line. Because as Jason pointed out last week, 3 different people have to touch the dollars every time they come in. Between collecting it on the front end and then putting it into lockboxes, then getting them deposited, not to mention they get audited across the street. So at 14%, that means our whole transit system is only collecting $165,000 a year net to the bottom line. It's wholly worthless, really, to be collecting these. And something I looked into, it dropped off until 2-3 weeks ago. We had a meeting with Congressman Graves over at the port. We were talking about infrastructure, and I've never been someone to shy away from the fact that I'm not a huge fan of endlessly building roads. I think there's a lot of ways of just taking people off roads. And we were talking about getting money from the federal government for widening roads and doing more for our infrastructure. But he was pretty specific, saying there's a lot of money up there, but it's not for roads. It's for multimodal transportation and mass transit. And somebody made a comment, I don't remember who it was, well, we don't have mass transit. Well, we do. It's just massively underutilized. It's 30% utilized. It's not New York City subway system, but we do have a bus system that people rely on, and in a perfect world, more people will rely on it. So my discussion here relative to just direction of policy for conversation is a lot of places are switching to fare free, where there's no fare for transit whatsoever. Whole countries are doing this. Whole cities are doing this. You have places, you have places like Jacksonville and Orlando and other places in Florida. You have whole states like Wyoming making everything entirely fare free. Because here's the reality of this: is by making it fare free, we're actively talking about expanding or upgrading our fare boxes, which is real capital expenditure if we keep collecting fares. Our drivers have concern about safety. They're the front line having to collect money from everyone when they come on the bus. There's a slowdown in routes because people have to pull coins out of their pockets. You're taking cars off the road. You're encouraging people to utilize our system because people will hop on a bus if they're going all the way across town to get paid for work. But how many people don't hop on a bus because they don't want to go 2-3 stops for $1.50 to pick up milk or medicine? Whereas you see what happens with the AMI shuttle, it's free. People hop on it for 1 or 2 stops. It's more utilized. It creates a better quality of life and more mobility for everybody in Manatee County by offering this as a free service. So, you look at all the advantages, and relative to the schools, especially high school kids that live on transit lines, our school buses are massively overcrowded. There are kids that don't take the buses and have to go through drop-off lines because the buses are 4 people per seat. If regular mass transit was free, how many high school kids that live down Manatee Avenue or elsewhere, especially if they're choiced into a school and don't even have an option for bus, would hop on our bus system to get to school, alleviating some of the crowds on our school buses. So I looked at this, a lot of places see like 30 to 70% increase in ridership with no additional actual cost to the taxpayers whatsoever. There's money available on the federal government. I know Gainesville is actively doing it. They're going up and essentially pushing for and hopefully getting grants to cover the cost of the lost fares. So this doesn't cost the taxpayers anything to experiment with this. The bottom line is so nominal anyway. So I look at this as a low-cost, high-impact potential for Manatee County to take cars off the road, allow us to do the things we've talked about, like lower parking ratios for affordable housing. Because if you have easier, cheaper, in this case free transit, you can encourage more people to stay out of their cars and utilize it, which allows us to lower parking ratios, which makes land cheaper and development cheaper for affordable housing. You know, if we start treating transit like infrastructure instead of like a service, then I think you're going to start seeing a massive improvement in people's quality of lives, especially people who need it when gas is $3.50, $4 a gallon. When people have to go further afield in the community to go get a job that can pay them a wage that covers their rent. So my proposal is to at least have a discussion, but I don't want to have a discussion that's 6 months down the road, we have a work session, then we think about it, then we research stuff, and a year from now we're having the same discussion, because now is when people need it. We're cutting millage to put money in people's pockets. This is a very low-cost way. We're collecting $1.50 off people, and we're only bringing in like 20 cents. Like, leave the $1.50 in their pocket if we're willing to cut millage and cut costs for people. This is when people need the savings with inflation. They need to go out and be able to find a job without consideration of how they're going to get there from a transportation standpoint. You know, I want to have this discussion with this board about, at least on a temporary basis, call it a one-year study, whatever it is that's decided on, but decided on quickly, to turn Manatee County Transit into a fare-free system, to encourage its utilization, get our 30% utilization up to 60, 70, 80% utilization, and put money back in taxpayers' pockets and cars off of our roads. That's my proposal.
Thank you, sir. So the order of the board is Whitmore, Servia, Hopes, and are you trying to put yourself on the board? And then Satcher will be on the board in just a moment. Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, thank you. I started the trolley 2003, and we went from like, we went from, I was on the island then though. We went from 60 a month to 1,000 a day. And it's about 500, well, at one point it was up to 500,000 ridership because it's free. But it also is the amount of times it stops. Like this is every 20 minutes, so it's more convenient. It stops 80 different places. I think because you're 100% right, we're only collecting 18%. So for our funds, I totally think we need to look at something. But again, I'm more, you know, if we go to work session, all this stuff will be forever. I don't agree with that at all. We have, unfortunately, or fortunately for some, we cut the millage to 0.3, so we only have $2 million in our stabilization funds. We would have had $9 million. We could still take $1 million out of that, or we have, in this year's budget before next year, I'd like to know what our reserves are for the county commissioners' reserves. We could, there is a way we could do a one-time, do it now, or start it December 1st until next December before the budget and see. But if you wait and work session this to death, the only thing is you got employees that I don't know if in transit if they're just getting paid to collect fares and stuff. And, you know, this may be hard if anybody's going to lose their jobs. So there's maybe more to the picture than that. I don't know, but I think it's a great idea.
Well, real quick, not to interject, I know I'm not next on board, but I 100% agree. I don't want to do work sessions. I want this happening now. Well, gas is where it is. This is an immediate need, not a long-term need. But second, I've already talked to our lobbyists about this. We talked to Graves about this. I've researched this. I looked into Gainesville. There are grants available for this. I mean, the federal government's wanting this to happen. They are throwing money at people to get fare free. And they're having a hard time getting people to understand it in some cases because large transit systems can't really do it because they collect too much revenue. But, you know, I'm not going to say 100% certain, but I'm fairly confident if we make this a priority, we go up there and we say, look, we're not to put politics into us, but a red community willing to go fare free because you have Orlando, you got Miami, you got Gainesville. You know, I think there's money available. And again, even on a gross basis, without factoring in the net to us, it's $1.1 million for an entire year worth of collection. Net's probably about 150 to 200 grand. This isn't a large amount of dollars off of our budget.
Mr. Chair, can I just respond, just real quick?
Yeah, ma'am, you still have the floor. I was just
Okay.
allowing you two to dialogue.
Just another way we could do this is we could put the money up front for this year in the anticipation that you guys go and get grants to continue it. Anna Maria Trolley, the reason why we still get all our capital for free is because we proved that it's one of the most successful congestion management programs that they have. And as long as you can prove that you have increased ridership, they fund the capital. So again, we could start it sooner than later, and then when you go to Tallahassee and the federal government, we got Vern, hopefully as Ways and Means, we can get some money to fund it. In the meantime, maybe even tonight, we can figure out, our administrator can find out, do we want to go into our big $2 million left into our stabilization, or see what's left in the board reserves for tonight? I'd rather, and then make a start date, like December 1st, because next year with the budget, then we could at least have something, you guys going up to wherever to see if you can get some money. Sooner than later, it's holiday season coming up, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for bringing this forward. I just recently listened to a podcast on different cities that are trying to do this, and it's a big deal right now in Boston. And it is, I think it makes a lot of sense in Manatee County. The advantages are you're going to always have buses on time, not that they aren't already. And, it's just like our libraries and our school systems. It's a public benefit for the public good. Now, I can already hear that there will be some people screaming this is a socialist move, so get ready for that. But I think it makes sense. It does bring equity for transportation across the county. That helps our economy greatly. And so I'm in favor of a pilot program to start immediately, to see how it works. And I'm sure there are state and federal grants that will follow if we implement something like this. So it will end up paying for itself. I also like Sarasota's model, and I've been talking about that for a while. Sarasota got rid of most of their long buses because they can't fill them and went to these smaller cargo vans, which operate much like Uber, much like Ridership on demand. And you know what that did? That increased ridership. I'm not sure this move will increase ridership because until it's really convenient for the general public is not going to take it. Most people won't. So if there's a way that we can build on it and increase ridership, that's the win-win. I think that our schools already offer, or we offer bus passes to students who need to use the transit system for schools. So they already ride for free. I believe that's true. So yeah, I think it's a great idea. I'm fully in support of it, and thank you for bringing it up.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz, I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions just so I get some hard info to help me think this through. Do we have any, because I know you've looked into it, you probably do you have any hard numbers on cost savings for us, for Manatee County, when we go to eliminating collection? Do you have any positions that we know, no one likes to eliminate positions, but if we're going to save money, that's how you're going to have to do it. So are there positions, a number of positions that you have in your head? We don't have to discuss it at the dais, but if you want to shoot me an email, I'm interested in knowing, or have Dr. Hopes come around, I guess, and give us that information. And then, do you have any kind of grant timeline, like when we could actually show me the money when it comes to federal or state grants? Because I was in the room, Congressman Graves did say that, and you're onto something. I just kind of need some hard numbers, that's all.
Yeah, the three things. One, there's no, and I have been working with Jason. It's been preliminary because I wanted to make sure the direction of the board before we started doing it. And Jason coming on is one of the reasons I wanted to run up here and do this, because we do have new heads of transit here. We've got a new system being implemented with new managers in place. So if you're going to make a major change, albeit this is just not collecting fares, but still a meaningful change, the time to do it's when you have new, fresh voices leading the charge here, And we have discussed it, and Jason understands what I was doing ahead of time. This isn't, I'm not blindsiding him by any stretch. I have discussed it with the county administrator. I have discussed it with Charlie Bishop. So people knew what was coming up. I wasn't just throwing this out there out of left field. Cost savings wise, that's something that does have to be looked at. I did see, just as a concept, I can't find it here. In Austin, they did a 18-month pilot program, and they had a 40% decrease in cost per rider. Some of that's due to additional riders, mind you, because it's fixed cost. But there are savings, as Jason had pointed out to me. 3 different people touch every dollar that comes in, and we have to go over to the clerk of the court because it's revenue coming in, and they have to do full audits of all of this. So it's pretty extensive process of moving that dollar from out of someone's pocket on the bus until it gets into our bank account and verified. So there is cost savings. We don't have a hard dollar on it. Relative to positions, I'll leave that to transit. I don't speak to positions. I mean, the heavy lift positions are going to be the bus driver on the front end who's still going to be employed and driving that bus, just hopefully in a safer, more relaxed environment where they're not hitting people up for $1.50 worth of quarters when they get on the bus, and people can get on and off, so it's a little bit friendlier. And then the clerk who's doing the audit. Stuff in the middle, I can't speak to that. I'll leave that up to transit because some people can just get moved around. Relative to grants, like I said, I did, not because I spoke out about this, but our federal lobbyist reached out about something working on with veteran housing. And I just happened to mention this in passing, because she asked me how the meeting with Graves went, and I had mentioned this, and she did say, yes, there's a lot of money up here for mass transit and things like that to encourage it. So I don't have a timeline for it, but I think if we were willing to put our money where our mouth is, get this started, maybe even by October 1st, because that's the start of a fiscal year, so it's nice and convenient start time, and at least be willing to show we're willing to put our money up here, that gives a lot of credence when we go up to Tallahassee or probably even better to DC. And try to get those grants to recoup funds and to look forward for future funds. We know the money's there, it's just a matter of getting it. If we made it some level of priority and started showing people in DC that we're looking for alternative means, whether it be trail systems, mass transit, increased ridership, not just paving roads, I think we get a lot of headway up there, especially with our relationships we built this past 12 months.
I agree, and I'm not a hard yes or no, but on the face of what I'm hearing, I'm open to it. Next week, I'll get Jorge to set something up, and next week I'll come out to transit and spend a couple hours, and we'll get into the weeds on it, and hopefully then I'll have enough information. I don't think we need to workshop it to death. I think we all just need to sit down with Jason and Scott and, get into the weeds on it and get some hard, detailed information. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had heard a lot about the Sarasota program, and that sounded promising. In fact, it sounded so promising that in a way, I should have followed up. I just assumed that we would be moving towards that model if it's saving money and people are utilizing the program, and obviously you have a smaller vehicle on the road, but still with the same number of riders, from what I understand. So I had assumed that would be a model we'd be moving towards. As far as ridership and coming up with ways to decrease the cost for the rider more, I would be fine with some sort of, if we could come up with maybe a grant program for people that are, in a job search, actively in a job search, or, got a new job and, you're waiting for those paychecks to get into the account and all that. I would be okay with grants. But I don't see, and I'm not completely closed off to it, but I don't see me going for a full, free ridership. And the reason is because of experience tells me that, in general, it's good to have some people to have some skin in the game. And here we have a program where we're charging a 20th of the actual cost. So it's costing us $20 million a year, and we're collecting $1 million a year. So we're at 5%, and then we are deciding that the solution to the $20 million is to get rid of the $1 million, and so there's no longer any skin in the game for someone riding. And once again, if we can come up, if I can be shown, this is the circumstance people are in, and this is why, a month or 6 months of free rides would make a huge difference in their life and we're paying for it anyway, I'm all for a grant for circumstances that make sense. But just across the board, just generally things, when government makes things free, there's usually unintended consequences that I don't, pretend to be wise enough to foresee every one of them myself right away. But it seems pretty consistent that happens. And then the other thing, is that as far as just overall federal policy, I don't think it would be wise to make a lot of changes in everything we're doing and we're pursuing to become more like, the Chicagos and the Bostons that are getting a whole lot of federal money. Because they may be getting more federal money, but they're not seeing more prosperity and peace in their streets. Their communities are not more tranquil following those policies. And right now we do see that. There's no question about it. If you go to flyover country, as they say, if you go to places that are suburban or rural, how much reimbursement, how much things are they getting from the federal government? I mean, let's just be honest right now. How much does the federal government really care if they're not willing to let a gas pipeline be built and you're paying $4 for your gas or $5 just a little while ago? They could care less about the American family, it seems like. And I think that those policies are going to make it to where there's major turnover in Washington. A couple of months from now, we'll see the beginning of it. And then 2 years after that, I think that will continue. And so changing our entire plan moving forward to cater to people who could seem to not care about the Americans that are going to Publix or going to their grocery store and paying a huge, astronomical increase in their grocery bill. And meanwhile, they're going to, we've got millions of dollars for a bus that's being underutilized so that it can be further underutilized so that you can spend more money on that. Doesn't seem like wise policy to me, but I'm open to having the conversation. However, I will say the Sarasota program sounds very promising to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to go Bellamy, Baugh, and then I'll insert Hopes after all the commissioners have spoken. He's been skipped over a few times on the board here. So Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I'm starting to meditate before I speak. I'm thinking about the individual that's struggling to have transportation to a job, or the individual that's struggling to have transportation to a doctor's appointment, or the health care. When we're talking about trying to increase ridership, obviously I'll be on board with this, because the unfortunate, a lot of their struggles are because of lack of transportation and having the ability to get from one place to the other. And I would even move a little bit more aggressively to say, how about October the 1st as we move forward with? Yeah, okay. I'm saying I would support that, and I apologize if I didn't hear it. I apologize for that, and I appreciate your initiative and your work on this, because what this will do, as far as the unfortunate, this will give them music to their ears as far as the struggle that they have to come up with the bus fare. And sometimes the bus fare is not just for one day in one situation. Some people that are carless, have to come up with bus fare, every day. And some of them struggle for Uber or whatever the other different traveling options that are out there. But here we are from Manatee County, we're taking a step in support of that and saying, hey, we want to make sure that we support you in your need to get from one spot to the other. So I'm on full support of that. I think this came up a little bit with T. Bart as far as trying to keep cars off the roads and emissions and things like that. So I think this is a good initiative for us to move forward. I'm in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an interesting concept, and I think it's a good idea to think out of the box to come up with some new alternatives, because we know what we've been doing is not working. And we've been doing it for how many years with the same results? If you keep doing the same thing over and over again, you're going to get the same results. So I like the idea of thinking out of the box. I also, if this was something that I thought was automatically going to be permanent, I'd say no. But this is just a trial run. It's a test to see if it helps. I think the idea of trying to get more people on our buses, I don't think it has anything to do with politics. I think it makes common sense. We have a traffic problem in Manatee County. We have to figure out a way to handle it. So for me, it's not politics. It's trying to figure out how to get some cars off the road. Now, if we're going to do this as a test and say it's for a year, I think that's what I heard you say, Commissioner. I'm good with that. Let's try it. All we can see is it either works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then we'll have to sit down and have a workshop and really come up with some other alternatives. But it's certainly worth a shot. So Commissioner Cruz, thank you for your diligence on this, working so hard to bring it forward. That's what I like. This board thinks out of the box, and that's what we need right now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The order of the board is Hopes, Whitmore, Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really want to thank Commissioner Cruz, because when I first saw the data request, I was like, oh gosh, I'm bringing in new management. Don't scare them off. But then when we talked about what his thinking was, it was in alignment with really what we had been working on with the new management around the future challenge of not having a parking garage while we build a new one, and how could we move employees to work in such a way that would not require parking. And so we began looking at the analytics of where our employees live and looking at express routes and free bus service. And so this fits right in with that strategy that we were looking at to first and foremost move our employees en masse to and from work. And so it's relatively easy for us to add to what we were preparing to bring to the board to include this as a year or 18-month program. And it's really a pretty good business strategy, because I don't know how many of you participated in all these various online services and social media platforms that were offered to you for free for like a year or two, and then they build up demand, and then they start charging for it. And so, as you know, I use MCAT. The only time I was ever disappointed was when I wanted to use it on Sunday, and I stood out at the bus stop by my house, and the bus never came, and I looked at my app, and it said it would be like 5:30 the next morning. And I said, that doesn't make any sense. I made a few phone calls. That's when I found out we don't have it on Sunday. So I do want to add that. But what I would like to do is prepare the necessary resolutions or ordinances or whatever to affect this and bring it to you in the last meeting in the month of September, to initiate it in October. We already have a relationship with Qatar, which is the Florida Center for Urban Transportation Research at the University of South Florida. I'm sure they would love to participate in a research project to look at the effects of this, along with some express routes, so that we can move people from population centers, including out east in Lakewood Ranch and areas like that, to bring them into the urban core where people are working. And then we can take a look at it and see what the impact is. Because I will tell you, in looking at the Sarasota model, that requires a lot of capital, and purchasing vehicles that probably we could not get for a year and a half to 2 years because they're so back ordered. And we are looking at having to update the collection system on the buses at a pretty substantial capital expenditure. So if there were ever a time to try this in Manatee County, to see if we have the same success that many other metropolitan areas have. This is very successful. We only have to look at the trolley on the beach and see how effective that was. So I appreciate the opportunity for us to bring this back to the board. I don't think we need to workshop it. There are plenty of models out there. It would not be that difficult for us to effect this transition and then bring it to the board for your consideration, I think at the next board meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. And I don't know that anyone questions the potential success of a free government giveaway. They typically are successful. My only concerns are what are the hard numbers? And Commissioner Satcher is not wrong when he talks about people having skin in the game. So, yeah, I'm still sort of up in the air here. Whitmore, Cruz, Satcher.
The shining example is the trolley. It's economic development. I mean, you know, to get around so you're not stressing the two-lane roads since 2003. But I don't think politics, I agree, whoever said it shouldn't be in all this. This is, you know, does anybody in this world really think that anybody wants to ride the bus? They're doing it out of necessity. For years, I paid for a 100-year-old man, Neil, and I gave him a year pass, and we all know Maurice Sardo. She's like 80-something. She doesn't have any income at all, and she has to take it. And we have a 70-year-old in a wheelchair on Cortez Road that's homeless. I mean, if we had a way for them to be able to get around before and you know, to get to the services they need. So I agree. I really think we need to do something sooner than later. This is a service that we're offering in Manatee County. You could say it's a free government giveaway, but it isn't. Just like we, you know, we build our parks and we don't charge people to go in them and places like that. The only thing I would ask Scott to do is talk to your financial department to see where, because anywhere from $1 million to $600,000 to $100,000, what would the cost be for the first year to do this? I mean, the loss of revenue, I think, is what you were saying. And I really think we need to move sooner than later, because this is a service that we can offer our citizens on a very hard time right now with this inflation. And I can understand where the other two are coming from. I don't think this is free government service. This is a method this is just a service for them to get around, to go to work and stuff like that. And the trolley is a perfect example. There was a kid lived in Anna Maria, Brian, that went to MTC and never was late. He had to be to school at 7:30. I don't know how he did. He started at Anna Maria Pier and he made it every day. And so there are people that are motivated to do this. They just don't have money to get a car, insurance, and all that stuff, and gas. So I 100% support it, and I look forward to it on the next agenda. Maybe at our budget meeting tonight, you could kind of mention where you would be thinking it would come from, because this is quick notice.
That's quick.
Yeah, well, we're going to bring it up next meeting. Okay.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, real quick, and then I'll make a motion. You guys can keep talking, but just so we can keep this moving along, because item number 2. Real quick about the free giveaway stuff. First off, there's nothing political about this. I'm trying to help people get to work so they can become employed and make wages in Manatee County. If anything, that's the most conservative thing you can possibly do, is encourage someone to work and make money on their own. You know, we've got a lot of free things, and I never hear that. We have people on this board actively making it their mission to find boat ramps. Those people are the same people who say we shouldn't have launch fees. Why isn't there skin in the game for boat ramps? Otherwise, people will just take advantage of it and tear them up. I don't think we should.
Right.
But my point is, some things it seems like we should just be giving away for free left and right. But when it comes to a bus to get medicine for your kid, now all of a sudden it's socialism. This is ridiculous. Our libraries are free. Our parks are free. We have free parking, you know, out front. You know, there's an argument to be made about free parking is not a good idea. People take advantage of it, but we do it. And nobody complains about it. No one up here is put a motion in to put something in the CIP to get parking meters out there. So now all of a sudden it's a problem. Now this is the last straw of giving away free stuff for the good of Manatee County citizens. It's ridiculous. It's a nominal dollar amount. It's a potential huge gain, and it's a pilot program. As Commissioner Boss said, I'm not saying make this free into perpetuity. I'm saying let's, for the sake of argument, let's call it, my motion will be 18 months, because it gets us through 2 cycles of peak season. Gives them the first season to get accustomed to it and understand what we're doing, and then a full year of actually utilizing it. After 18 months, we see, hey, has our ridership gone up 60, 70%? Is there more parking out front, less cars on the road, less congestion going on? Or were we successful getting grants? Maybe we're successful getting a 5 or 10-year grant from DC. 18 months is not too long. It's not huge dollars. If you net out the transaction cost, then again, about 150 to 200 grand a pop, you're talking maybe $300,000 over 18 months. We spend $300,000 all over the place, for seemingly much less benefit to the citizens of Manatee County. So my motion would be to direct the county administrator and the county attorney to create a resolution to initiate an 18-month pilot program starting October 1st, 2022 for a fare-free program for Manatee County area transit, and bring it back to the board on September 27th for discussion and adoption.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, give you all an opportunity to get this on our agenda here, or on our screens.
do it.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to essentially direct the county attorney to bring us an 18-month pilot program for free transit ridership. It's good enough for our screens. And that was seconded by Commissioner Bellamy.
Where are we, guys, on this
Just
thing?
hold on. If you're on current item, you should always be on current item, and they're typing it in now. They'll catch up.
Oh, they're typing it in.
Yep, they'll catch up, because it was not, correct, it was not listed as an actionable item on the agenda, so
Yeah,
they're
okay,
working
we'll
on
wait.
putting the action on your screen. I'm not gonna make a comment now, but Satcher, Whitmore, and Clegg, Mr. County Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Who are you?
I just want to make sure the motion is clear because it was direction to the administrator and the attorney. We are going to need some help from staff, and I'm not sure where this exists in our documents in terms of how we set
There's
our
no
rates.
document on it.
I don't mean in the agenda, I mean in terms of where in the county's records we establish those rates. So we'll need the help of the,
We can find it, because if you recall, every election, we do a motion to waive the fees. We'll find it.
I know, and that is what Commissioner Cruz said in his motion. I just want to make sure that's clear for the record.
You can use anybody you would like to get this done.
Appreciate it.
The motion.
Okay, so the motion should be on your screen.
It's not, just to clarify, because I said it pretty fast, just to because the question was specifically, it was to direct for the creation of a resolution be brought back at the September 29th board meeting for adoption, an 18-month pilot program for fare-free transit in Manatee County, effective October 1st, 2022.
Yeah, so it was not for a discussion. It was to bring a resolution, hold on. It was to bring a resolution, to direct the administrator to bring a resolution to the board on.
So what's on the screen is just the part that says discussion on proposed. I didn't actually type in a motion.
Okay, but if you want to go ahead and type a motion in there,
Oh, the
Okay.
clerk's doing it, okay.
the
wait.
clerk has that, perfect. And everyone knows what the motion is. Commissioner Satcher, you are on the board, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I'll reiterate that I'm okay if we want to get more creative with grant programs. If we want to have, if you figured 3 months to get a job and get working and 6 months before you catch up on things you got behind on, if you want to come up with a grant program for people that are looking for jobs, or the tearjerker, going to get medicine for your child, I am okay with that. That'd be wise. But I do take exception to the attitude that I'm being unreasonable when we are absolutely breaking the gentleman's and gentlelady's agreement that the other commissioners have gone for, which is to not have actionable items, in
This was on the
random
agenda.
places.
It is on the-
Under presentations and discussions. Yeah, I mean,
It's
you
on the
could have
agenda.
put what you wanted, you knew what you wanted to begin with. I can just tell you this, in favor of transparency, that this is your speech that I will give. And that is, if I was a community member that was interested in this item and that had an opinion on it, I wouldn't have known to be here today to speak out on it. And so therefore, and here we are, we're going to be so far along, we're going to use so much staff, resources that we're wanting to present it on September and start on October. Is that what I heard?
Yep.
So we're definitely okay with that. And apparently, from where the votes sound like they are. And so I just wonder, this is probably a real good time for anything else free that you want to throw into our budget and into our operating cost for the county. Probably September 29th would be the best time. So any other things that you want to put on for the staff to bring back to us that will grow the free services that we provide, that might be good. Also, I do find it offensive that, anyway, I think I've made my point. I'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No.
Thank you, sir. 9:27 is the meeting, so we need to adjust.
September 27th.
Madam Clerk, we need to adjust the date. The meeting would be the 27th. We had the 29th.
Calendar open when I first made the motion.
Okay, good.
So we're okay with the motion that's
so-
written?
I think they're gonna change it.
Yes, and we'll have, the clerk can read it back to us. I would just say that while I may not be as passionate with my no as Commissioner Satcher is, that I do need to go speak with transit. I'm still in the same place we were when we started here. I'm not a hard yes, I'm not a hard no. I want to go out to transit and spend a couple hours with them, and I need to see some hard numbers and more details before I can be a yes. So at this time, I am still, while a soft no, I'm still a no. Commissioner Ball.
I'll pass.
Commissioner Ball passes. Okay, we're going to move then to public comment on this item. Obviously, there are no, I'm sorry.
May I introduce, I'm sorry, may I introduce David Davison? He was our driver of the year. He just got
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Oh, hey, all right. I saw the Facebook post and I liked it. You were the Florida driver of the year, I believe, not just the Manatee County, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, the floor is yours, sir.
Unfortunately, I was late here, but I get all my people to where they go on time.
Yeah.
Can I thank a couple people for?
Absolutely, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, first off, I'd like to thank Brian Medina and Benita Czar.
Yes.
Supervisors, they're the ones who put me up for this nomination and kind of put the wool over my eyes and everything. They can keep a secret. I also like to thank Jim Egbert and William Steele because they were detrimental in hiring me and thought I had the right stuff to do this job. Apparently, they were right too. And I'd also like to thank Farrah Mack. She's our dispatcher. She was dispatcher of the year last year. And she really looks out for the drivers. And I'd also like to thank Kevin Sheeran and Phil Rivera. They're the ones who trained me to do my job properly. Apparently, I do that too. And I'd like to thank all the supervisors, transit operators, paratransit operators, because without the cooperation and teamwork that we all have, we'd just be, I wouldn't be able to, do my job properly. And thank you all for the recognition. And also, I'd like to welcome Josh and Jason on board, and you guys enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
Nice.
Y'all have a good day, sir.
No pun intended. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for all that you do. Commissioner Cruz, did you want to speak before we go to public comment?
Just super fast, because then we can move on. Yeah, just to clarify this was originally put on as commissioner agenda. Again, this is something I had spoken to the county attorney about ahead of time. It was on the agenda. Anyone could have asked the county county administrator and discussed this. But again, this isn't a vote to do it effective right this second. There's some implication that we're cramming something through and all of a sudden this afternoon you're going to hop on a bus for free. This was a discussion to take the temperature of the board, and when the board temperature looked favorable to something I've been working on for a while, we're directing a resolution to be written and brought to us in 2 weeks. That gives everyone 2 weeks to look at this. It gives everyone another bite at the apple. We have a resolution coming up later today that's going to have people come in and talk about it. That's already been discussed twice. So this is not the be-all, end-all. I'm not cramming this through and starting this up. I am putting this on an agenda in advance publicly 2 weeks from now for discussion. When that resolution comes before us, it could lose 4-3. It could lose 5-2. It's certainly not going to lose 7-0 because I'm voting for it because I've been doing my research on it.
So am I.
But the point is, so this isn't cramming it through. This is starting a process and giving everyone adequate advance notice to show up on the 27th if you have a problem with this resolution or if you're in favorable of this resolution. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, sir. And we're going to segue back to Mr. Davis because Commissioner Bellamy didn't get his button pushed quite in time. I might have moved too fast as well. I may have had an itchy trigger finger and moved on too. Commissioner Bellamy.
I just wanted to say thank you for a number of reasons. I'm a big fan of the Transportation Department, and you're one of the few individuals that have had the opportunity to be acknowledged at the county level and at the state level. And I am reflecting on a friend who's transitioned as far as David Simpson, who actually was a part of the Transportation Department and actually won that award itself. So I want to make sure I look you in the eye and tell you thank you for all you do. That's all I want.
Thank you, sir. And
right.
Can I just interject one more thing?
Yeah.
I'm on the paratransit side
Right.
of transport, okay? And I would say that 95+% of our people that we pick up and take, that's the only time they ever get out. We take them to the doctors, we take them to the grocery store, and that's, some of them are visually impaired, mentally impaired, physically impaired, and that, they have no other means of transportation. And I don't know if y'all ever took Uber, but, they're pretty expensive, and they just don't have the means to do that. So whatever we could do to help them people, we ought to do it.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Okay,
you very much for what you do for our community.
Am I done now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
People I got to pick on. Take care of you.
Commissioner Whitmore, were your words for Mr. Davis?
No, I just wanted to, I'm the chairman of Transportation Disadvantage since Chappie left, so somebody that has a calling for this, because it's about all the disabled, you may want to volunteer to serve on that board when I leave. And also, I know, Jason, I do know that you are short of dispatchers, like real short, because only the Transportation Disadvantage last week, they gave us a update, and there's only like one, and there were 3. So we do have, if anybody needs a job doing that, we need help with that.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I've heard a lot of going back and forth on this, and I've heard a lot of thoughtful, frank discussion, and it just seems to me that this is going to bring back the resolution. There's still going to be conversation on this issue. And for us to just arbitrarily say no today without really, trying to do our homework as commissioners, I just would ask that you reconsider that, because I'm not going to say this is going to work. I don't know. But it's certainly worth looking into it, as Commissioner Cruz has already done, and then letting our citizens decide whether or not they want to be a part of this. And we have to look at things to work together to try and get things done. So I'm hoping that this passes and the resolution does come back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we go to public comment, Commissioner Cruz, is there a specific reason you went with 18 months?
Yes, I just said that because our peak season is pretty much during the winter when the elderly come down, not everyone has cars and so forth. It takes a little time to start getting out the PR and letting people know this even exists. So I figured 18 months, which is a pretty standard pilot that I've seen from a lot of places, allows us a ramp up time and then a full year of data if we're trying to use data to determine if this was successful or not. And 18 months effectively gets us through 2 seasons. It gets us from October 1st, beginning of this year, through March 31st at the end of 2024, which is basically 2 full seasons of peak utilization to see how it's impacted in this coming year. Not to mention the fact that it's hard to compare apples to apples in the initial 6 months, whatever, because we've had such disruption in the transit system these past 2 years because of COVID. People not going to work, people not going to school. We would need a little bit longer time so we can compare these first 6 months, say, to the last 6 months to have a real comparison if this pilot program is being used to determine next steps going forward.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's open this up to public comment then. Obviously, I don't have anyone signed up previously, but is there anyone in the audience who would like to come forward at this time to speak on this specific agenda item? So, sir, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this topic.
Thank you. For the record, Glenn Jambalina, Manatee County. Let's look at the red light thing we got rid of. That was a great thing we did. George, you're right on the money. You are right on the money when we should be providing free transportation. Here's the problem I have to Mr. Statcher and Kevin. You're okay with the presentation we just heard to give government employees a free ride, because that was part of their presentation. But let's not help out the housekeeper that's got to go out to Anna Marie and change bed sheets. They're different from the freebies that county employees were going to get during this presentation. That's the rub here. So you don't mind giving socialism to your own employees, but you won't help the working stiff that needs to go to work. This is absolutely insane that you do not, that you're even considering not passing this. You just heard from Driver of the Year, not from the county, from the state, that I take people to get medicine and food, and it's the only time they get out. You don't think food prices have gone up? You don't think their budget is short, and they got to fork out $1.50 each way? That's a gallon of milk to them. You want answers? Go ride the damn bus. Go talk to people next to them. How you doing today? Oh, you're working out there. Takes you 2 hours to get to work. $3. Does that make a difference? Yeah, it makes a difference. Sure does to them. $25 a week, $100 a month. You damn right it makes a difference. I can't believe we're even having this conversation. We should have done this 2 years ago. You will be surprised that the engagement you will get and how thankful the people that are really struggling are going to help you. You want to open a public comment, they would be here in droves, and they'd take the free bus to get here to say so. So listen, let's get past, and you know what? I'd never thought of that, George, but changing money 3 times? I think when you do a deep dive from the time it gets into that placement, pull it out, put it into the bank, do this, this, and this, have it audited, we're losing money. I think that 18%, I think we're 5 negative right off the bat. Maintenance of the machines, right? Counting the money, getting into the bank, doing audits. All this is eliminated, including upgrades to new coin things if you want to do it. No, this is a home run. Make it free for 18 months, and you'll be surprised at the end of the 18 months, the citizens will be grateful. People getting their medicines are being grateful. It's not socialism. It's helping the people that really need it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward to speak? So, sir, please state your first, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Craig Fisher, Manatee County. So, George, thank you. I don't always agree with all you guys, but I think this is an excellent thing that we can do for our county. I think Carol also hit it on the mark where the island hits a lot of stops on the way. We use that trolley all the time. We go to the beach, we get on that trolley, we go up and down. We go to, restaurants, we go get ice cream with our kids. The problem I have with our transportation, obviously I'm not using it for going to work or anything like that, but I'll tell you, I would use it more often if it went to places I needed to go.
Right.
If I could get on at a parking lot at Walmart and I could take it all the way to the beach, I'd be doing that in a heartbeat. I hate sitting in that traffic. That traffic is one of the worst things. I work out on the island. It is the worst thing in the world to sit in that traffic. I have to leave an hour early just so I can get out to the island so I can work. So to do this, I think you guys also have to consider adding more stops, more places that, not just the people that need to work, but people that need to do things. I'll go out to the island. I'll go places on that bus. I'll take my kids on the bus to go do things, to go to the Players Club, to go do other things. But you guys have to think about that as well. So, George, thank you for bringing this up. It's not socialism. It's the right thing to do for our citizens. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward? Yes, ma'am. So first and last name, county of residence, 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Betty Sales Rose. And like the young man just said, I don't agree with you all the time. But, George, I go along with that pilot program because the reason why, over in Palmetto, we do need that service because we have a lot of elder people cannot get out and go where they need to go at. And with this pilot program, it will help them, and we do need it over there. And east, west, Robonia, wherever, they need that service because right now, one of my church members, if my cousin not taking him where he have to go to the doctor and everything, he have to wait till she come home. If he have that service, he can go in the morning where he need to go at. So I go along with it. But the only thing that really despises me is we have a man who is supposed to be wishing the Lord and going to go against something that what we need here. You understand? That's really upset me because you, as a pastor, if you're going to follow your sheep, you're supposed to have that in place to help them. And I'm sitting here listening. It really upset me because if I'm serving the Lord, I'm going to try to help my people. And like I say, I'm going to say it again. I don't care when I come up here and speak. If you don't like what I'm speaking on, only one thing you got to remember. To get to heaven, do not come through y'all yard. So y'all need to remember that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Ma'am, please state your first, your last name, and your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Ann Colonna, Manatee County resident and member of Take Stock in Children staff. And I just want to say our students, even though they get free bus passes, they have struggles riding the bus along with their families. And I just think this is a win-win for Manatee County. Commissioner Cruz, thank you for bringing this up. It will get our students to workshops along with their parents to help them continue their educational journey. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Sir, please state your first, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Walter Wolzak, Manatee County resident, Greyhawk Landing, actually. I'm basically in favor of what George Cruz is saying, but growing up in Chicago, where we had a huge mass transit system, I used to have to take the bus to my high school. I'm very familiar with the system, but there were some things that were a bit well, you had to be careful about. I lived in an inner city, and it wasn't the prettiest of neighborhoods around me, and I had to sometimes head towards downtown Chicago. And to get through there, I had to get through a neighborhood that included, if any of you know about it, it was a place called Cabrini Green. There was a lot of violence, crime, et cetera, happening there. And so one of my concerns would be going that route is if the wrong people got on that bus, and especially if it were free, it was never free in Chicago, if they start living on the buses and you don't set some kind of rules, I would be a little bit concerned about that. So I'm supporting what George Cruz is saying, but I think you need to institute some rules that go along with this so that the buses don't get taken over by people who just decide to set up shop there, and whether they're doing drug dealing or anything else. I'm just saying be careful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do live in a very hot, difficult climate, and the buses are air-conditioned, so I think I understand where you're going with that. Is there anyone else in the public who'd like to come forward to speak? Ms. Sales, are you going to speak again? Okay, I'm just teasing. Is there anyone else in the public who'd like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Okay, seeing no one, then we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on this topic?
Yes, we have multiple callers. Would
Okay.
caller ending in 357, please press *6 to unmute.
So caller, as you're pressing *6 to unmute, when you start off, please state your first, your last name, and your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this specific topic.
Andrew Griffin, for the record. So I am in support of at least looking under the hood and seeing what this is. There's a few things that brought me to this conclusion. It's one that I understand the transit department, and I know we lose money every single year with this department. This is not something, and I know that we have other silos. So this seems like this would benefit the residents, all residents that need this service, not just a few, which in my opinion, some of these grants and other things go to the few and not the masses. So I think this is, a great idea. It's worth exploring, and we're not making a decision today. We're making the decision to explore this further and to stop this I think would be a disservice to the residents. I think we should at least explore this option. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And who's our next caller?
Would caller ending in 589, please press star 6 to unmute.
Callers, you press star 6 to unmute. Please start off by stating your first, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this topic.
Hi, my name is Shannon Keever, and I live in Bradenton, Manatee County. I thank you to Commissioner Cruz for bringing this up. I think that this is a great idea. My daughter used to use the bus all the time when she was in high school, and she had a hard time coming up with fare for it. She would have been able to get around a lot more easily, and we would have had to use our car a lot less had she had this available to her. So I think it's going to really help not only the elderly residents and the transitional residents who are here through the season, but also for our younger people and for our families. I will definitely be more inclined to take my kids on the bus to the beach and around the area now with this, if this goes through. So I agree with the prior caller who said that this isn't a vote on yes, this is a vote on exploring it, and I think it's great, and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Who's our next caller?
That is all the callers we have at this time.
Okay. We're going to close public comment at this time, and we have two commissioners on the board, Commissioner Cruz and Commissioner Satcher. Commissioner Cruz.
I'll be super brief with Walter's comment. That is something I have been looking into. With everything, there's unintended consequences and negative aspects to it. You know, you hope that the positives outweigh the negatives. Looking at some of the framework on how we would handle this is one. I know there are a lot of places who, because especially in warmer climates, people just sit on the buses round tripping it endlessly. You see that in New York City subways. So some people do systems, and I'm not going to dictate what transit proposes, but where they have turnaround, where you basically, when a bus gets to the end of a line, everyone has to get off at one point. The bus leaves, you have to wait for the next one. It at least breaks up transportation. People aren't driving around for 8 hours straight. But that said, right now they can, and while $1.50 is a lot for some people, if you're to your comments, dealing drugs or doing whatever, $1.50 is a pretty affordable way of doing it. So I don't know if the $1.50 is prohibiting somebody's business plan on our buses at this point in time. I'd like to think that a vast majority of the people taking advantage of this are not drug dealers and actually using it for the right reason, because drug dealers can usually afford $1.50.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out for the third time that I am not opposed to some strategies to help people in tough situations. So, we've got nonprofits represented here today. If we wanted to either form or increase a voucher program for, people that are utilizing their services. If we said, all that's going to be too much trouble, we don't want to have staff dedicated to that. If we wanted to have first 10 rides are free, something like that. But when you're just going to blanket across, across the board, say it's free rides, like I said, how many of the programs, the free programs that the government has started, have turned out to be models of efficiency and real ladders for people to take them from dependency to self-sufficiency? How many of those programs are working as effectively as we wish they were? Most of them not. And then I'll just go to one example. There's a church that has a Bible school near here. And it's a great church, national ministry, and a lot of people at their Bible school. And they have supporters that support their work. But when they talk to potential students, they talk about the program, they talk about the Bible school, what'll be required, how often you'll have to go out, what you'll have to do, and then they'll talk about the cost, and I forget what the costs are. But let's say it's $10,000 a year. They'll talk about, the cost of this education is $10,000 a year, so it'll be $10,000. And then, their eyes like, oh, well, I was hoping I could go, but I can't afford $10,000, is what you can see a crowd thinking that. And then the next thing out of their mouth will be, but we offer scholarships, full ride scholarships to anyone willing to fill out an application, write a letter however long about why they're passionate about this, et cetera, so that at least you're getting something from those students so that there's a little bit of buy-in, and they end up being able to go, no cost out of pocket for them. But they do have to put some effort in. And so when I say I think we should think that through, I feel like that's pretty good advice, but obviously I'm one of 7. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
One last time. We pay for vouchers from, or the nonprofits buy vouchers from us for their clients. So this is one less exchange of hands and money and all this stuff. This is a service to get our citizens around, to hopefully improve economic development and get them around faster without the stress of going to an agency. Not everybody belongs to agencies and can get a bus pass. Turning Points will probably be ecstatic because they have to get vouchers from us, or they have to buy them from us. So, I call the question.
Thank you, ma'am. No other commissioners are on the board. We've held public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. Commissioners, please cast your vote at this time.
I don't see it. Did I lose it?
There's been current items.
Who's calling the question?
I saw the votes a minute ago.
You still got me on the board, Kevin.
I can take you off the board, but
Did the vote come in, Chair?
I'm waiting for the clerk to.
Waiting.
It was up.
I'm sorry. I'm waiting for Q. You're good.
It's all right. We're all learning this, guys.
So you're good.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure, there was no second to call the question, so we're voting on the motion on the floor.
We're voting on the motion
original
on the floor. There was no question.
Yes,
No, I didn't.
okay, she did, but nobody seconded it. So we don't need to vote on calling the question. We
No,
can just vote
we're
on
voting on the
principle.
motion.
The reason I say that is I see 2 motions on the screen right now, one to call the question and one to approve. Yeah, it's the motion to approve that we want to vote upon.
That's the only one I'm showing.
All right, I apologize, but I'm seeing 2. I don't know, for whatever reason. I'm
Oh,
seeing.
there's a second. Okay, now you go. Whoever's doing it.
Oh, now there's, no.
Now we need to vote.
So we need to be able to vote, though.
There we go.
Okay, commissioners, cast your votes once again for the original motion. Okay. All right, so the vote passes by a vote of 5-2 with Commissioners Satcher and Van Ostenbridge in opposition. It is 10:13. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we will resume this meeting at 10:24. We'll resume this meeting at 10:24. We're in recess. Okay. Welcome back. We are here at a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, and we are moving right along. We are now on to agenda item number 3, and I will turn the floor over to Elliot from the TDC to present. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Elliot Felchoni, Tourism Director for the Manatee County. Excited to give everybody an update on the Coquina Beach Market. I'll try to be brief. Just to touch upon the dialogue on the last number 2, if this board decides to move forward with your MCAT initiative, we will promote that to tourists, and we will also do surveys during that 18-month to gather information from the tourists. So just keep that in mind. Importance is diversifying the passengers on those buses. With that, back to the Coquina Beach Market. The objective is to provide tourists and residents a unique beach market experience that complements the current assets on Anna Maria Island while utilizing current Manatee County staff. Staff is currently working with county administration, parks maintenance, and public safety to operate the beach market that does not conflict with beachgoers, trail users, while maintaining a safe and controlled environment. It's important that we ask our question, why Manatee County owns the beach market moving forward. For many months, county administration has been going through an optimization process organizationally, allowing certain positions to gain more responsibility bandwidth. This additional bandwidth gives the expertise and oversight ability to operate the beach market, the county-owned park, allowing the proceeds to go to the community. So it's really important that, I've either worked with or for 5 county administrators. And every single one of them, when they came on board, they looked at their organizational chart to optimize it, okay? At the end of the day, the county administrators held responsible for the success and failure of the administration. So with that, you look at all your staff's skill sets, their workload, and you shift that to optimize it for the greater good. Crystal Sharon, who runs the Halloween Festival and the Christmas Festival at GT Bray, has also put a lot of hard work into this, and your administration has the skill set to effectively operate this market. The net proceeds would be utilized for the water taxi initiative that would ultimately enhance multimodal transportation and hopefully not utilize any general fund dollars. So I'm gonna update you on the water taxi program, but the beach market would create a revenue source. We would be able to use TDT, tourism tax proceeds, for the water taxi, and possibly beach concession commissions as well. So incredible opportunity, the county owning the beach market, and the proceeds go to the community because we have the expertise and the skills to do so. Our oversight would enhance communication with all parties involved, including public safety. We have Joe Westerman still in the audience. Parks maintenance, we've had several conversations with Carmine DeMillo, et cetera. So that communication can be done swiftly and quickly. We can quickly make adjustments based on consumer and vendor feedback. We will always continue to gather information. I know Crystal in our office, we've received feedback for almost about 200 vendors. Some with positive information, some great feedback, and some concerns. We want all of that. We'll also provide interceptor responsibility at that market as well to really kind of get feedback from the tourists as well to continue to make it better and greater, and the brand elements align with the Anna Maria Island brand. Very important. You never want any kind of an event to become stagnant. Suggested timeline. Start this November 1st, 2022 until July 27th, 2023. It would go from Tuesday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., Thursdays from 3 p.m. To 8 p.m. So we would do an afternoon one into the evening. Why is that? Well, I can tell you that the tourists get a little frustrated after they have a nice dinner. They're looking to shop. They're at the beach all day. They're enjoying our ecological parks, and they're looking for some activities to do on Anna Maria Island or even Longboat Key. So this gives the opportunity to enjoy some shopping and enjoy the sunset as well. I want to show you a site that we're looking at. If y'all can just put that up on the screen for me, there you go. This isn't to scale, but right around here, we feel may be the best location for the Coquina Beach Market. The one thing when we were with Chief Westerman, this is a no-swim area. So once again, we're not crossing over with people trying to go to the beach. It also shifts cars down to this south tip. It's a great setting, and we can utilize this future possible special event pad for other events that we may bring to you in the future. So we're going to continue to work with Chad Butso as they're redoing the Coquina Beach parking lot, Charlie Bishop and his team to see how we lay that out. We're going to put it on a CAD, but we feel really, really good that this could be a really great location. And once again, we're staying away from the trail so people can enjoy the trail 7 days a week, and we're not getting in the way of beachgoers as well. The goal is to contract with as many as about 100 vendors. The vendors would change, so you'd have a certain set of vendors one day a week and then a whole different set of vendors the second day a week. So keeps it fresh, keeps it new. We know some vendors had some concerns about the Tuesday market. There's some other markets that they go to. We're going to try to please most, but we feel like Tuesdays and Thursdays are really good. Fridays are bad days. We need that parking lot for the beach goers all year round. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we want activities in the middle of the week. We would be ready for November, and we always listen to the consumer feedback for the greater good. We stand ready to move this forward. Time is of the essence. We're ready to roll. Your CVB is going to promote it to not only tourists, but the residents as well. We've established backyard deals with the Bradenton Herald, the East County Observer, that also has circulation in the Sarasota. We're really strong on social media platforms, so everybody's going to know about this. It's a great partnership with county administration, the hard work that Crystal Sharon has put in, Carmine, and Chief Westerman. We're ready to roll. That is my update, sir.
Great. Thank you very much, Elliot. We appreciate that. Whitmore and Van Austin Bridge are on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
Okay, so we closed down, or we're not renewing a contract for a service that is doing exactly what you're doing now for the past 10 years. And because others go there didn't know that it was there, and our administrator had gotten a tour there and saw that, I don't even know, maybe some of the infrastructure was on the sidewalks or the paths, whatever, said publicly to some of the vendors that he was going to close it down. I don't know if that was true because I wasn't there. But I can say I cannot believe that this board would actually want to run a business and take away from the private sector. If you're not happy with this vendor, you could always get somebody else. We didn't even put it out to bid. We decided we are going to do it. And we're going to have our tourism people do it. We're going to have Crystal do it. And nobody realizes how hard it is to work with these 100 vendors. I've been on the board ever since the inception. We voted to do this, and we voted for this contract with the vendor that was currently there, but you've given her notice. And, first I heard we were going to talk about this. There was going to be a soft opening. Then I read a public press release that this is what we're doing. So, guys, this board has never voted to allow us to be able to open a private business on a beach, compete with the private sector. And this was voted before, I think in 2013, for us to even allow them to do this. I don't think that we should, I'm totally against not allowing the private sector to do this, because this was a moneymaker. Why are we doing this? We're not in the world to have a business. And I know Elliot's doing this probably because he's being told he has to do it. But I do know it caused quite a stir in June. We were getting emails because some people that were there did hear everybody go off the script a little bit, and they were upset and asking, why are you here? Didn't even know it had been there for 10 years. Tuesdays and Thursdays are terrible days for vendors. The whole purpose of this was to bring people to the beaches. Yeah, we have people on the beaches now, like you said, 7 days a week. I can understand their concerns on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I used to think it was maybe Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, I'm not sure, but it was more towards the weekend. So it's probably going to get passed because it looks like it's been rammed through already. But guys, this is a board. We have never set policy to run a private business at Coquina Beach. And the only reason why we found out about this was via email, so I don't support it.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm next on the board. You stated that the administrator was going to close it down. He's not going to close it down. Clearly, we're here to discussing the future of the market. So that's not true. County taxpayers were subsidizing this market prior to by one, we were policing it. Two, we had code enforcement out there. Three, we were emptying the trash. I mean, essentially we were running the entire place and managing the crowds out there. Thirdly, this is essentially a taxpayer asset that was being monetized by someone else and the taxpayer receiving very little in return. And now we're taking a taxpayer asset and we are using that asset to fund a water taxi to an attempt to increase the number of well, even not even increase, but lower the number of cars by moving hopefully the same number of people out to the island, out to the beaches, and then help to move them around the island. In the end, clearly it's a win-win. Commissioner Whitmore.
And Mr. Chair, I appreciate your comments and your passion also. I think maybe I read somewhere they generated maybe 300,000 of it. They did pay us whatever our lease was. And the clerk, I keep hearing we were subsidizing them, and I checked with the clerk, and they checked, and we have never funded anything for them on this. We're picking up the trash at the public beach or Coquina Beach, where thousands of people go. So that I just can't buy. And you mentioned to run the water taxi. I know we're going to be talking about that next. Well, when we did our research, the information I found out is on the water taxi, and we'll be talking about this, we couldn't get anybody to bid on it. So I hear we're buying the water taxis, and then we'll pay ourselves back. Who gave that authority to do that? To me, this is all about process, not. I am upset about this because we're trying to take over business because we weren't happy with what they've been doing, even though they've been doing it for 10 years. The other thing is another thing. Who gave permission for any of this? Who gave permission for us to even talk about this? There's a press release going out, and the board has never voted to go forward with this, and there was a press release by Bill on this Coquina Beach issue. So
we were subsidizing it through staffing. We're now going to run the market without adding any additional staff at all. And it's going to fund a water taxi that has never been able to happen in this county that we are now making happen. Obviously, the water taxi, we'll get into further discussion on the water taxi next. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. So I actually am intrigued with the presentation, and I talked to Elliot yesterday, and this is probably something I could have gotten behind, but I am upset that the process was not honored. The Board of County Commissioners sets policy. This should have come to the board to ask the board what they wanted to do before the administrator made all of these plans to run the market in a different way. So that's my only complaint, that, the process was not honored again. And I hope that, this is part of a learning curve where the policy direction returns to the Board of County Commissioners, because that's who's elected to set policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
No one else is on the board. If you want to move forward with the water taxi, sir.
If I can make one comment, sir.
Sure.
It's a county-owned park. In my 29 years' experience, government outsources when they don't have the resources and the skill set to do it in-house. The proceeds essentially are going to the community, not a sole proprietor. Commissioner Whitmore, I have the utmost respect for you. I just want to make sure the record is clear. Dr. Hopes did not tell me to do this. He asked for my opinions and my feedback. In my notes here, he never looked at them. We trust each other. And that's why I'm standing here right now, because I believe in this. and it all integrates together for the greater good of what we're trying to do to enhance multimodal transportation and to enhance the branding model on Anna Maria Island in the most efficient and effective way. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I think what we have here, it's coming before us now, as it should. So, let's stop trying to burn the building down. We're moving forward, and it's going to be advantageous, and I'm dying to hear about the water taxi. So, Elliot, thank you for bringing this forward. I don't know how it came about, but I do know that when our administrator was out there, he had staff with him. I'm not sure who it was. I think Joe might have been there. So I think it's a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, somebody raised your hand. I don't know even who they are, but I think, are you allowing people to speak?
It's not an actionable item. They can speak in
So you're
future
not gonna
agenda
allow
items.
them to?
We have future agenda items. They can speak then.
Oh, okay, under
Yeah,
future,
we haven't gotten to that
okay.
point yet.
I didn't know, thank you.
Okay. Elliot, water taxi.
Yes, sir. Exciting time. County Administrator charged me working with Chad Butzo and Jason to come up with a plan for a water taxi operation. You all can remember late in the spring, county procurement went out for an invitation to negotiate, and we received no proposals. And it gave us the opportunity to reach out to water taxi operators based on their skill set and their experience to see if they want to do business with Manatee County. We received 3 proposals, actually 4 proposals. One was out of Arizona, and he found it on Facebook. Really wonderful young man. But we are, Dr. Hopes and I are really close to finalizing a public-private partnership. The terms that would bring us a water taxi operation that would start hopefully between the month of February and March. We really want to bring this for y'all's approval by the end of this month at the latest. I think it'll be September 27th. I think Dr. Hopes and I can hammer that out. We're just working on some fine-tuned details. Bill Clegg's office, one of his attorneys, are working on agreement as well. But essentially, it would be a 3-day operation out of the gate, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It would start at 10:30 in the morning till 9:30 at night. 2 water vessels would operate concurrently. Passengers, you'd be able to load up about 49. Let me put I don't know if you guys can put it on the overhead, give you a little look of what the boat would look like. The pontoon catamaran.
Cool.
Okay. There may be some opportunities for some advertising on it with some of our hospitality industry, the realtors. It would be a no cash operation. So everybody pays via an app or digitally. It really works well where this water taxi operator is already doing business in the state of Florida. They're already contracted with a government in the state of Florida and have showed really good success since 2015. So much success that the government just removed the lien on the boats that they bought, and now it's a sustainable operation. Okay? We will come to you saying that we will need to subsidize it for at least the first few years. We're going to work hard to market it not only to visitors coming in, but we're going to do what we call guerrilla marketing in the backyard. We got to get the residents to partake in this. It would originate in downtown Bradenton in the day dock, just on the east side of the Green Bridge, and venture out to the Anna Maria Pier. Go from the Anna Maria Pier and venture south to the Bradenton Beach Pier. And then the Bradenton Beach Pier go to probably South Coquina Boat Ramp, but the North Coquina Boat Ramp is another option. But it will go down to that route, which triggers the opportunity to use tourism tax proceeds for this initiative. And then it would return back the same stops back into Bradenton. Like anything, we're going to learn from the consumer. We're going to learn from the operator. So we're going to do interceptors and surveys with research data, our third-party organization that does a really good job to really get feedback from everybody. We're looking at this as not a pilot program because we're saying we're all in and we got to make this happen. Okay? Why is Jason involved? Well, you know what? The MCAT and the trolley needs to integrate with the routes. You have some bad weather. the clientele decides they'd rather just take a bus to get back, they want to get off the water, we want that integration there as well. Let me make sure I haven't missed anything here. I have spoken to all 3 cities involved. City of Anna Maria embraces it. They just sent me a draft resolution that I'll share with the county attorney's office. The city of Bradenton Beach is all set. Of course, Mayor Chappie is really excited about it. We don't know if we're going to do a resolution or an interlocal with them. Spoke to Mayor Brown in city of Bradenton, and it looks like they want to work on an interlocal agreement between the county and the city. We will need to enhance the piers, handicap compliant, probably some railings, some probably concrete floating docks. Me and Dr. Hopes and Charlie Bishop and Chad, we went on tour last Friday, so we're going to now pull in our contracted vendors and seeing what it's going to take to do that safely and swiftly and come up with a budget for you all. So time is of the essence. I've been talking to you a lot. It's time to do and stop talking. So we're going to get this done, bring this back to you. We're going to target September 27th. And hopefully they can build these boats in a time where we're at peak season. It wouldn't get any better to be able to do this starting around February. One-way trip is about $8 on average per adult, but the better news is you can buy a $10 hopper pass for the day and just hop on, hop off. We have talked, a gentleman with the city of Anna Maria City Council said, hey, why can't service workers, hospitality workers use it for free? To go to work on the island. We're looking at that. We think it's palatable. There's some pros and cons to that. They'd have to go through some reservations and all that. And the water taxi operator that we're currently negotiating with has some good case study of how they can make that happen as well. So we think we've covered all the corners. You could tell my blood's flowing right now. And that's my report, sir.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elliot. Whitmore, Servia, and Hopes. Commissioner Whitmore.
Again, I was chairing the TDC and learned that we were moving ahead and the county funds were going to be expended. It had never been discussed at a board level that we were going to do this. And then I brought this up and I met with Scott to find out what was going on because actually it was in the newspaper after that. And I don't think anybody in the board knew about it. Maybe 1 or 2, but most of us didn't. I did read in the Island newspaper that Anna Maria is going to approve the east part of the city pier. And for those of us that know what the east side of the city pier is, that gets pretty rough, as you know, because it's the very end of the pier. Holmes Beach, I know we were talking about Kingfish, but we probably have to get DEP to approve. But there is an agreement that you could do if you wanted to with Waterline, because those exact boats Ben Webb has in that basin, and he does tours every day. So I know that those boats could fit in there. We could maybe do a financial agreement with them if you decide to do this. Joe Webb approached, you're the only ones that know these people. Joe Webb approached the county to do this, and he was going to pay for the boat and everything. And it was a couple $100,000 to do the boat. I'm shocked that we're using a pontoon boat. And you, of all people, should know with the intercoastal and how the weather can be, a pontoon boat is not very conducive for 49 people in it. So I'm really surprised that we're going to do that in the intercoastal from somebody that's lived there my whole life. I have many friends that have pontoons, and Ben Webb is one of them where you can't take people out because of the weather. So I just thought I'd bring that up. Again, I am upset because I had to hear about this from another meeting, and this has never been brought to the board, that we were going to buy the boats. And where are we going to buy them? We just cut our reserves down to $2 million, our stabilization, so.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. Thank you, Elliot, for the presentation. I'm really excited about this step. It is another step to get people off the roads in their individual cars and help transport people to the island. So I'm really, really excited about it. I like the idea of encouraging the people who work on the island and live on the mainland to have a pass to get out there. But I think that the employers could provide that as part of their benefit package.
Great idea.
I can see Ed Childs saying, for my workers who come from the mainland, part of your benefit package is we will give you free passes to ride the trolley. The same for people who live on the island and work at the hospital, so I can see that happening. The one thing I'm concerned about are storms. Storms come up very quickly, and then what are we going to do in the event of a storm? So and we've talked about this at our briefing, we'll have some sort of covered area where people who are on the island and waiting to get back can wait out the storm. And depending on how big those storms are and how long they last, transporting people back, there probably needs to be a plan B, should there be a problem. But other than that, I love the idea and I look forward to the next steps.
Dr. Hopes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to commend really the staff, Elliot and Chad and Crystal and everybody that's been involved in looking this in a comprehensive way to enhance the beach experience. But the water taxi, this board's been discussing the water taxi for as long as I've been here, and we're actually seeing it to come fruition. And this is what staff does. We develop things based on the priorities that the board has intimated, and then we bring the proposal to you. I wanted to touch just for a moment on the issue of the boats and funding of it. I try my best to put the taxpayer first, which is what I hear this board speak to. And in the subsidies of all of the entities that we have been discussing, a portion of the subsidy is going to the capital equipment, to pay for the capital equipment. And my concern was, as we had discussion with the primary vendor that we're working with, as I laid it out for them, I wanted to ensure, much like Clearwater did, that if taxpayer dollars were going to purchase a piece of capital equipment, that the taxpayers had an interest in it. And so we're working with the county attorney's office to incorporate in the agreement with the vendor assurances that the county has an interest in that capital equipment until such time that the revenue streams have paid for it, like Clearwater did, and then they released the lien on the equipment. So it's not as simple as us going out and buying boats. And the other aspect of it, we have fortunately narrowed it down to a very experienced operator that has licensed captains that understand the vessels that are needed to transport in the waters that they will be operating in. And so with that, I look forward to working with staff to complete the entire package to bring to you at the end of the month and adequately brief you on the details and move this long-awaited program that I know the general counsel, Mr. Clegg, when this thing first came up, he whooped out a document that he wrote up a number of years ago specifically related to the water taxi, and now this board's in a position to approve moving forward to actually putting it into action. Thank you, Elliot, and I really appreciate your passion and your commitment and your relentless efforts to bring it to this point. Thank you.
Baugh and Satcher are on the board. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what we have here today is it went to the TDC first, which things always do, that involve tourist tax, bed tax, to make sure that they're an advisory board. So it always goes to them first before it comes to us. That's not uncommon. I've been the chair 2 years of the TDC, so I don't understand why some would feel that it hadn't come here first. It's not supposed to come here first. So I did like hearing about Coquina so that we can use a bed tax money. I think that's a great idea because we are going to have a lot of tourists that will be in this, but it'll also be great for the residents of Manatee County. I mean, I can't wait. I think it's, Elliot, you and I have talked about this the whole 10 years I've been on this board, wanting this to happen. And so it's exciting. But I do have just a couple of questions. and I know we talked about this, but it wasn't really discussed. Bikes, beach chairs, coolers, et cetera. What is the deal with that?
We're
for
going to
people?
ask, the water taxi company if they have the capability of doing that. There's even been discussions about it. Will there be snacks on the boat as well?
Wow.
So, yeah, we'll look at all of that. I think the amenities that the families want to bring out is really, really important. Keep in mind, I think I gave you this statistic the last time. I updated y'all, was either a workshop or a budget meeting on the water taxi. 60% of the tourists that stayed in downtown Bradenton hotels in 2021 took day trips to the beach. So all 3 of those hotels can walk onto the Riverwalk to that day dock to board that. So we gotta influence them. It's got to be entertaining, exciting, not just a taxi. So we're working on the brand elements as we speak.
Yeah, it's a fantastic idea, and what can be accomplished with this is huge, not just for tourists, but also, as I said, our residents. So, and I think it's extremely reasonable if we are really going to have it for $8 one way, $10 for the day. That's fantastic. I mean, is that what this vendor is paying now in Clearwater?
Yeah, there's a lot of case study. They've been in business, successful since 2015. They've come down and surveyed all the waters. I told them, I'm pretty candid. I said, I try to find something negative about you, and we can't. Matt Case, on his maintenance side, did some due diligence. The one owner is on the TDC in Pinellas County, so they know enough about tourism to be dangerous. So it's really exciting. Related to the TDC meeting, if the board moves this forward in September, and Dr. Hope's talk about with me the different pots of money that would be utilized for this initiative. If tourism tax proceeds are part of that, then I would go to the TDC in October for a recommendation, and that's 2 weeks later to align the process. Okay?
I can't imagine when they go with other stuff, I can't imagine that they wouldn't
Well, the
come
TDC
forward,
has
wanna support
publicly,
this.
you both, all 3 of you chairs, TDC wants it really, really bad.
Yes, I'm sure they do. Thanks, Elliot. Great
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention that rate is for adults. The rate's lower for children.
And senior discounts, there's all kinds of different variables. Yes.
Tell you what, frozen margaritas and a couple of slot machines, you'll have a moneymaker on your hands.
We'll do a sidebar on that.
There you go. Commissioner Satcher and Bellamy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So right now, the farthest east stop that we have scheduled is what?
Bradenton, and I know where you're going. Go ahead, sir.
Bradenton, right?
The pier.
Well, I mean, there's a perfect, at least at, taking a quick look at it, there's some spots that I think we could look at to relieve traffic off of 301 and maybe 64. There's a spot in Ellington that, I've proposed to the county administrator. I don't think that the person that owns that land has gotten a call on that. But if we're actually, the plan is to help our residents, our constituents, I think we need to look at ways to get them off the road, with an experience that they could even enjoy. So I think that'd be a good thing. Or maybe that's not the business model. Maybe it's just 100% tourist, but I would like to see our residents be able to take advantage of it too. The other thing, just thinking as the conversation has gone today, sitting in traffic is frustrating, but being on a boat is kind of fun. That's the only difference I can think of between this and what we just voted on. So I feel like there should be 4 or 5, who knows, you might could even get my vote, for making it free for 18 months. I mean, why in the world wouldn't we make it free? Where's our logical, we bought the buses. Where's our logical reason why?
That's state.
And every person that's on this water taxi is someone not on our roads, so it would fight traffic, and our residents would be able to plan on it. And, so the only difference I've thought of so far is that it would be an enjoyable experience versus maybe riding on the bus might be a neutral experience. But I just think while we're at it, 18 months, just, and it's not like we've already made up our mind or 100% committed. We're just seeing if something like that would work as far as with the free rides on the bus. So, I feel like, I know you're trying to get this started and you want people to plan on it. I feel like, I don't know that I'm the one to make the motion, but I feel like there should be a motion to include this in the 18 months. Thank you.
Bellamy, you're next on the board, sir.
Yeah, I just keep thinking of that hymn song that my mom keeps singing. I just can't get it right now. But anyway, I thank you for where we are, and that's the credit to you and Dr. Host. I got a vision, the water trolley, and this is a couple questions that I want to ask. So if a family, water taxi, water trolley.
That's a good thing, though. I like water trolley.
I have a question as far as with the family of two people that wants to spend the day at the beach, and they want to bring their coolers and all the things that they need to have an enjoyable time at the beach. What travel limitations will a constituent come across when they are attempting to get from point A to point B? And I'm going somewhere with this. What travel limitations will be as far as them getting on the taxi, not the trolley, the taxi, trolley. No, I'm saying as far as that, can I bring my cooler, my fishing pole? I'm just saying what. Oh yeah, because this is where we're going. We want to make sure that we impact the constituents. So what travel limitations will they have? Luggage, right?
Yeah, and I should be prepared to ask that question, talking to the water taxi operator. They have 7 years of case study of how they're handling in a very dense area up in the Clearwater area. So we hear you all. We believe it's important that families will be able to bring lounge chairs and coolers on the ride. So I'll have that defined when we come back to you all. The good news, we laid out all the public parking spots in downtown Bradenton, the main one being the 400-car parking garage just south of the City Hall. So it's really not going to be a far walk to get from the public parking or the hotels to the day dock. Now, Anna Maria Island's going to be kind of a different animal because people will either walk, take a golf cart, a bicycle, to probably more like hop on, hop off, unless they want to come downtown Bradenton for theater or a festival. But we'll see what they're doing up in Clearwater. Let the experts tell us the best way to do it, and I'll come back to you. I may even update y'all before that next commission meeting.
And here's where, may I, sir? Sure. I'm still on the board. All right. Here's where I'm going with that. As we move forward on this, I think one of the things that our citizens don't like is when they come across surprises. For example, no good deed goes unpunished. We open the pool, right? We open the pool. However, some of the citizens were not aware of the necessary swim attire. So that was an adjustment that had to be made. What I would like to do is kind of be proactive instead of reactive. And if we know that there's some limitations, are you going to just be able to bring your lunchbox, or can you bring your lunchbox and your fishing pole and fish a little bit and then travel back home? I think if we put that information out front, we will not run into so many of the hardships from the citizen standpoint. So I just want to make sure we have that out there.
And there's definitely multiple platforms that we can get out in front of that, sir. Yes.
So Commissioner Whitmore made a good point. So that on the trolley, you do have to wear shoes. I don't think you bring coolers and whatnot.
Good point.
They are pretty liberal, which when I wrote it, it was not a problem for me, but they are pretty liberal with like bathing suit attire and whatnot on the trolley.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, I've ridden the trolley a few times, and you do have to have shoes on. Yes. Got to have shoes. They stuck to that rule pretty firm. I'm just sharing my experience.
Mr. Chair,
my
I
truths.
will get the suggested policies and procedures from the company.
You shoot us all an email with
Get it
that?
to you all in advance.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Cruz.
I took myself off.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, if I can just comment on Commissioner Satcher's.
I must have said what he was going to say.
Not the free. That's not in my jurisdiction, but the expansion of the routes. This is just the basic infrastructure to get it going. This is what we and the third-party operator feels like would give us our best chance for short-term success. We do know when the convention center hotel is open and your convention center's expansion, that's going to be either part of the route or there'll be a stopping point because there's going to be attendees that are going to want to take day trips to the island. I'm not a boatsman, but eventually you'd probably have an enhanced boat that as Parish grows, you may be able to see from Fort Hammer and Express all the way to the island. I could see teenage kids, college kids wanting to do that instead of driving all the way out. We see it going to Lone Boat Key at some point. We see it going to downtown Sarasota. The media asked me, hey, are you talking to Sarasota? And I politely said, no, we're going to focus on Manatee County and get it started. And then as we learn, we'll branch out and add partners. So once again, fluidity and just gathering feedback from the consumers and the operator, and we'll have a great chance of success.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Elliot. Okay, we're going to move on to citizen comments on future agenda items.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. At 11:06. So this is, and do I have any? It looks as if I have two. Let me just get it opened up. Rodney Jones and Craig Fisher. Mr. Jones, are you still here, or are you outside? There are speakers outside. So if Mr. Jones is outside, time to come in. And future agenda items is public comment on items that may appear on an agenda before this board in the future. So since Mr. Jones is not here yet, we'll go with Craig Fisher. And so you'll have 3 minutes to speak on an item that may appear before this board in a future agenda. Please start by stating your first and your last name and your county of residence. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Craig Fisher, Manatee County, talked earlier. So I'm not up here to talk good about you guys, unfortunately. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, George Cruz. And my other commissioners, Scott Hopes. Thank you, George, for writing me back. I say at least one of my commissioners, after writing you, had the courage to write me back about my proclamation. I wrote each one of you individually for my proclamation, and I only got one response. You wrote me back in support and said, good idea. Somebody actually wrote back and gave me an answer, and I'm going to explain that. So I submitted a proclamation on August 19th on your website. Nowhere on it does it say anything about a process. It says nothing about having a commissioner. That was more than 3 weeks ago from this date. More than 3 weeks ago. What says it on your website? I received an email from Dr. Hope's office on August 30th asking if I would attend. I said, absolutely, eagerly, I would attend. Unfortunately, later in that day, I found out I was denied. I don't know why. I responded with two simple questions. Who denied me? And why was it denied? That was over 2 weeks ago. There is no reason given from your offices. No reason given from you, Dr. Hopes. 2 weeks ago, except for George. George did give me a response why it was denied, and I'm assuming it was his opinion. But unfortunately, this is not a professional response from our city, from our county. It looks very suspicious, and unfortunately, I'm not getting into that today. So I find this very ironic. I'm looking at my commissioners here. I'm sorry, George, but you're under investigation for DUI. Vanessa, you're under investigation for ethics violations. James, our religious leader up here, mansplaining to me in an email what I am supposed to be as a libertarian. Unfortunately, I lived that most of my life. And yet Spike Cohen came to this chamber and explained to you what libertarianism. So let me talk about our roles. Your role and my role. Your role is to represent us, all of us. It doesn't matter who I am. It doesn't matter if I agree with you, but you represent us. Every dime that you spend of my money. I agree, George. I love the free bus system. It does good for our community. Every dime counts. So what I ask from you guys is respect, okay? Even you, Dr. Hopes, you might not be elected from us, but you're still acting like a commissioner. Give us the respect that we deserve. 2 weeks, I still haven't received a response from your office. Your role here is to respect us, spend our money wisely, respectfully, and the greater good of our community. Like I said, George, thank you. I will respect that. Thank you. That's all I got to say today.
Thank you, sir. Is Mr. Jones Was he able to make it in? Okay. Then, is there anyone else? I don't have any other cards. So is there anyone else who would like to come forward, ma'am, to speak on a future agenda item? Please state your first, your last name, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on an item that may appear on an agenda before this board in the future. And I'll give you a tip to pull the microphone down because it doesn't do well from underneath. There you go. Thank you. First, last name, county of residence.
My name is Amanda Champ. I'm a Manatee County resident. I am a small business owner on the island. I have a child that goes to Anna Maria Island or Anna Maria Elementary. And I am also a vendor at the Coquina Beach Market. I just wanted to state a couple facts about the market. Nancy worked around the clock to provide us vendors a beautiful work environment. And when I say she worked around the clock, I mean she promptly answered emails from tourists, people that were coming to the area wanting to know what days the markets were, how they can find us, what vendors they needed to see. She was also our biggest advocate. She was our biggest cheerleader. She believed in every single one of us. She made sure that we had a beautiful market to vend at and that it was a safe place for everybody to be. She watched the weather to make sure that we were all going to be safe, especially if a storm was coming in. A majority of the beach market patrons that attend are tourists. We usually get a new group of tourists every single week, and they love coming to the market. It makes them plan their whole trip around the beach market. They love coming and shopping with the vendors. She made sure every market day she would get out there and sweep that walk path on her own to make sure that there was a nice clean path for the patrons of the beach market to walk along. She would help people get to their cars if needed. Now, I just saw the proposed area where they're proposing that the market is, and I noticed that it's a grass area. I have done events there before for other companies and festivals. We need to make sure that the market is going to be safe for the elderly people that come. We have a lot of senior citizens. We need to have areas where people can sit down if they need to take a break, where they can get through safely. You know, Nancy was the matriarch of this beach market, and there are many, many people that love her. And I believe with all my heart, I can't not say anything. I have to speak from my heart. She was nothing but great to all of us. And I feel that the way that she was let go is just ungraceful and extremely unprofessional for everything that she's done for our community. You know, we're all small business owners. All of us are. All of the vendors at the beach market, we're small business owners, and we depend on that for our income. And moving it to a Tuesday is going to affect a lot of other people. You know, local small business owners that have other markets on Tuesdays because they're used to Wednesdays. It's also going to confuse people because they're used to having a market on a Wednesday. Those are just a few of my concerns. You know, this is people's livelihoods. And I just, you know, we worked really hard last year. We felt like everything was going great after COVID. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to come forward to speak? Yes, ma'am, on a future agenda item. So you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your first, your last name, and your county of residence.
Thank you for listening. Victoria Dargan. I am Sarasota County resident. I am a Coquina Beach vendor. I have been honored to be a part of the beach market at Coquina Beach for the last 6 years. It is the best market. It has been run as the best market ever that I've been in, and honored to be a part of. I've done vending for over nearly 20 years now. So to have it taken away from Nancy and this shift is very difficult for us to accept. I was disappointed by the misinformation saying that the county was subsidizing the market and that being the reason. We all do. It doesn't, now you are actually subsidizing it with your staff. The changes that they're proposing, losing Sundays, the market is our livelihood. Those of us that did it twice a week, that was our livelihood. Limiting it, taking away Sundays, we're gonna lose income that way. Tuesdays competes with other markets, even on an umbrella island itself. And there are several vendors that do the Gulfport market and will not be able to do the to the Coquina market. They're also limiting us to one booth. I have multiple products. I use 2 booths. I won't be able to display my product properly in my inventory, the way they're setting this all up. Public opinion from the Bradenton Times shows that the public wanted that 97% to leave the market as is, the ones as it was. And so all these changes are going to be very difficult. It's going to take a while to get it rebuilt. And we don't even know if we are going to be able to, who's going to get accepted. So we can't make any plans at this point. And so we're all looking for other markets to be a part of because we have to make up, like I said, we're small businesses. This has been our livelihood. This has been my mainstay for the last several years. And this changes how I have to go about running my business. So I wish you'd reconsider some of these ideas that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on future agenda items? So please state your first, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Hi, I'm Jamie McDonald. Sarasota County. We are a small family business vendor from Coquina Beach. The market has been such a blessing for us. We're a new small family business. It gives my daughter and I, who I homeschool, the opportunity to go out and work together, her the opportunity to learn, to be a young entrepreneur. The market has been a consistent, safe space to showcase, our creativity that generates income, for the livelihoods of our family. Nancy ran this market in such a way where it was exactly that, a safe space, for not only the vendors, not for only the patrons, but for anybody involved. That woman has the highest integrity for Anna Marie Island, for Coquina Beach, for the market, for all of us, and everybody up here as well. The market has been, it's a community of hardworking individuals of all walks of life. I mean, you have bakers, you have seamstress, you have fresh coconuts, you have, just everything there. She's created this really great market. It's a really beautiful place where we all pull together. We all help each other out. We're learning and growing so much from one another. Excuse me. So many rich connections and relationships are born there. Coquina and Nancy play a huge role in the success of our business, and many others. Saying Nancy went over and beyond is definitely an understatement. I mean, this woman is giving us weather reports every market. She is, everything she's doing is she was making sure everybody was following the guidelines of the county, so much where she became very unpopular with many vendors. And ironically, those are the vendors that are calling and leaving negative feedback on her and the way she ran the market, because they're doing stuff that you guys don't want us to do. She's a real stickler, man. She really was. She did not show any favoritism. It was what you were doing and what you were not doing. We understand that the decision has been made on her behalf, and it's not so much that we're worried about the county taking over. It's anybody taking over. She just went over and beyond, and I've never seen a woman with such integrity and such value, and she was always there. I mean, at the drop of a dime, if you needed any. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item? So, sir, state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Got the overhead working? Glenn Gibolina for the record, Manatee County. This is the Musgrave property that I like to talk about. So here is my 2 cents worth. Let's lead by example. Citizen-owned Musgrave landfill property for 160 acres is the perfect time for the county to put the entire project into a land trust in perpetuity. It was the taxpayers' money that helped purchase the $32 million property. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a difference for workforce and attainable housing. Invite large-scale workforce housing developers to the table. A workshop is in order to bring all the developers, school board, and other stakeholders to engage in meaningful conversation, great companies like Blue Sky and Shaft. Bring in architects. You guys just came back from the Florida Housing Coalition. Brooks and Scarpa, great workforce housing architects. Foley Brandt right here in town. Let different architects and developers begin to design conceptual property on the 160. Diversity is what we need there, from tiny homes to student dormitories, high-rises, and everything in between. Go into a long-term LoRa and a land use restricted agreement for 99 years. Mexico has it. You don't own the land, but we'll go long-term with you. Have diversity in the concept from different developers and architects. We should have like a village there of the best architects in the country, divided, doing stuff for the fire department, the school board, for you, the county. You can shuttle from the county here all day long. This should be a model for the rest of the country. According to Mark Randgroff's presentation at a recent meeting, his research team, who put the target number together, estimated we have 43,000 workforce units that are short. Who would be helpful? The list is long. First responders, school teachers, tradespeople, hospitality, and so many more. We have a golden opportunity. So let's make lemonade out of lemons on this project. And by the way, Vanessa, you were the only one that voted against it, so kudos to you at the time. So let's make a bad situation great. I think if we put this property in perpetuity, like the Florida Housing Coalition has also engaged the county of great land practices, this is the direction we need to go. I am telling you, this could be a home run for the community. The density, you could probably get 25 or 3,000 workforce housing apartments in there. Plenty of green space. Home run. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item, an item that may appear before this board in the future? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on future agenda items?
Yes, we have some callers. Would caller ending in 589, please press star 6 to unmute.
So caller with your phone number ending in 589, as you press star 6 to unmute, when you start speaking, please start off by stating your first, your last name, and your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Shannon Keever. I am in Manatee County. I'm with Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. And I have a couple of things I'd like to discuss. First off, there's been some concern about the statue, the racist statue that was removed from the courthouse, honoring a Confederate person, that there's been rumblings that could be put back up again. I would like a resolution that you will find a place to put that statue, and a resolution that it will never be put at our courthouse ever again. It is too sensitive of a subject, it's harmful to the community, and it's divisive. It will not help Manatee County citizens in any way, and it would be costly. Also, I've been just, again, dismayed and frustrated with news recently. Chairman, the fact that you in public record called a former commissioner the C word, that I know if I say it right now, you guys will cut me off.
Hey, ma'am, that's not anything that would appear before this board for a vote. It's not on a future agenda at any means. So got to speak with
No.
future agenda
You're not
items.
letting me speak. I want a resolution. I would like a discussion from you about what exactly does accountability, civility, and ethics mean. And yes, that can be put on a future agenda. I would like a definition of what accountability, civility, and ethics means to to the Manatee County BOCC, because again and again and again, I see that you are not fulfilling at least what I think that definition means. And I think it would be a good discussion for the public. Please don't cut me off again. I'm done.
Thank you, caller. Who is our next caller?
Would caller ending in 801. 801, please press star 6 to unmute.
So caller 801, as you press star 6 to unmute, please start off by stating your first, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on an item that may appear on a future agenda before this board.
Good morning, Garen Hoover, Manatee County. Speaking on my own behalf and not on behalf of any candidate or committee, I want to talk about the Coquina Beach Market. This market is a private enterprise and should not be run by our county government. As a Republican, I want less government, not more government. So I respectfully ask all of our Republican county commissioners, please keep this in mind. This should be a private enterprise and not additional government services for Manatee County. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Who's our next caller?
Caller ending in 454. 454, please press star 6 to unmute.
So caller ending in 454, as you press star 6 to unmute, please open your statement by stating your first, your last name, and your county of residence, and then you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Hi, my name is Charlene Gow. The last name is spelled Kow. I'm a Manatee County resident. I want to talk about the Lena Road Musgrave property. I want you to know what kind of planning is being done for the trash, because from what I understand from reading public sources is that the current landfill has about maybe 10 years left of life, and the Lena Road property was actually quite well suited to extend the life of that without having to deal with the cost of hauling trash eastward. And imagine that's where it's going to go, because there's, where is there another trash facility? So, I mean, putting this land on surplus just despite the previous administration or administrators and getting people fired over it was unseemly. But now we have the practical problem of dealing with what are we going to do with the trash? What are you going to do with the landfill? And what kind of vision do you have for where this trash is going to be handled and processed in the future? I would like you to seriously consider that as you try and sell off this property now as to what is actually going to be done with the trash. And that's my comment there. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Who's our next caller?
Would caller ending in 273. 273, please press star 6 to unmute.
So caller ending in 273, as you press star 6 to unmute, please open up by stating your first and your last name, your county of residence, and then you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Hi, my name is Heather Wallace, Palmetto, and I just got the tail end of the water taxi conversation, and it sounds like I apologize if I didn't get it all. I was working, but if we're comfortable subsidizing the water taxi, I don't know how different that is from subsidizing the bus. It's just that if we're subsidizing the bus, it's for possibly low-income workers who are trying to get to work, whereas the water taxi seems to be maybe subsidizing more of a upper income person who's able to take a day off to go to the beach, unless, of course, somebody was working out on the beach, which I do think those passes should be provided by the employer who's benefiting from their labor more than the government. But if we are subsidizing the water taxi because of traffic concerns, that's a different argument. And we may want to start with the transit as a pilot to the beach at Cortez and Manatee and 75th and see if we could increase the ridership so that we don't need to keep fighting about the parking at the beach. But we used to ride it as kids all the time, and it was packed. Also, with the water taxi, it sounded like at the end of the conversation that the presenter mentioned that there would be a stop possibly at the Civic Center after the hotel because the tourists would want to go to the beach. But I know Dr. Hope stated, putting the taxpayer first. There are a lot of taxpayers north of the river. And so the residents, I think the two commissioners from North River, as well as the at-large, those four should definitely be pushing for a stop for residents in Palmetto if we're going to go down the water taxi route. And as far as the beach market, I heard some other speakers. I don't if we want to renegotiate the contract, if you thought that, it was doing too well for your taste, that's one thing. But to take it over and what seems to be successful and then have public employees run it and have vendors saying that they don't want to participate, which would reduce the revenue, seems counter to the conservative principles that the majority of the board campaigned on. And then the last thing, I don't know if there's been any discussion about the permitting issues that have been reported, but if we are going to have a discussion, I think we should, this future agenda items, on the construction work downtown, I think we have to say, put the taxpayers first. Anybody that's gotten a fine for permit violations, that should be waived or they should get a refund. If the county's not following their own rules.
Ma'am, that is an agenda item today. That is an agenda item.
Okay. All right. Some of us work during the day. So, all right. Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any other callers?
That is all the callers we have.
Okay, we're going to close public comment at this time. And we have 3 commissioners on the board: Servia, Whitmore, Bellamy. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. I just want to respond to a few of the comments that I heard regarding the beach market. I hope that as this process transitions, that the county, whoever's handling it here, meets with the vendors, because the vendors are the reason the beach market is successful. And if we can't work with what the vendors need, we're going to have a problem from getting out of the gate. So I also am kind of sorry that the county is taking it over. I don't think that it is a good practice for the county to be running every little business opportunity like that, because in the end, you know what, I predict it'll end up costing us more money than we make. But we'll see. I'm interested in what I've heard. The decision's been made. We go forward. But I do hope that the vendors are engaged in the next steps. To Mr. Craig Fisher, who has now left, I looked back at my email. I actually had 6 emails that I sent to Mr. Fisher, 5 of them while I was on a family vacation and out of the country. So they may have gone to his spam folder, which is why he didn't see them. But I did copy staff, and I was working on his behalf to get him the answers that he needed. One of the callers brought up the ACE philosophy. Do we still have the ACE philosophy? I know that was a prior county administrator.
It's on our wall.
We do still embrace that.
We practice
Okay,
it, but-
I wasn't sure about that. And yeah, the landfill siting, whoever brought that up, yeah, we're behind the 8 ball. And everybody here knows that, and I had a briefing on it this week. That has to be a top priority because it's soon going to become a big problem. Thank you for everyone who called in and who came today to speak.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, the caller is correct. That's what I've been trying to talk to the board about, and it was just a report, so we kind of skimmed by it. We haven't voted on the beach market. We haven't voted on the water taxi. It's been decided by administration. So that's why I brought it up today. It's the process. We haven't said we want to put our money into running this market. So, and again, I don't believe in competing with the private sector on this. So, and Nancy, she did many things in my community when I was mayor, but she's also a cancer survivor and speaks nationally all over. And this girl works really hard. And just to get a letter from our procurement guy to say, you won't be renewed after November, that's how this happened, and that's why we're here today. And I don't think that's very cool, and that's not in our ACE philosophy. Also, Craig, he spoke, and I know it was a controversial proclamation. I even forgot. I think it was something about the FBI, but it doesn't matter. I've voted for every proclamation since I've been up here, even though if I don't agree with it. And Commissioner Van Ostenbridge knows that because we've had a few up here that, he said I figured you would because I know you've never not voted for it. It's how some people feel in the community or some board members. So there is no policy, or if there is a policy, if somebody wants us to read a proclamation, unless it's like flagrantly against the law, we should be reading it because there are citizens that may support it. So is there a policy, and why did we not decide to read it? And have we done it before? And if not, if we have, we need to have a policy that the board decides on, whether we read the proclamations. We may politically not agree with it. That's different. But it's not our place to decide what we want to bring up if the citizens asked us to bring it up, and there's something that's not majorly an issue with our county attorney. And I could see why he was upset. I mean, somebody should have got back to him. That's just professionalism.
I did multiple times, including last night at 11 o'clock.
Well, that's probably because he gave you heck at 11 o'clock?
No, he sent me an email and I responded to it at 11:10.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah. Yeah, the actual FBI proclamation, I read that, and I thought it would just be standard practice, to be honest with you. And when I had my briefing, I asked, what's going on with that proclamation, and the county administrator and I spoke about it. Me, honestly, that kind of touched me a little different, because all of us, we support our sheriff, and we support, all entities of law enforcement that, find ways to protect and serve the very freedom that we are comfortable with. So I want to just go, and I didn't go into it very, very far. And I have military friends that's FBI, and I have people close to my heart, and I just thought this was some standard that would take place. I did not respond back to him because I thought it was just something standard. I'm not sure what happened, and I don't think it's political. If it is, I apologize. That's not my intent. But I honestly thought that it was going to go through. I really did. And it may or may not be. And it may or may not be. But believe it or not, there are a lot of people that are, law enforcement agencies, regardless of the entity, like the FBI, right, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that do a lot of work to make sure, our freedom and our comfort that we have right now is provided. So if someone made the decision because they feel like it's political, I understand that, but I also feel as though I failed the FBI agents that I know personally and the FBI agents that I have built relationships with, because of my military experience. And I did not look into it in any depth. I just communicated with the county administrator and went from there. The Coquina Beach. As leaders, I do think we should look at this from a different focus lens, not to be controversial, but identify, is there an opportunity for us to be in a win-win situation? And what I mean by that is, one of the commissioners actually makes sure that we connect with the vendors, and some of the information that's coming out right now is the conflict on, some of the days, and for them not being compatible.
Yes,
And the word subsidize and keep coming up, but we're going to do beach control, code enforcement, everything like that. That's a part of that, fixed cost that's going to be there regardless. So I'm not necessarily sure if that's something that we can't look at from a different focus lens and massage it. Well, they both can exist. I honestly think with the twist that they've made, I think that's going to be a great opportunity, right? With Crystal and Elliot, they're awesome, but I also think what was already going on was a great opportunity. And I don't know enough information about snags and things like that, but I do know if you if you have something working well and there's another opportunity to enhance it, I think you look at the beaches provided, for 7 days, and there's a lot of opportunity for the two to coexist. And I would just ask for us to look at it from a different focus lens. Currently, we have not voted on it. Currently, there's a lot of work that's being done. But I think
Sorry, with no vote, sorry.
I think if the focus lens change a little bit, it can be massaged, and we can continue to serve the private market, and we also can continue to take this great opportunity that's being extended before us. That's just me, and it may be some details that I don't understand, and I'm not going to speak on that last thing. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, Commissioner Cruz.
Not to drag this on, but I did respond to that one email. I disagree that we should just read off every proclamation presented to us by every citizen. Well, we'll be here for a month. I mean, if you're saying any one citizen of 400,000 people can propose any proclamation under the sun, and we're going to sit here and read them off one by one, you're going to get deluged with hundreds upon hundreds of proclamations, and you're setting a standard that every single one of them has to be stood here and read during our meeting. That's not how proclamations work. First off, it minimizes the importance of the proclamations that we do read, because now all of a sudden it's like first responders, you're right next to Shake Shack Day. Like where do we draw the line? Not that I don't like Shake Shack, bad example, but Craig's proclamation request was an individual citizen. It wasn't tied to thousands and thousands of signatures on a proclamation. It wasn't tied to, here's proof that the public wants this. It was specific to federal entities, has nothing directly to do with Manatee County. It wasn't tied to a holiday. It wasn't tied to a birthday. It wasn't the 100th anniversary of something. And the fact that it was specific to a proclamation for both the FBI and Department of Justice, and it came to us within 48 hours of the Mar-a-Lago incident, with everybody to realize that that was intentionally structured as a gotcha to present to us to say, here, for no reason, not because of an anniversary, not because of any specifics for Manatee County, I want you, this board, to go stand there and make a proclamation supporting the FBI and Department of Justice within 48 hours of Mar-a-Lago. It was way too obviously political to try to convince us to do it for this very conversation. They want someone else up here to say, we should read every proclamation. And that's exactly what happened, because people know how to press our buttons and trigger this kind of conversation to create political stuff that they create and make us look political. So you're playing into the hand of what was being requested.
Yeah, and in defense, staff did bring it to me and place it on my desk, and I simply declined to sign it. Mr. Clegg.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I do want the board to be aware there is a page on the county's website about proclamation requests, and it talks about those that will be accepted and those that will not. And it excludes proclamations for matters of political controversy, ideological or religious beliefs or individual convictions, some other things, events or organizations with no direct relationship to Manatee County. I mean, those things are stated there. I didn't see this one, so I don't know exactly what went into the decision, but that criteria, I do know, was reviewed by the county attorney's office some years ago for First Amendment purposes. I'm not speaking to the proclamation in question, but suppose, to use the most noxious possible example, the American Nazi Party said, we want a proclamation read at the next board meeting. You have to have some criteria in place to say no to those kinds of things. So there is a legal mechanism there, and it has been reviewed by the office. It was the prior county attorney that reviewed it, but I do think it's legally defensible. I'm not speaking to this specific proclamation because I haven't read it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Servia and Bellamy are on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, thank you. And just as we wrap this up on proclamations, thank you for stating that, because I was also going to bring that to the attention of the board. And it's my understanding that anyone can request a proclamation. They can go on and write the proclamation, and it doesn't even have to be presented publicly. It used to be, at least, that there was a choice whether you wanted it presented publicly or not publicly.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And I disagree, Commissioner Cruz. I don't think that we're going to have hundreds of proclamation requests, because it's always been an open forum that anyone can request, and we've just never had that. I do ask that this board honor keeping political proclamations off of the agenda. Now, we've had some initiated by this board, and it's not cool. So, we need to keep all proclamations just to the good of the county and leave politics out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, that's what I thought as far as the process and everything like that, as far as taking place. And thank you for saying that you declined it. I hadn't even gotten there in the political. I just thought about the people that I know from the military and relatives and things like that, and just left from that. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. So then we're going to move to citizen comment on consent agenda. We're on to consent. Gosh, is it almost lunch already? So we're on to the consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like to come forward? I don't have anyone signed up previously to speak on consent. But is there anyone who would like to come forward from the public at this time to speak on the consent agenda? And when you get to the podium, please state your first, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and state the consent agenda item that you're
Sure.
speaking on as well, please, ma'am.
Kathleen Kramer, Manatee County, Agenda Items 71 and 83. I'm here representing Turning Points today, and for many years, Manatee County and Turning Points have been working together to keep Manatee County families from experiencing homelessness.
So Kathleen,
Pardon?
your items are regular agenda items.
Sorry, public hearing.
Yeah, number 70 begins the regular agenda.
Okay,
And
my
so everything
apologies.
after that is regular agenda.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, but you're going
No,
to have to
that's
wait
fine.
until that
Thank
one
you,
is
I
called.
appreciate it.
I apologize.
That's probably for the others. Sorry about that.
Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on a consent agenda item, minus item number 26, by the way, that has been removed from the consent agenda? First and last name, county of residence, you have 3 minutes to speak
Wait a
on your
minute.
specific items.
Okay, thank you. My name is Donna Mathias, County, Manatee County. I'm here regarding item 42, right of entry agreement. If I understand this correctly, the county will be providing office space to a well-established developer. There may be circumstances I'm not privy to, but why would the taxpayers want to supply this space? Are we supplying space to other developers? With the expectation from other developers, will the expectation from other developers be for the county to provide them office space? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
What
I
item was
think-
that, ma'am?
Ma'am, I think the item, you gave us the wrong number, I think.
Well, they've all
But are you
changed.
referring to the
Right of entry agreement.
The what?
entry agreement?
The right of entry agreement.
Who?
Looks like
Item
I
number
put my-
44.
I can't put my
44.
phone.
Well,
Okay, yeah, that's the NDC.
I printed off this yesterday.
That's
so,
okay, that's
yeah.
okay. All right, so it's number 44, Commissioners.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's that about?
Well, we'll finish
Okay.
comment first. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to come forward to speak on the consent agenda? First and last name, county of residence. Sir, you'll have 3 minutes. If you'd let us know which specific item, we'd appreciate it.
Is 65 on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, it's changed. They changed it all since we got to
It
here.
just says 65 is here.
I
that's
know,
all.
maybe
Sir,
yours.
65, you have 3 minutes.
Sorry.
Oh, 65 is an advertised public hearing.
Yeah.
Can't do that as consent, it's presentations.
Want me to go or stay?
I apologize, sir.
Gotta wait, Glenn.
Yeah.
Gotta wait?
Kevin yelled out.
Okay.
Never get mad.
Is there anyone else who would like to roll the dice to see if their item is on the consent agenda? Okay, so 63, I misspoke earlier. So it's 63 is the last item on the consent agenda. So anything up to 63? Okay, can we go to the phone then and see if there's anyone on the phone who would like to speak on an item?
There are no callers at this time.
Okay.
Mr.
We're gonna
Chair.
Close public comment. I have Commissioner Cruz on the board.
This is a major problem. I pulled item 26 because as of last night, it was item 26.
Okay.
And you've renumbered your whole agenda.
I did not, but.
No,
what-
they have.
That's okay.
I don't know
Which-
where it,
okay,
it was
well,
a budget amendment.
We're going to go to Commissioner Cruz for his comments,
Okay.
and you can try and locate your item on the consent agenda.
I don't know where it is.
And then when we find it, we'll pull it. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'll be quick. It's relative to the comment about NDC construction. This isn't really a cost to taxpayers. The second floor of the building next to us, which we refer to as the Merrill Lynch building, is 100% empty. In fact, there's ADA compliance issues, so that's why we don't actively utilize that space. There's no cost to that space. We're not displacing anyone. NDC Construction is building workforce housing directly across the street. There's no setbacks on there. That's City of Bradenton land, and they structured it. Because of that, they don't have a location to put their staff relative to designers and so forth, which you normally put a trailer on site. They don't have access to a trailer location unless they take up lanes downtown to put that with cones, which make traffic even worse downtown. So we worked out an agreement with them to allow them to use excess space in our building that is not currently being utilized. They are paying for all of the upgrades and renovations necessary to utilize that space with no taxpayer dollars. They're providing full insurance for that space. So there's no taxpayer dollars here or staff from the county being displaced to help facilitate a developer building workforce housing in downtown Bradenton in exchange for tying up roadways. So we thought it was in the public's best interest to use our excess space to help them for a short 12-month window of time. Plus, we get slightly renovated space as a result when they move out.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore, have you
First of
located
all,
your item?
who's we authorized? And I don't have a problem with it, but you're saying we authorized, and I know nothing about it until the citizen just came up. So I understand the reason, but come on, guys, communication. I know
Been on the
nothing
agenda
about
since
it.
the very
But
beginning,
she's
ma'am.
just reminding me, first, I say we, meaning the county, because I don't nitpick down to who's in what office every place in this building or what we do with excess space all over the county. I have staff and an administrator, and a lot of people on this board tell us all the time how smart our staff is, how good our staff is, and how we need to rely upon our staff. I rely upon my staff for things that aren't policy related. I try to focus on big picture policy items as a county commissioner. If the administrator and our public works and our property management all decide this is excess space and they work with Ron Allen and NDC to utilize it, I trust them for it. And I did know about it because it's been on our agenda for a week and I've had a briefing since. And that's how I knew about the trailer situation, other things. So I asked questions about things that were on my agenda.
Well, I completely missed it, but again, if this has been worked out with the administrator and staff, would you please let the commissioners know? I have no problems, but I just heard about it from a citizen. Okay, now.
Ma'am, it's on the agenda. It has been
I
on the
know,
agenda.
but I would have rather heard it from the administrator.
You were briefed on the agenda.
Didn't bring it.
2 hours before our meeting.
She's the last.
I do, I had it yesterday, but
Okay.
he missed most of it. He came in at the end because he had an emergency.
Have you determined
so-
which item?
Has this problem.
Have
Yeah,
you?
I'm sure.
you determined which item you would like-
Did anybody find what was item 26 yesterday? And you've changed the whole numeric.
Can you tell us specifically?
It was.
Hold on. I want to get her item pulled.
I've got the floor, be quiet. Okay, it was a budget of 1.9 million, and how much, it was about the Bishop Shelter. Anybody found it on the agenda?
Okay, item 28. We will
Okay, so
pull
it's
item 28.
Did we mess up because we already voted? No.
No, we have not voted, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Okay.
Satcher is on the board. Commissioner
Sorry.
Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to lend a little bit of a olive branch to say, as you look at the agenda, execution of right of entry, I just wouldn't have characterized,
Right.
a loaning office space as right of entry. I mean, it sounds like an easement onto something that, we own a lot of property all over the county. Right. So, which is something that would be absolutely a no-brainer, but it's also, you would never know that that's what, I mean, if you're just looking at it, it's poorly worded, and it would be, I'm just saying, it would be nice to know some things, or even point it out, just to be sure that the public and, is knowing what's coming before us. And the fact that we have great arguments as to why this is a good idea really bolsters the point. So then why not make it more obvious that that's what we're doing? We're not trying to hide anything. This is a good plan for Manatee County. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clegg.
Well, it's called a right of entry because that's the way the county attorney's office recommended we craft it as opposed to an easement. It could have maybe perhaps been titled differently on the agenda, but that was the device we used so that we didn't give them more of an interest than we felt was appropriate for a quick project. I just wanted to add, we have a relationship with this project because we conveyed that land to them,
Right.
and we have a development agreement with them for that project. So there's more here than just somebody came to us and said, hey, can I have some free space? We already had a strong relationship with this project for a valid public purpose. We looked at that carefully when this came through to make sure we were comfortable with it from a legal standpoint.
Yeah, and I mean, since you addressed some of my questions, I appreciate mentioning that that's the legal name for what will be happening. I guess my advice to staff would be when we have a real close county relationship with a project that involves, something along these lines, and the vote was taken before three of us were on the board, maybe, just catching up and say, oh, in 2020, because we were all, going about our lives and not paying attention to every single county vote. And so that's just looking forward. I think that would be a good idea, but you don't have to take my advice. But that would be my advice, is that if, the county voted to give a piece of land to a company to build something next door to the county building 6 months before the November elections and before we were sworn in, mention it to us, and and then we can get on board with the plan that was in place and executing that plan. Not trying to be a hard nose. I don't think that's hard nose. I think that's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we've held public comment. I do have one more commissioner on the board, and then we'll entertain motions after that. She's probably going to state something like we didn't give them the land, we sold it to them for a couple $100,000.
That's exactly, we didn't give it to them, they did pay for it. Oh, sorry. Honey, thank you. Robin, thank you. We did not give it to them. They paid $100,000 for it, and it was their responsibility to demolish it and
Right.
remove all of the waste. So there was a deal made on that, and I can't remember exactly when it was, when we made that.
A few years ago.
Was it March? I can't remember, but I believe it was while you were running for office, or if I'm not
You would have
mistaken.
known.
So, thank you.
And I might add, at no cost to us, they sent all the rats over here to us for free.
And they tore it down, yeah.
That did happen.
Quite
As long
the
as
influx.
not the mold.
Okay, so I think we're ready for motions, Q. I can stop Commissioner Baugh's time there. And so we will be entertaining motions on the consent agenda minus item number 28. Consent minus item number 28.
Motion to approve the consent agenda minus those two items.
Second.
Just one, ma'am, just item number
Oh,
28.
I'm sorry, item number 28. Thank
Numbers
you.
on.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Servia to approve consent minus item number 28, and a second by Commissioner Satcher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, consent minus 28 passes unanimously. At this time, let's go ahead and take up item number 28 then. Commissioner Whitmore,
I
unless you think we should go to
apologize.
lunch, it's 11:57.
No, just real quick,
Your call.
because we'll vote for it, but I just want a commitment from the board. We took 1.9 million out of the East County shelter to put it towards Bishop, and there's 2 million left. And I just want a commitment, is it the intention of the board to still build the new shelter out east? Because there still will be 2 million left in it.
I personally cannot commit to that. I don't,
Yeah, so you guys aren't doing it. I know Vanessa isn't, she never voted for it yet. All right, so I think the public needs to hear that, thank you.
Thought we did.
okay, so then I'll need a motion for, Commissioner Servia first, Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, thank you, Carol, for bringing that up. I do think it's short-sighted to eliminate the East County Animal Shelter, but that is what's being done.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And
Maybe
during
not.
my briefing, I brought this up, and I suggested that if we want to be a no-kill community, we are going to need that East County shelter. And I was told we may not want to be a no-kill community anymore. So, there you go.
Well, I don't know who said that. Was it a member of this board that told you that?
No, it was not.
Okay, just to be clear. Commissioner Baugh, Commissioner Cruz after her.
You know, I am really, this whole day, I have been responding to emails on fake information that was given out, okay? Now I'm hearing that. That is fake information. No one has said anything about not being no-kill. To my knowledge, I've not heard anything about it. Has anybody else up here?
No.
If you have, fill us all in, because
Well,
evidently those two know we don't.
Just so you know, the county administrator said
Excuse
that
me,
to
I have the floor.
But the county administrator
I
said that.
have the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I'm
you.
dialoguing
So,
with you.
that being said, I think we need to stop.
Yeah, we do.
Stop putting false information out there to the public. This has been happening, it's happened earlier today. I've been responding to emails all day about the extension department being gone. That's not going to happen. You know, it's ridiculous. So let's move forward smoothly. As far as the shelter out east, it was said that we were going to wait until we knew exactly what it was going to cost us to run Bishop. So that is exactly what we're doing. Commissioner Whitmore, you know that. You were on this board. You heard it. In fact, it was Commissioner Cruz that said it. So the bottom line is, we did take the money that was there to use now,
That's all I wanted to know.
but
But,
don't be sarcastic.
But
It's
what?
really not
Commissioners,
professional.
Commissioners,
The
finish your
bottom
thought.
line is, is
not
that
gonna
we're waiting to
for it.
see what it's going to cost to run Bishop.
Delay.
We can't do everything all at one time just because you're leaving and you want it done right now. We can't do that. That has been the deal since, I think, wasn't it last year in the budget, Commissioner Cruz? I can't remember, but
Never
I think
had
it
an
was
intention
last
of
year.
voting for it, so don't
It
go
doesn't
there.
matter whether I vote for it or not.
Just be
It was
honest for
approved.
change.
I'll be honest,
So
I
stop
made the
it.
motion to move the money into Bishop to
Right.
expand the capacity of Bishop,
$2
so we
million
would
left.
not need the East County
Why
shelter.
do I
That
even-
is why I
do
did
even
that.
put myself on the board?
Commissioner
Oh,
Cruz,
you don't
you're on the
think we
board.
need the- What did you say?
If we're going to expand Bishop to the point where we can have capacity,
Wrong,
and we
Kevin,
don't
that's
need the East County,
short-sighted. Okay.
and its staff agree with me, actually.
No, they-
Commissioner
oh, I'm
Cruz.
sure they did.
Mr. Chair, could we get back on commissioners waiting to be recognized to speak? Because it's
Well, I
getting to the
just
point where
recognized
the
Commissioner
clerk
Cruz, sir.
will not be able, I know you did, but
Recognize
the other people are
Commissioner Cruz.
talking over you, so I'm
Thank
trying to help you.
Commissioner
so.
Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, we need to calm down, right? I mean, 1 minute we're saying that the county administrator has no authority on anything, and the next minute, like, the county administrator said we're going to do this. Like, pick your battle. Pick which side you're on. If the county administrator doesn't have a right to, or anyone in staff has a right to say we are no longer going to be no kill, not one person. I have not once, in passing, on this dais, in any other thing, or on social media, heard anybody of the 7 of us in any context or form say that they don't intend for us to remain no-kill. So you spout this off based upon some rumor or hearsay or something you thought you heard, or just making it up, God only knows, about somebody from staff or administration, which you just finished saying has no authority to do anything because we set policy. And
That's it.
so I thought she was signaling to me. But you state this as fact, which it's not. We set the policy on something like that. That was voted on by a board here, and it will get voted on in the future on a board here. But to say that, you're just signaling to get hundreds of emails about something that's entirely fictitious. It's not true. I've been fully supportive of no kill from day one. I'll continue to be supportive of it. I was the 4th vote on a previous vote relative to the pets. And relative to those dollars, you're asking us to commit to building something in the future. You guys have had that money there for East County Shelter since 2019, and none of you on a previous board actually built anything. You waited and waited, and now all of a sudden it's like, now we have Bishop. Will you, on my way out the door, will you promise me you'll build something? Why didn't you build it? Well, you had the opportunity and had the votes to do it. We had $4 million because we got Bishop. We used 4 of the $8 million to renovate Bishop, which left us $4 million left. First off, right now, you can barely build a tiny home for $4 million. You're certainly not building a full animal shelter, so we're going to need more funds. And second, we're already moving some money over because last meeting,
We needed it.
Commission, the chair made a motion, whenever it was, a couple of weeks ago or months ago, to move that $4 million to Bishop to expand and further improve Bishop. That was voted on unanimously by this board, including you, Commissioner Whitmore. He very clearly defined what he was doing with that money, which effectively leaves essentially $0 for East County Shelter. So okay, fine, $2 million. Show me plans and specs for a $2 million facility that's independently going to solve a no-kill problem in all of our sport. You can't do it. Right now, we do not have the funds for it. No one's taking it off of a CIP, but it's not being built tomorrow, and you can't expect people to commit to building something in the future without a funding source for it. We're moving the money towards Bishop. You voted in favor of doing that, even if you don't want to admit it.
Okay,
I did vote.
Commissioners, we still have Servia on the board. I am entertaining motions, which it's on the screen here if you want to make a motion to approve. So moved.
I'm on the board.
You're on the board. Click
Thank
your button,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Servia.
Okay, so let's just talk about a few facts, because I like facts, okay? To say that the previous board never did anything and only this board has, that's not true. It takes a long time in government to envision a project and realize a project. So please don't say things like that. It's very infuriating, okay? I mean, this has been on, trying to get a new animal shelter has been proposed for a very long time, and finally realized when the bishops gave this wonderful gift to Manatee County. It does not relieve us from the need of having an East County shelter. You will need that, and as a planner, I'm telling you that don't be short-sighted, and take it off the books, because then you will run into a problem. You will not be able to achieve no kill. Here are the facts from my discussion with the county administrator. So we're operating on facts. What he said is, I'm not sure that we want to continue to keep dogs with all the dog attacks that we've had recently. That was the exact comment during my briefing. So he didn't say we're no longer going to be a no-kill. He just said, I'm not sure that we want to keep all these dogs given the number of dog attacks recently. So those are the facts. But I ask you to please plan for the next 50 years. Always be thinking ahead. This community is growing by 10,000 people every single year. It's not going to stop. You can't plan for just what we need today. You need to plan for tomorrow, okay? So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would just add that the expansion at Bishop, in conversations with Charlie Bishop, no relation, that the expansion there will provide the capacity that we need going 50 years into the future. So, and we've worked that out with staff.
Mr. Chairman?
I now have Baugh, Satcher, and Bellamy on the
All
board.
right.
Is this something we want to continue
Real
to
quick.
do? Commissioner Baugh.
I think with what has just transpired and what the public has had to tolerate, I want to apologize to the public that you're having to sit and hear all of this and go through this, as we have done for months. And at least there's only, I think, 3 more meetings that we will have to endure this. So apologizing to the public. Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher. Would you remove yourself, or do you want to speak? He removes himself. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I was preparing to call the question.
Okay, we're there, sir. We need to do public comment first. Is there anyone from the public? No one has signed up to speak on item number 28, but is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak on item number 28? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item number 28, which was originally listed on the consent agenda?
There are no callers at this time.
All right, we're going to close public comment. No commissioners on the board. We've held public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. Please click your vote. And Commissioner Whitmore is not here, so we'll need to close it out without her on it. Okay, so it passes by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Whitmore not absent. Commissioner Whitmore is absent. Passes by a vote of 6-0. It is 12:07. We will return at 1:30. Hopefully decorum will be improved at that time. We're in recess.
Piece of land that you then develop to be consistent with the development patterns in the area. And the development patterns on both sides are residential. And so the reason that they're asking for this ROR is to have the ability to do commercial development. It does give me some heartburn, the commercial development. I think it has the greatest risk for compatibility issues with the existing neighborhoods. And that's what I'm always here to look out for, those existing neighborhoods. To me, the most appropriate land use here is multifamily residential. That was what was approved in 1995, has now expired. And they can do with the current future land use category. So just food for thought. I think commercial brings in another element that could affect the quality of life for the residents there. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yep, I move to adopt Plan Amendment PA 21-08/ordinance 22-61 as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion by Commissioner Bellamy and a second by Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Baugh is still on the board. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've sat back and I've listened to both sides of this issue, and I can tell you from one standpoint, you know, I think residential and commercial would be a win-win for this property. I wish that, you know, the people would just go ahead and say that, but I guess they're not going to. But I will tell you that Casto, you know, is very successful at doing that in other locations. They've done that on Lakewood Main Street and Lakewood Ranch, and it's a very successful area, so I am hoping that that will come about with the plans, and I look forward to seeing this again. I agree, and I don't normally agree with Commissioner Servio on much of anything, but I do agree this is not infill. So, you know, I will tell you that last night I had a citizen talk to me about how we always approve projects. Well, the bottom line is, sometimes legally, we don't have a choice. I mean, we have state laws and federal laws that we have to abide by, and that puts us in a bind. And that's exactly what I told him. And I said, and if you want to see the laws changed, you need to go to the state and federal levels. Unfortunately, we're not the sole legality here handling this. So anyway, I don't like having citizens that are upset. I think it's very sad, but Commissioner Whitmore is correct, and the hospitals and the medical facilities that are coming that way, and thank God for that. I think the road is a problem, and it's something that we're going to have to take a look at ourselves.
Right.
What I don't like about it is I think the developer should have to pay to fix that road, but we can't do that either. So, there we are. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no further commissioners on the board for deliberation. We've held public comment. We have a motion to approve the motion, the agenda item as written, and we have a second. We'll now hold the vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 All opposed?
Nay.
Mr. Clerk, the motion passes by a vote of 6-1 with Commissioner Servia in opposition. Mrs. DePaul, you would please introduce item number 17. It's on the last page.
Item number 17, approval and execution of land use restriction agreement for Manatee Ventures Incorporated.
Who is here to present? Commissioners, do we need a presentation on this item?
But this
Would
isn't
you-
really a real.
Are any
land use
commissioners
meeting.
requesting an abbreviated presentation?
This is just the lure of
Okay.
Steve Reinhardt
Hearing,
property.
hearing none, then we're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 17? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on 17? No callers either. Then we're going to close public comment, and Commissioners Satcher and Cruz are on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
I move to approve the execution of land use restriction agreement for Manatee Ventures, Inc.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hold your excitement. We're here after lunch on Tuesday, the 13th of September, and we are continuing a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. And we have completed the consent agenda. We are now moving into advertised public hearings, presentations upon request. The first item is item number 64, which is adoption of Resolution R-22-028, which is renaming Softball Field 1 at GT Bray Park, renaming it the Lloyd D. Grantham Field. Commissioners, does anyone need a presentation on this item? Commissioner Servia would like a presentation. Who do we have here from staff to present?
I think Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Bishop. This was my item way back in the day. I thought we'd voted on it twice, but I guess we haven't.
Yeah, Charlie Bishop, Director of Property Management and Deputy County Administrator. Unfortunately, I'm not prepared to give a presentation. I thought this was a no-brainer.
That's okay, I can speak briefly on it. So, Mr. Grantham originally started the Senior League Softball back in, I believe, 1991. And Senior League Softball reached out to me as the district commissioner and asked if we could name Field 1 after Mr. Grantham, as he was in declining health. And after hearing the whole story and getting his bio, I thought it was a great idea. I did bring it to the board in, I believe, a workshop at first and presented it to them then. Got a lot of bobbing heads, so we brought it to the board in a meeting later, voted on it, it was approved, but apparently it requires 2 readings and votes. We have, since that first vote, the sign has been hung, and Mr. Grantham was there for that, thankfully, and then he passed away a few weeks after. So he was there, so that's all good. So now today is the second hearing and the second reading and the second vote. Commissioner Servia is on the board.
Yes, thank you. No, I appreciate that backup. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, it's been a while, so I figure everybody kind of forgot about that. So then we'll go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item number 64? All right, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in?
There are no callers at this time.
No callers at this time. We're going to close public comment. Mr. Clegg would like to speak.
Mr. Chair, I just have one very quick comment, which is that it was pointed out to me that there's a reference in the resolution in the third paragraph to a prior resolution, and that should be R-20-153. So when the board is prepared to move it, they can move approval of the resolution with the scrivener's error correction read into the record by the county attorney.
Okay, and so we have a motion by Commissioner Satcher. Commissioner, do you agree to the correction to the scrivener's error as read by the county attorney?
So moved.
Okay, and I seconded it, and I agree as well. I think we're ready to move forward with the vote. Q? Commissioners, if you go ahead and vote on this item now. Now you want touch screen. Okay. I think we're good. Carol, do you want to vote on Lloyd Grantham Field real quick? What would you, on your computer, ma'am?
You do.
It should be right up for you. Are we all in?
You're present. You have to vote unless you.
It has not shown on my screen yet. There we go. So it passes by, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 7-0. We are then going to move on to item number 65, which is the adoption of Resolution R-22-149, naming of the county's Canaan Park, which is not actually the proper name, but sort of known as, to Governor Ron DeSantis Park. Do we have anyone from staff here to present? Well, is a presentation needed, first of all? We've sort of gone over this endlessly. Commissioner Servia would like a presentation. Is there anyone here from staff to present? Mr. Bishop.
I have no presentation to present.
Commissioner Servia.
Mr. Chair, it's in the board documents.
There are attached documents, that's true, and it's been presented prior to. Correct. Commissioner Servia, do you have any comments then?
I do. Yes, thank you very much for the floor. So I'll start by saying that I was really encouraged today when I heard Commissioner Baugh say that transit is not political. Let's remember, neighborhood parks are not political either. My goal when hosting a naming contest for the new District 4 park was to bring local families together, especially the children, and allow them to participate in naming their new park. You know, after all, they would be the ones walking their dog to the park. They would be the ones playing pickleball, having a weekend picnic, or just taking a stroll around this fitness trail after dinner. But sadly, this fun contest that I put together was hijacked for political reasons during a campaign. So the game was to have Republicans at the REC log in during a meeting, because we had set up a place where people could log in and vote. And everyone was asked at the REC meeting, over 100 people, to please go in there and suggest that we name it Governor Ron DeSantis Park. And a lot of people did. Now, Governor Ron DeSantis is seeking re-election, also a candidate. So look, my goal, or the goal at that time, I think, of this team was to use that against me to support my opponent, as he and his supporters laughed about how they had taken this opportunity away from me, and would try to show that he loved the governor more than I love the governor. And that was the game that was played. And while this was never intended to be a popularity contest, it became one. And some of you, even on this board, changed my rules and made it a popularity contest. I feel this is very embarrassing to our community. This was ridiculous. And now, before you start accusing me of not liking Governor DeSantis, I do. I like Governor DeSantis very much and support him, and have financially supported his campaign. But I like a lot of people that I wouldn't suggest we name a neighborhood park after, okay? This also leads me to say that I think this board needs a policy going forward on how they name public facilities. I have never seen so many naming opportunities as I have in the last 2 years. And, you know, generally speaking, you look to name a public facility after someone who has given positive, substantial contributions, and also that has passed away. Usually the person is dead. You don't want to have to rename a facility, and that's why it's done after someone has passed away, normally. So look, I suspect that this board today is going to vote to name this park Governor Ron DeSantis Park. But here's what I ask that we also do when we take that step. Prepare for the extra security that you're going to need, because this is going to invite vandalism. I'm sorry, but that's going to happen. We have already received many, 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 many emails, not one of them in support, all of them begging this commission not to name this little neighborhood park after Governor Ron DeSantis. So be prepared. We're going to need more budget money to clean up the graffiti and the vandalism that will undoubtedly occur. Now, I've been told that we're about to institute armed guards at some of our parks, so maybe we'll have an armed guard here to protect the Ron DeSantis sign. But I ask, is that where we want our money spent? And also, is this the image that we want to present to one of our tourism capitals of the world right here, that we need to guard this sign so that someone doesn't vandalize it? I ask you today to please step aside from the political game. You won. It worked. Please don't name this neighborhood park after Governor Ron DeSantis, not because he's not deserving of it, but because it's just inappropriate. Just like the Jesse family who was here with the 4 kids who are homeschooled suggested to you. It's just not the right name. We had so many good names, over 300 of them. Prospect Park, Snooty's Park, a name that would make sense. We don't need for it to be political. So, and as you said, Commissioner Baugh, transit's not political. Neighborhood parks aren't political. And as you always say, it's always right to do what's right. So let's do what's right. Let's name this park after something else. Thank you.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Mr. Chair, for some weird reason, I still have on the, who's Spencer Fogel?
That's me.
So
Oh, to speak?
He has signed
Oh,
up to
okay,
speak.
I'm sorry,
ma'am.
because this whole system's
that's
kind
okay.
of screwy.
The
Okay, I'm
under-member
going, wait a minute, I
speakers-
keep hitting up, trying to hit my button. Okay.
Commissioner, under member speakers, there's two silhouettes, and the top one is members of the public, and below that is members of the board.
Oh, well, I have 0 under mine, I guess, because you took me off.
just-
Okay,
well, I have you
sorry
on,
about that.
but yeah.
First of all, I totally believe in rules and following rules, whether we like them or not. So, there was a vote taken, whether it was done, which we all are aware of how it was done. Also, before that part was done, there were still more votes with DeSantis's name on it. So, this was totally political. Commissioner Ball went outside her district and pushed to have this brought up on an issue during a campaign. This was totally, and if she says anything different, she's not being truthful as usual. We needed to follow, we don't have rules to follow, but I'd be embarrassed, and I said this at a meeting, and I was embarrassed that we would name this little teeny park with a cell tower on it after our governor. I have signs in my yard. I support the governor, but I'm going to support it because we're following the rules, even though we all know how this all happened, and it was try to pressure everybody to vote for this, and shame on us. We're taking the business away from the county and making ourselves, again, look like fools statewide. So I will vote for the park because according to what was given to us at the meeting, before it went to the REC and other places, the majority was Governor DeSantis, and even the Jesse family said it was. Even though you may not like it, I believe in following the rules. But I do not appreciate how it went down, and that just shows how evil politics are now. That's all.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing Vanessa Baugh did is ask to have it put on the agenda to follow the rules that Commissioner Servia put together in the first place. I did not take anything to the REC, to the Republican Party. I was not part of that. I didn't do any of that. But thank you for giving me the credit. I will certainly take that in honor of our governor, but the credit is not due to me, I must tell you. But as far as what we name different things, we named Bill Galvano Parkway. We named the Bob Graham
He gave us $20 million.
Skyway Bridge. Joe Biden has a rest stop in Delaware named after him. Nobody seems to have a problem with that. Christy Whitman in the 90s.
That's bad, George.
I know, it's
Bad.
ridiculous.
That was bad, George.
In the 90s, Christy Whitman named something after Howard Stern. So, I appreciate the credit coming to me for naming of this park, but I can assure my colleagues, and most of my colleagues know the truth and know that it wasn't all me, but, if you want to go there and blame me, that's fine. I do support naming the park the Governor Ron DeSantis Park, because I think in the last couple of years, he has truly earned that right in Manatee County. He has done a lot of great things. He kept a lot of businesses open, which made it easier for our citizens to pay their mortgage, their rent, whatever the case may be. He's done some great things in our state and in Manatee County. So I will be supporting the motion. In fact, I'll go so far as to say, Mr. Chairman, when you're ready, I'll be happy to make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, and it looks to have been seconded by Commissioner Satcher. We'll continue moving through the board. Commissioner Cruz has not spoken yet, so he's the only one on the board that has not spoken, so I'm going to go to him first. Commissioner Cruz? I'm just trying to give everyone an opportunity. The others have told us where they stand and how they'll vote and everything else.
I don't really stand anywhere. It's name
Oh,
of
we
the
did?
park.
Oh, okay.
Look, we've been through this, and I'm not taking anyone's side on this. I'm taking my own side on this because this is the third time we've had the same conversation.
Mhm.
Like, you always hear this 80-20 rule or 20% of your time accomplishes 80% of your stuff. Well, we're the opposite here. We spend 80% of our time doing 20% of real stuff, and the rest of it is just rehashing everything endlessly on meaningless things. We had this discussion about whose fault it was and how it got hijacked the first time this came up. I'm not taking your side either. I'm taking no one's side.
Thank you.
And then it came back again, and we all voted on it. Even people who were saying don't vote on it, voted on it to make this resolution, to bring it back here today. And now it's back here for effectively a formality. But we don't have a presentation. This was effectively voted on already, where we voted to make this resolution so we can administratively pass it based on the rules we put in place and move forward with it. And now for the third time, we're rehashing who hijacked what and what happened at REC meetings and how this happened. We've been through this. Everyone always says, well, we're making a mockery or we're looking bad for we make ourselves look bad because we keep rehashing things for no reason. This discussion is about, are we going to name this park Governor Ron DeSantis Park or not? How we got here is immaterial now because we've all heard it ad nauseum. It's been written about in the papers. We've discussed it on here. Let's just focus on the task at hand because we have an incredibly long agenda and we have a budget meeting later today, and we're not going to resolve anything. We all know this because we've had this conversation twice. We've tried twice to resolve something and unsuccessfully. The third time's not going to win. I promise you we're not all going to come to a consensus about how this survey was conducted. Everyone has their opinion. Let's just move on. It's naming a park. We voted on making this resolution. Let's just vote on the resolution and move forward. Unless you have something to say specific about the name of the park that's unique and different. I don't see why we're expending more of our time, our staff's time, taxpayer time, or the public's time discussing this for the third time.
Very well said, Commissioner Cruz. Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore, do you have anything new to add to the conversation?
Yes, I do. First of all, why aren't we naming it Premier Governor DeSantis Park? That's our newest, most important jewel in Manatee County, and yet we picked this little, I'm sorry to offend anybody, but this little park with a cell tower and a bunch of weeds. And it was totally unethical. It was a ploy from the commissioner that brought it up. It wasn't her district. It was not her district. And I can't imagine me going in that district to do something, or anybody going in your district and doing something. You wouldn't put up with it for a New York second. But it already happened and the votes happened, so let's move on. But it was very unethical and very disappointing in politics on how all this happened, but I'll vote for it.
Commissioner Servia, do you have anything new to add?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So, George, the board's policy is that we have to have you have to vote first to do a resolution and second to bring it back, and you're aware of that. And so you guys can change that if you don't like it. But I would hope that you don't, because the public needs an opportunity to be involved. The work that we do here is for the public. It's not for the convenience of these board members to hurry up and get out of a board meeting. It is for the benefit of the citizens who live here. But you can change it, and the board probably will change it. Look, some have argued that Commissioner Baugh started all this as an effort to gain favor with the governor because he's going to be ruling on her ethics charge. She's going to trial in November. And she can laugh about that, but that's a real issue. Just because we voted one way, Carol, you don't always have to vote the same way. But I respect that you can do whatever you'd like to do.
Yep.
This is a neighborhood park. When I set up the contest, the rules were that everybody would give their names. It was never a popularity contest. And the District 4 Citizens Coalition on Growth would review the names and come up with the top 5. The top 5 that they liked, not the most popular names, the top 5 that they thought were good names for this community park. And that Citizens Coalition on Growth that I established is made up of residents of District 4 from all parts of District 4, the people who will use the park. So that was the process. When the process was hijacked, all of a sudden it became a popularity contest. It's not a popularity contest, but that's what they turned it into. So I hope that some of you board members reach deep inside for some integrity and do what's right for the community and let the people of District 4 name this park. And don't create a name that is going to be so divisive. I love Governor Ron DeSantis. I support him. But this is not the way to honor him. What this is going to do is divide our community.
Commissioner Satcher, you're the last one on the board, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is our third time speaking about this. And when we talk about, let me just go through a couple of issues that have been brought up today. First of all, never will I make a vote because I'm afraid that some extremist may walk out there and become a vandal or threaten violence or anything else because of a decision that we make. That's not the way we should make decisions. In fact, that invites people on the extremes to be more violent because you're giving them their way, to do more vandalism because you're giving them their way. I'll never do that, and I don't think this board should ever either. Ron DeSantis in just these past 4 years has increased teacher pay. He just sent out his second round of $1,000 checks to our first responders. The first one came a year ago, trying to help our first responders and backing the blue. He kept Florida open when other states were closed, mercilessly closed. You didn't see any politicians coming forward and saying, we have to shut down for safety's sake, but as long as the business owner isn't getting a check, I don't want to get a check either. I'm going to donate my check to the local food bank. I never saw that in the news a single time. So politicians and bureaucrats were taking their money while hardworking Americans were staying at home, forced to stay at home without their living. And he stood up to that. He kept churches open. He passed a rule to stop adults from teaching kindergartners extreme CRT and sexual theory. And for some reason, people were upset about that. Some people apparently are going to be upset no matter what good things you do. And if this is an uncomfortable situation, I think the reason is not that anyone has gone beyond their purview. I think the reason is maybe what's been done to the voters was that they voted for one person, but they sent another person to office. And so they were surprised, and it puts people in awkward positions. But regardless, this is the right thing to do. And people have multiple times said, well, this park is not going to be grand enough to fit with the name. And if I thought that was their only true objection, then that might be a conversation worth having. But I don't believe it's their only true objection. But I'll say this, we've got lots of things in the works and coming forward. Other parks that we're going to have opportunity to name. And so if we decide later on that we have a grander park and we want to revisit this, we can make adjustments. But for now, this is the park that's before us. This was the solution and the idea that came from the citizens, and I'm excited about voting on it today, and most of all, I'm excited about having the best governor in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, well said, and hopefully we'll name something after President Trump soon. Commissioner Whitmore, you're next on the list.
Well, Commissioner Satcher, you just said what I've been trying to say since day one. I support DeSantis, and again, there's a sign in my yard, I support him. A lot of my neighbors don't like it, but it's there anyway, I don't care. But you just said what I exactly said. You can't change the park and get him another one. That's why I said from day one, it should have gone to our newest park, our grandest park, if you wanted it to, because it really hasn't even been established yet, would have been Premier. So as we all know, this was totally political, because I'm embarrassed really for him to have this little park. But it's already happened if you guys want that. If you guys want to hold off and name him after Premier, that's what I said at the last meeting. And hearing about guards at parks, I want to know if that's going on later on, and how much is that costing us, and what parks are we guarding? Because again, none of us have heard that if it's true.
Okay, no other commissioners on the board to speak. Let's do public comment. We have one person signed up for public comment. Spencer Fogel is signed up for public comment. He looks like a fellow blue teamer from Leadership Manatee.
Blue team, go blue.
So, sir, what you'll do, so,
Oh, because
if you participated in Leadership Manatee, you'll understand the team color
yes,
symbolism.
one or the other.
So,
Into 4 teams.
Yeah.
Mr. Fogel, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this specific topic. Please start out by stating your first, your last name, and your county of residence.
Sure, thank you. So my name is Spencer Fogel. I am from Manatee County. I've lived here for the last 5.5 years. And I'm asking commissioners to please reject this resolution to name a county park after Governor Ron DeSantis. Mr. DeSantis is in the midst of a deeply divisive election for governor while also traveling the country to raise money and raise his national profile by speaking at campaign rallies. Mr. DeSantis has garnered popularity nationally among Republican voters, in large part because of his partisan political beliefs and his confrontational tone about media coverage. Naming a county park after Mr. DeSantis would no doubt please Republican partisans and his supporters, but it would also overlook a substantial segment of the local community. Public parks in Manatee County aren't just visited by individuals who would like to celebrate Mr. DeSantis. These parks are used by Democrats, independents, nonpartisans. They're used by children who can't vote and by individuals who don't vote because they are so frustrated by partisan politics. I don't oppose naming public schools, airports, parks, or whatever else you have in mind. I think it's important to celebrate individuals with immense honors for their contributions to the community. The input, however, should come from multiple segments of the community and should be considered when bestowing these honors upon potentially divisive individuals. The resolution highlights Mr. DeSantis' participation as captain of his varsity baseball team and innumerable positive contributions, but conveniently omits his more partisan actions, which cast doubt on his integrity. Here's what didn't make the cut. Mr. DeSantis signed a bill which banned transgender girls and women from participating in middle school, high school, girls, and college sports. Mr. DeSantis signed Don't Say Gay into law. Mr. DeSantis revoked Disney's special district status after the company denounced Don't Say Gay. Mr. DeSantis blocked $35 million of state money for the Tampa Bay Rays spring training facility after the team tweeted against gun violence. Mr. DeSantis recently said this of Dr. Anthony Fauci, quote, "I'm sick of seeing him. Someone needs to grab that little elf and chuck him across Potomac." Oh, wow. It would be a disservice to the community for the county commissioners to proceed with this naming process based on the whims of a narrow segment of quick mobilizing partisans who hijack the process. My suggestion would be to name the park after President John Quincy Adams. Prior to his presidency, Mr. Adams was Secretary of State and negotiated the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 that negotiated the purchase of Florida from Spain and could provide our community with a reason we could all be proud.
Right on time.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item number 65?
We have 4 raised hands at this time. Caller ending in 589, 589.
Caller ending in 589, as you press *6 to unmute your phone, please open up by stating your first, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this specific item.
Shannon Keever. I'm in Manatee County. I'm the communication director with Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. I have an objection to naming the park after Ron DeSantis. Honestly, the last person who spoke had some very poignant things to say that I would say I agree with everything he said. Also, it's just another thing with Manatee County that is going to put us on the map as an embarrassment to the rest of the country, the rest of the state. You know that Ron DeSantis is not a popular governor. Yes, I understand that those who love him really, really love him. But we have trans people, we have LGBTQ people in District 4. We have people who
are going to be hurt by the policies that have been put in place by Governor Ron DeSantis. We don't even know if he's going to be a second-term governor. He only won by a narrow margin in Florida. And what specifically has he done for Manatee County specifically that would warrant his name being on a park? It just doesn't make any sense. It should be for kids. This should have been, it's like we took a fun thing that we ruined. I mean, why can't we have nice things in Manatee County? I mean, I don't know why Vanessa's bringing up Joe Biden being named in Delaware and nobody having a problem with that. Do you really know that? Did you go and ask the citizens in Delaware? Who cares about Delaware? I care about Manatee County. You seem to care more about a governor who doesn't know who you are because of your ethics violation. Don't name this after Ron DeSantis. We could name it Veterans Memorial Park, name it after Christopher Cobb, name it after Snooty, name it after something that the children want. Just stop embarrassing us. Stop dividing our county. Why do you want everybody in our county to hate each other? I don't understand it. It makes no sense. It's pathetic. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Who's next?
Caller 287. 287.
All right, caller 287, please press star 6 to unmute your phone. Open up by stating your first, your last name, and your county of residence. And then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this topic.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Hello?
Caller?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you now. First and last name, county of residence, please.
Thank you so much. Katie Sammons, Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. I am a resident of Manatee County, last 20 plus years. I'm calling in to echo a lot of the same sentiments, but I'm not even going to bring up Governor Ron DeSantis. I feel like this was a very big missed opportunity to pay homage to our veterans, to our armed forces, to those who didn't make it home. 2 days ago was 9/11. And I saw recognition from just about all of you on your Facebook, on your social media, about how important it was to remember and to pay respects and to have pride in our country. Commissioner Bellamy, you're a veteran. Thank you for your service. To the Fsfasd, y'all are backing people very hard on their veteran status. And here we have our governor being used as a tool for whatever goes on between y'all. My boyfriend's a veteran. He served 7 years defending our country and our freedoms, and he came home. You know how many don't come home? You know how many friends I have in high school whose friends signed up and they never came home? And to know that this was just overlooked, because y'all really want this park to be named after our governor. I don't know. It's a different kind of disappointing, I think. Usually I get mad at y'all when I'm disappointed in your actions. This time it's just 100% disappointment. We've got over 34,000 veterans in our county, and they weren't considered. That's it. I hope y'all have a great day and figure this out. And I hope that you start listening to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Who's our next caller?
Caller ending in 445. 445.
All right, caller ending in 445, please press star 6 to unmute your phone and open up by stating your first and your last name and your county of residence.
Glenn
Then you'll have 3
Gibolina
minutes.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina for the record, resident 40 years.
Can't hear you, Glenn.
Was painted.
Glenn, speak up a little bit, please.
The boat was painted. Simple as that. The boat should, we've been there 3 times. Guess what? You failed 3 times.
We can't hear you, Glenn.
I wrote a letter. What?
Glenn, if you could go closer to your microphone, we'll give you one more chance. At that point, we're going to have to let you go because we can't hear a word you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, if
Better.
you stay like that.
It's better.
Yes, keep hanging your head out the window or
All right,
whatever you're
can you hear
doing.
me
It's
now?
working. Yes, sir.
It's working. All right, so the boat was painted. You got it wrong 3 times. It's unbelievable that we're moving forward. I wrote a letter on the 22nd. It was signed by the governor's office. I haven't heard a response, but I would hope that he will decline the county's offer on that. Now, I guarantee you, if one of you or Dr. Hopes wrote the exact letter I did, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would hold off until we heard from the governor. So that's what I'm going to ask you to do. I sent you a copy of my letter. Unfortunately, I had to go back to work, but I'm going to read the letter. Dear Governor DeSantis, Florida loves you as a governor, Manatee loves you, and District 4, where I live, loves you as a governor. Here's the dilemma. Citizens from District 4 are concerned about our local park being named after you. I have been a District 4 for over 40 years. The park's only a few blocks from my house. For decades, we've always called it Canaan Park. And guess what? We don't care if you call it Timbuktu. We are always going to know it as Canaan Park. I don't care what sign you put up there. This was a county-wide survey that had no valid reason to pick a park, to name a park in District 4. Local parks should be named by local community in which folks that will be using it. So we mean no disrespect. We want our local District 4 voices to be heard. Thank you so much. I haven't heard back from him, but I assume that I will. And you're going to be there with egg on your face after he says, you know what? The citizens of District 4, Glenn wrote me a letter, and you know what? You're right.
Glenn.
It belongs to the local community. So I'm going to decline at that time, right? We've got plenty of time. That park's not going to be done for another year. We need to table this. We need to open real conversation with the governor and the citizens of District 4 and rethink this mistake before you continue to make a disastrous decision on this park, because it's going to leave a very bad taste in the citizens' mouth, at least in District 4. Think about that next election time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller. Well timed. Next caller.
Caller 268.
Caller 268. As you please press star 6 to unmute your phone, we ask that you open up by stating your first, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this topic.
Well, I have a much louder voice, so I want to make sure you guys are not having audio issues with me.
We can hear you loud and clear. First, last name, county of residence.
Perfect. Andrew Griffin, Manatee County activist. I love the name Ron DeSantis. You know, I'm very of Ron DeSantis. You know, I really feel at this point, if people aren't going to a park because of a name of a park, they need to look at themselves as opposed to the name of the park. That's a little petty, in my opinion. I know that people have had some stabs up here for, you know, wonderful commissioners like Vanessa Baugh. And, you know, for somebody like me, if you don't like being disrespected or name called or things thrown up in your face, why don't you lay off just a little bit? Some people are saying that this is a divisive decision. If this is such a divisive decision, especially this particular commissioner, or people respected this commissioner's particular stance on it, she probably wouldn't have been voted out. So I think we should move forward with this. If you guys, I don't agree with Glenn on this particular thing where we should table it. I know it's probably going to make people hot under the collar, but that's just my personal preference. But I do like this, and I don't think people are not going to go to a park because of its name. I think if it's utilized, it will be utilized. It will be beautiful, and it's going to be Manatee County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any other callers?
Yes, we have 3 raised hands at this time.
Three raised hands. Okay, go ahead.
454.
I thought he was saying there were 4 and then 5. So caller 454, please press star 6 to unmute your phone, and then open up by stating your first name, your last name, your county of residence.
My name is Charlene Gow, spelled Kow. I'm a Manatee County resident. I'm a District 4 resident, and I am also a veteran. I just want to reiterate my position from the last time. I don't believe that it's appropriate to name parks and things after people that haven't even completed one term of service. Aside from the potentially divisive stuff, I mean, it's just you lose the opportunity to have a more meaningful naming process that has a much closer tie to Manatee County. You know, it could be snooty, it could be for veterans, it could be for specific Manatee County veterans, it could be for people that are, you know, have a long history of service in Manatee County. You know, there's plenty of great options that were out there, and it did not need to be for someone who has not even completed one term of service and has not really done anything in particular that is specifically benefiting Manatee County, that is outside of just doing your job. So please, there's no real urgency to this. I support Glenn's idea of tabling it because it won't even be complete for a year. This is not an urgent matter, and the fact that this is a blatantly political move from people that are even outside of this district is just, it's unseemly again. So just give it a rest, give it some time, at least let the governor complete his first term before you go in with this fawning, obsequious action over a small dog park, which, I hope that he responds to Glenn and says that he'll decline, because honestly, you really could do better if you really thought he was like the best thing next to sliced bread and deserved a park or some other public facility while he's still living. Anyway, that's it. And as for the whole Delaware thing, Biden's a fossil and he's been in office for 40 odd years. Doing something for Biden is still unseemly, but less unseemly than a not even completed first-term governor. That's all I have to say. Thanks. Please just put it off. It doesn't have to be done right now. Thanks.
Thank you, caller. Who is our next caller?
998.
All right, caller 998, please press *6 to unmute your phone, and then open up by stating your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Can they speak up?
Hi, my name is Stacy Jesse, and I'm a resident of Manatee County, and I'm here with my kids. Guys, say hi. Hi. We couldn't make it today, but wanted to call in. I think, as most of you know, we don't have a dog in this fight. We don't live in District 4, and we weren't even aware of the competition when it was announced. We never did vote. But this was the first issue that we decided to engage in when we first started studying Manatee County government. And it was a great issue. We're on our way to Buffalo Creek Park right now. I just pulled off the road when it was our turn. And we go to county parks all the time. So, hey, one of the things that local government does is they get to decide on park names. That's something my kids could relate to. So let's learn the process of government. And we must have watched and rewatched the county's video. It was on the county's website, and explaining the process for choosing a name and how that would work. And we looked at the criteria. And so they had to try to do it like they thought their local government would do it. And as you know, they did their video, they presented. We had a fantastic day visiting with you guys that day at the county commission meeting. But I've got to say it's frustrating. My kids knew they were going to do their presentation and that was going to be it. But they wanted rules. Their mom stressed them, if you want to engage in government, you got to know the rules and play the game. And my only critique would be, it'd be nice if there was more established criteria. I was looking at Resolution R 20-153 on the county's website, and that's where the criteria was established for naming county parks. And let me read. Section 2 says, eligibility requirements for individuals and organizations will be based upon demonstrated integrity, contribution to the community, patriotism, and such criteria as may come from time to time be established by the Board of County Commissioners. So obviously DeSantis meets that criteria. I don't have a problem with that, but I would love for our board to come up with additional criteria so that when kids or citizens want to get involved, the process is clear and they know what you all are looking at when the decision is made. I think that's all we had, right, guys? Yeah. All right. Have a great afternoon, and we hope to see you guys at the meeting again soon.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you, Jesse family. Have a good day at the park.
Bennett Park.
Okay, who is our next caller?
582.
Caller 582, please press *6 to unmute your phone, and once you've done that, open up by stating your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll be allowed 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, my name is Sarah Parker. I'm the president of Women's Voice of Southwest Florida. I'm a Sarasota County resident. I want to agree with almost every caller that's called here, and I think a lot of people have said, let's just table it. Like Shannon mentioned earlier, this could have been something fun. All of us could have been laughing and joking about the different names that came up. I'm more interested in how we got the data, like how many users entered it in? Was there a limit that they could do it? Did you guys track IP addresses to make sure of that? Even more so, I'm more interested in the fact that you guys are refusing to name it after a veteran. You're refusing to name it after an activist or hero. Why won't we name it after one of the first Black commissioners in Manatee County? That would be good. And it's Manatee County. That would be good in a way to honor it. Just like you want to bring the Confederate statue back. Why not name it after someone that's Black and was a leader? Why not name it Glenn Jubilee Park? He goes there all the time. He's always advocating. You guys can name it from activists in the community now to the past. You're choosing this to further cause divisiveness when we could all be getting along. Like, that's the whole point. Like, we don't come at you guys unless you're doing something stupid or idiotic or you're being a child. And like Cruz said, you guys are wasting time. I've literally had to we're all wasting time because we have to sit around and listen to you guys bicker back and forth instead of getting anything really done. Like, I've seen you guys just consistently not get things done. It's discouraging. And, now that you guys have quote unquote won, I hope that in November, maybe you guys will actually start getting back to work. I say you should probably table it. I think that there are better things you guys can be talking about and debating about. I'm sure there's better things. The statue would like to go on rambles about being a Christian, but yet voting no for free buses. I'm sure you guys can find better time. So I hope you have a great day. I'm going to get back to work to make sure no one like you guys are elected again. Have a good day.
Have a great day, caller. Is there anyone else that has called in?
That was the last raised hand for this item.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. I will just clarify a couple things really quickly. The park is being named after a veteran. Governor DeSantis is a veteran, served in Guantanamo Bay. And secondly, I would say that IP addresses were checked and verified, so you can only make one vote from, your device or whatever you call it. You could go to anybody can go to different places and make votes, I suppose. That's always a way around everything. But it was one vote per person was the attempt. And lastly, I would just say, well, not even lastly, I would say a couple things here. One, when you have a survey and you do like a poll and you have people vote on things, I've heard people say it shouldn't be a popularity contest. That's quite literally a popularity contest, okay? You're having people vote on who they should choose. The same thing with prom king and, so on and so forth. It is a popularity contest. And I think some people it could have been a fun thing. I heard that comment a couple times. This could have been a fun thing, but I think it was a fun thing for the people the person they voted for won. It just wasn't fun for the people who, voted for someone else and that didn't win. And I'm sorry that's the case. But that's, it's the way it goes in life. There's winners and there's losers. And sometimes you win your poll or your survey or whatever, and sometimes you don't, and that's the way it goes. Sometimes you just lose. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, the comments that Commissioner Satcher made really, to think that we may change it to another better, newer park kind of bothers me a little bit because this is going to be the park or not. And Governor DeSantis did close bars for 3 weeks because Joe Harris, a bartender down in South County, he probably emailed me every day, and I had to lead him into how to get some monies to recover for the business that he lost for like 3 weeks. And I don't care. I supported it because if you've had a few drinks, you get a little too close to people. And with COVID going around, I was very supportive of it. After listening to everybody, I feel that Governor DeSantis was used as a pawn in this, and I think Commissioner Baugh is the reason why, is because of her ethics violations. Somebody brought that up, and we brought that up at previous meetings. So we're using a good governor that's probably going to be president someday for this little Manatee County. We're just using him in a park, and I keep saying, it's just a little teeny park with a cell tower on it and weeds. And I'm sorry, I think it's an embarrassment. So I don't know what I'm going to do right now. But after listening to public comment, we totally used him as a pawn in this. And I heard that somebody called this office. He said, oh, great. Well, they hadn't seen it. They don't know what we made it into. So I think a park like Premier or one of the new parks, I guess Satcher's thinking about in North County. But, the election's over. Who you wanted to win won, and they did a poll on their Facebook and got everybody voting for it, and that's cool. That's how everything works. They won. Do we really want to honor our governor in this little teeny pocket park, or do you want to honor him in another newer park that's being built?
Commissioner Bellamy, you've not weighed in yet, sir.
Yeah, I want to go on record. The respect that I have for the governor is at a level that no one up here will ever understand. And what we have in common is that we both are veterans. And regardless of what branch that you serve in, making the decision to serve your country is a very, 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 very difficult decision to make. It was for me, shall I say. But I made it, and I made it through, and I thank God for that. I just want to share something with you all. On April 6, 2004, serving during the Operation Iraqi Freedom, Marine PFC Christopher R. Cobb from Bradenton, Manatee County, at age 19, assigned to the 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, 1st Marine Division, I Marine Expeditionary Force Camp, Pendleton, California, was killed by hostile fire in Iraq. The ultimate sacrifice. When we start talking about naming a park after someone, you think about that commitment, taking nothing from the governor, but to give the ultimate sacrifice, serving your country, this community, that park, and all listening, knowing that this individual served our country and gave the ultimate sacrifice, when we start talking about naming things, why wouldn't he be considered? He did live in District 4?
Yeah, he's on 34.
Oh, well, now we have more information on the
Flag
table.
in the yard all the time, still,
Right.
from the
right,
family.
Right. And again, my point is taking nothing from the governor, and because the chairman said he did not want to add anything different. I mean, he did not want us saying the same thing. This is not what I said the last time. So I am making sure that I don't say.
That was just implied towards people who were speaking for the second, third, and fourth time.
Right.
You have yet to speak at all.
Right. No, I'm not going to talk all day. I'm not going to do that. That's not me. I just want to make sure that this board is aware of the opportunity that we have here. We can be known for something different. And the word different has a lot of different definitions. We already are identified for different reasons. But here, when we talk about a District 4 member, when we talk about a veteran, and we talk about an individual who have given the ultimate sacrifice, this board has an opportunity to embrace that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you're right, there are a lot of good ideas and worthy candidates. This is the one that was selected by the citizens, though. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for bringing up the story of Christopher Cobb. He also went to Bayshore High School in District 4. And that was one of the names that the Citizens Coalition on Growth really liked for the name of the park. For those of you who don't know the story of Bodie McBoatface, do you guys know that story? Bodie McBoatface was the name chosen by 124,000 plus people to name a boat because they did have a popularity contest. And that's why we didn't want a popularity contest. We didn't want, an inappropriate name. That's how the rules of this contest came about. We wanted it to be meaningful. And from the citizens of District 4. Just one correction, I heard our chairman say that everybody only had one vote. That's not true. If Casey's here, I think we allowed everyone to have 6 votes. I think that was the number. So we did allow people to weigh in multiple times. That was also in the rules of the contest. So I love the name. I love the idea of naming it after Christopher Cobb. It would be meaningful. He served our country and lived and died in District 4. That's something that everybody could get behind, no matter your party, no matter what you feel. Everybody would be very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you. And just to try to move this along, the motion's been made. There's a second. I hardly think the governor of our great state of Florida is an inappropriate name, but I'm sure he's thrilled by hearing that. I will say that the county administrator has told me, and he should have told others in their briefings, that's when he told me, that he has contacted the governor's office, and the governor is thrilled with having this. As far as a veteran, I totally support. We need to find something in this county to name after a veteran. And even though this park is going to be named after veteran and Governor Ron DeSantis, it is something that in the future, if we have anything come up, we should go along that line. I'm thrilled that this is going to be named after our governor. It's a new park. It's just being done. So I think that, we've belittled our governor enough. As far as my ethics, I hear you, and I know the two of you just want to pound me because I know neither one of you are pleased with not just this vote, but others. The bottom line is, thank you, I'll take credit. I will take it. But I really am not the one that got this done. The citizens of Manatee County are. They voted. So,
Let's vote.
I just think it's inappropriate and out of line to talk about the governor in an inappropriate way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on that note, I call the question.
Yeah, no need, ma'am. No one else is on the board. I would just, the governor's office shared an article. I believe Ryan Callahan's article on this was picked up by the Miami Herald. And I think that's the one the governor's office shared, and it was a positive. They seemed happy about it. Commissioners, we can go ahead and cast our votes at this time. The suspense is exciting.
You abstained?
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
Okay, so it passes by a vote of 4-2. Commissioners Bellamy and Servia in opposition, and Commissioner Whitmore abstained.
Yes.
Mr. Clegg?
Yeah, you can.
Mr. Clegg?
You can too.
Mr. Clegg?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Whitmore, if you're present, you must vote unless you recuse yourself for purposes of a conflict of interest. That is the state law.
Okay, well, I've been told by Mickey Palmer and Sarah that you can abstain if you don't want to vote, but they encouraged us never to do it, so
That is
don't
in
spread it around.
quasi-judicial land use items
Oh,
where you
okay.
have an appearance of conflict of interest.
Okay, so land use, you don't have to vote, guys, but nobody ever wants you to vote.
Quasi-judicial.
I'd like you
if
all
there's
to
a
let me
conflict of
handle
interest.
that.
Quasi-ju-
That
I
comes
know.
up in the future, okay? Because it's real specific when it applies.
How do
but
I change my vote now?
I don't know.
I don't
You could just
either.
state it for the record.
I'm just going to, and it's
But
not
verbally?
against the governor, his signs in my yard right now, but it's no because Commissioner Bob was using them as a pawn.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, Commissioner Whitmore
He
has
fixed
changed,
it.
folks, Madam Clerk, Commissioner Whitmore has changed her vote to a no vote, so it passes, the vote passes by a vote of 4-3 with Commissioner Bellamy, Servia, and Whitmore in opposition.
Right.
But it does pass, and the park is now named Governor Ron DeSantis Park.
Yay.
Congratulations, Governor DeSantis and Manatee County.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on to item number 66 under property management, was the adoption of a resolution R- what?
Where are we?
Trouble. We are at number 66 under property management, which is the adoption of resolution R-22-115, vacating a portion of a platted drainage easement located at 2209 Whitfield Park Loop. It says Sarasota, Florida. That's the address, but obviously it's
Did we
Manatee.
miss anything else? No. Okay.
34234 is in District 4. Who's here from staff to present?
Caitlin Deloach, Property Management.
Commissioners, would anyone like a presentation on this item?
No.
All right. Hearing none, there are no commissioners on the board. We'll go forward with public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on item number 66 today?
Do you want to explain what it is?
Seeing none, we'll finish public comment first, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, may I please just note that I think there's a typo in the zip code?
Yep, let me
Next-
finish public comment, and then I'll go
Okay.
right over to you. Anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 66?
No raised hands.
Okay, we're going to close public comment. Commissioner Servia, there's a typo?
I think the zip code is 34243.
That's what it says. Oh, no, it doesn't.
No, it says 34.
Transposed, you're right.
Madam Clerk, can you change that to 34243?
Yeah, that's Whitfield zip.
Okay. So with the correction of the zip code, we'll entertain motions. We have one by Commissioner Satcher and a second by Commissioner Baugh. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We're ready to vote at this time. We've held public comment. No commissioners are on the board. Please cast your votes.
Can you see us voting?
I cannot.
You can't. You can.
You can?
How can
I
you?
can
Because
too.
he's an administrator.
He does.
I specifically asked that the chair not see the votes, so that no one could. So it passes by a vote of 7-0. The motion passes. Thank you. We'll now go on to item number 67, which is the adoption of Resolution R-22-154, vacating a portion of a plat subdividing land located at 6102 13th Avenue East and 1515 60th Street East in Bradenton, Florida, District 5. No zip code on this one, to typo. Would anyone like a presentation on item number 67? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 67? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Is anyone called in to speak on item 67?
No raised hands.
We're going to close public comment. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. We're ready to move forward with the vote. Commissioners, please cast your votes. Madam Clerk, item 67 passes by a vote of 7-0. We'll move into Public Works, also an advertised public hearing presentation upon request, the adoption of Resolution R-22-145, designating a portion of 29th Street East, Palmetto, as the Honorable James Tillman Way. Would anyone like a presentation? I feel like we should get some sort of presentation,
Like.
so I will request a presentation.
Who is he?
This is Mr. Clegg's item. Is located in Commissioner Bellamy's district.
This is why. This is
Tillman
exactly why I
Elementary?
don't get in the middle of this stuff right here.
Who's here from staff to present?
Exactly why.
For the record, Aaron Burkett, Traffic Operations Division Manager, Public Works.
Mr. Burkett. And what I'm really looking for is just, I would like to hear a bio of Mr. Tillman, if there is one to read.
Tillman Elementary.
Absolutely.
I know who he is. I just feel like, we're naming a road after the guy. He gets his due here, right? Gets his, yeah.
Absolutely. This resolution is to designate a portion of 29th Street East in Palmetto in honor of a beloved community leader and principal educator, James Tillman.
Right.
The resolution reads as follows. Whereas for gratitude and recognition of his 3 decades as a principal educator and community leader, and as special appreciation for his service on behalf of the residents of Manatee County, the County Commission voted unanimously on September 13th, 2022 to designate 29th Street East in honor of James Tillman. And whereas James Tillman, born 1912 in Gainesville, Florida, came to Manatee County in 1932. James entered college at Florida A&M University in 1934, where he played tackle on the football team and was initiated into Upsilon Psi chapter of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. In 1939, James received with greater distinction a Bachelor's of Science degree in Chemistry and Mathematics from Florida A&M University. And whereas after graduation, James was appointed athletic coach and teacher of the mathematics and science at the high school in New Smyrna Beach, Florida, where he coached the football team to an undefeated season in his first year, with the team going to win the conference champion in 1939. And whereas James Tillman returned to Manatee County in 1945 as an educator and coach for Memorial High School in Palmetto. In his first year as Memorial High School as football coach, his team won the conference championship. A year later, in 1946, he was appointed principal of Memorial High School. And whereas Consolidation Memorial High School and Lincoln High School in Bradenton, in Palmetto, Florida, James was appointed as assistant principal and teacher of all mathematics classes, and the newly named Lincoln Memorial High School in Palmetto, Florida. Then in 1963, James was appointed as principal of the school until his passing in 1965. And whereas James Tillman greatly impacted many lives in the community of Manatee County, through his work as an educator, coach, and principal, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, pursuant to the authority vested in the county by Chapter 125 Florida statutes and other relevant provisions of the law, as follows. The facilities under the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, may be named in honor of distinguished individuals or organizations in accordance with the following procedures. The naming of public facilities in honor of individuals or organizations shall be by resolution adopted at a public hearing after publication of notice in the manner required by law and adoption of county ordinance under section 125.66-2A, Florida statutes. Shall I continue?
Thank you, sir. No, that was what I wanted. I learned some things. I didn't know that he coached, and I didn't know that he was an offensive tackle. I knew he was big enough to be an offensive tackle, but I didn't know he was one. Commissioner Bellamy, you're on the board to speak, sir.
Yeah, what you have here, if you all are not aware, is a very, very significant component of the African American history in Manatee County. As an educator, as a principal, and as a coach, one of the things that I'm fond about this opportunity is knowing that this individual actually taught and coached my parents. So there's something personal there. But more importantly, James Tillman Elementary is named after him right now on 29th Street, where my mom worked for 45 years as a cafeteria manager, and countless amount of African-American families went through there. Mom can sit on probably about four generations of youth that they've impacted at James Tillman. So when this came up, when you're talking about memorial, that's actually what we know as Lincoln Memorial High School, which when the schools were segregated, obviously all of the African Americans went there. So now where we are to take and honor James Tillman at a different level, I live on 29th Street, and actually communicating with the Lincoln Alumni Association and some of the other individuals that live on 29th Street. This is an exciting opportunity for us, and I am thankful for the board. Thank you for asking for the presentation, because obviously some of that information that you just read in the record may not have been acknowledged at that level. So I'm very appreciative that where we are right now and excited about this opportunity. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore to approve and a second by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. We'll hold public comment at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 68? Seeing no one, will go to the telephone. Has anyone called in on item 68?
No raised hands.
Okay. We're going to close public comment, and commissioners, please cast your votes. Good sign, by the way. I like it. This passes by a vote of 7-0, Madam Clerk. The motion passes by a vote of 7-0. So congratulations to the Tillman family, Commissioner Bellamy, and the neighborhood there in Palmetto.
Emotional just then.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 69, which is a public hearing for a no parking ordinance, 22-82 for no parking ordinance amendments, Exhibit A. I have no idea where this is located, so I guess I'm going to need some kind of presentation.
Yes, sir. Item 69 is mine as well. This is a resolution to amend parking ordinance to include one additional parking restriction location. This is in the Coral Shores subdivision. This is West Manatee County, out west off Cortez.
Yeah, I do recall now. I'll sort of hijack this from you real quick then. It is my district. I just, there's 100 and something items on the damn thing. Yes, so item number 69 is in Coral Shores, which is off Cortez Road in West Bradenton. This is just a very small island, like little median right there in the middle of the neighborhood. And they just want it to look nice, and people are pulling their cars up and kind of running over the bushes and whatnot. And there's ample opportunity to park all around there. We just don't want them parking on the median, essentially. Hopefully that suffices for a presentation to everyone. Okay. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 69? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 69?
No raised hands.
Okay, we're going to close public comment, and we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore to approve, and it is seconded by Commissioner Servia. We're ready to vote. Commissioners, please cast your votes at this time. And Madam Clerk, this number 69 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you, Commissioners. And we'll move on to number 70. Dr. Hopes, why don't you introduce, or I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Clegg.
sir. I can introduce this.
We'll let Dr.
I'm
Hopes
going
introduce
to-
it, and I'll
I'm going to introduce it, and then I'm
address
going to defer to Mr. Clegg. Commissioners, this is the amended and restated Piney Point Proposed Resolution R22-165 for approving and executing the agreements. And Mr. Clegg and I have double-teamed this from the very beginning, and I will turn it over to him.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have much to add to this other than this is an approval of revised documents. You approved a set of documents on the 26th of July, and in that meeting, we did indicate we may have to go back and work out some final issues with the state. We've done that. I sent all of you a red line last night. The revised documents are consistent with what the board has approved in concept already, but the state had some additional details that they needed addressed in terms of how the funding of services is structured. Essentially, they've asked that they be able to establish an escrow account with the Department of Financial Services. But I think that Dr. Hopes and I are both comfortable from a business and legal standpoint that after a lot of work on the part of a lot of people in our respective offices, we have something that we can recommend that the board execute. So I do have to tweak the motion when the board is ready because there's some challenges with the exhibits to this. But if you want to go through public comment and discussion first, I'll defer.
Yeah, so we do have a motion to approve by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Servia, but why don't we go ahead and do that now? Why don't you state the motion and we'll have
The
Whitmore say
motion
so
would be
moved.
to adopt Resolution R22-165 with the exhibits to be reordered by the county attorney to reflect the intent of the two parties. There's no exhibits being changed out there, just that staff was challenged, there's a lot of them, to get them in the correct order in the document.
Okay.
Can you
Do
say
you
so
agree?
moved, ma'am?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Whitmore agrees to that. Commissioner Servia also, first, the motioner and the seconder agree. Dr. Hopes is on the board.
Yep. I do want to commend everyone that worked on this. I mean, Deputy County Administrator, staff, Jeff. I mean, this was probably the most complex agreement.
Don't forget Whitney.
Whitney.
Yeah.
Well,
Put a
yeah.
lot of hours into it.
Whitney was there for some of the very difficult meetings with plenty of attorneys up in a trailer up at Piney Point. But this is one of the most complex agreements I think I've worked on. I don't know about Mr. Clegg, and it spans a 50-year period of time. And it adequately, in summary, covers all of the cost of the pretreatment infrastructure to attach to the well, which is well over $17 million. It covers the cost of providing the service during the dewatering, the closure process, and the cost of managing the service throughout the monitoring period. And most importantly, it protects the county for unforeseen circumstances, and should funds not be available, the county's not obligated to provide the service into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia and Whitmore are on the board. Commissioner Servia.
I just want to also thank everyone involved. This was a very, very complicated and important agreement. Thank you. There were so many people involved, but particularly our county attorney's office for making sure those I's were dotted, those T's were crossed, because that's what they do to make sure that the county is protected. So thanks to everyone.
Commissioner Whitmore.
I know this, even there were changes or clarifications as of 1 o'clock yesterday. So just to rest the taxpayers' minds, they need to be aware that this is not going to be coming out of the county's coffers except for what we originally committed for, right? Up to 50 years, correct? I think that needs to be
Yes.
clarified for the public.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. No other commissioners are on the board. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 70, the restated Piney Point resolution? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 70?
No raised hands.
All right, we're going to close public comment. We have a motion to approve by Whitmore, a second by Servia. We can move forward with the vote. All in favor, please click your yes box. And it passes by a vote of 7-0, Madam Clerk.
It better.
If you're opposed, you click the yes box as well. That's right. No, I'm kidding. All right, so we'll move into Community and Veteran Services. Item number 71, which is approval of nonprofit agency funding investment recommendations for adult and other human service programs. Who is here from staff to present?
Elaine Mayholtz, Community and Veteran Services. As you can
Hey.
tell, I'm not Lee Washington. The first agenda item that we have today will cover investment funding recommendations for our adult, but also for our medical services agreements. Now, these are staff recommendations based on staff review of the agency's applications, past program performance and compliance, and also the program's overall budget. So leading off are going to be recommendations from the Public Safety Department presented by Jimmy Crutchfield and Jeff Cords, and then will be followed by Dr. Renice Remy of Community and Veteran Services.
Give us 1 second. They're having to do something, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we
George?
need the item. We need the item up on our systems.
We're still doing the last vote. There.
Item number 71.
Switch to 71 on our screens.
There's another attachment.
Oh, it's not?
No, it is on the agenda. It needs to show up on our screens.
Yeah, it is. Oh, sorry. I didn't.
Okay, thank you.
You got me take a quick recess?
No, they've got it.
I'm sorry, I can't do it on this screen.
That's okay.
Do it here. We didn't preload it.
Yeah, go ahead and get started, Jimmy.
Afternoon, James Crutchfield, Deputy Director, Public Safety, your EMS Chief. I'm here today to talk to you all about the Health Services arm of the Neighborhood Services Department. Since the transition came into Public Safety, we're still moving some contracts around, so I would like to brief you all on those contracts that fall underneath our purview. Behind me is Jeff Cords, the Health Information Services Manager for Public Safety. Overall, we're recommending a 6% increase for the nonprofit health services agreements, which equates to $2.8 million. Those increases will be a new agreement to the Academy at Bradenton and increase funding to both We Care and Turning Points. Out of that, 2.1 will go towards emergency crisis services, and 700,000 of that will go to long-term rehab and supportive services and transitional rehab services. I'm going to keep going. I know this is terribly distracting.
No. Okay, now.
Reggie, why don't you just go ahead and recuse yourself?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That one. That is the correct one. Yes. So the new program that I briefly mentioned moments ago, the Academy, $150,000 is being recommended for that. And that service, it works with the adult population and those who are pursuing mental health recovery, and it allows some individuals to develop some life skills and career-focused initiatives for those populations. We're recommending to combine Turning Point's pharmaceutical assistance program and One Stop's clinical funding, but those are increasing by $5,000 for additional pharmaceutical coverage. The We Care Manatee Pharmaceutical Assistance Program and the Specialty Physicians Program, both are increasing by $3,000 each. That will allow for additional wound care, glucometers, colostomies, and some other basic medical supplies through those programs. Inside the attachment and what you see on your screen is future program recommendations of 2.1. Those will be for transitional services, rehab services, emergency crisis support, and all of those other type programs that fall underneath the Centerstone umbrella. We have a meeting towards the end of the month with the county administrator to talk through those program deliverables before they would come back to you all. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the health services.
Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, Mr. Crutchfield, if you would go to, I think there were a couple of line items of turning points. You mentioned, I think, the pharmacy, the increase in funding for the pharmacy, and then I think there was another rather significant category where there was a substantial increase as well.
Sure. So we're increasing, I would ask Jeff Cords to clarify that. Jeff?
For
Thank
turning
you.
points, yes.
So we're increasing, our recommendation is to increase the funding for Turning Point's pharmaceutical program. That would combine their two current agreements and roughly increase the total amount of funding by approximately $5,000 for those. So,
Okay, and then there's another category in the,
yes, that's the only one for Turning Points. There are other agreements that the
oh,
county
not out of
has.
this category. that
Right.
there was
Under health
increases.
services, there are no other agreement recommended
Okay.
for Turning Points.
It's in the healthcare fund, the other healthcare services funding?
No.
The only other agreements we have is with Community Veteran Services. They have separate agreements with.
Okay, that's the one.
Yes,
Okay,
and they will
okay.
be briefing
All right,
that
thank you.
shortly, yes.
All right, the order of the board is Cruz, Whitmore, Servia. Commissioner Cruz.
Are we talking about the entirety of this agenda item, or are we specifically talking to Jimmy about the healthcare portion of it?
This is just the healthcare portion.
Okay, then no, I was on there for something else, so don't take me off, I just want.
I already put you on, so just put yourself back on, and you'll be at the bottom. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it's just Whitmore and Servia ahead of you anyway, so.
All right, so we're talking about the healthcare portion, and there's been a misunderstanding from a lot of us, and it's not your guys' fault. It's part of Turning Points has been split up to you and to Veterans Community Services. So at least that's what we're being told. And Turning Points is here today, and they're going to come up, and they'll probably come up during budget. And I know Turning Points has brought their board members to talk to some of the commissioners about it. Their funding's being, and this is health, their funding's being cut 52% as far as in the program where they have 4 social workers. And we're cutting so they'll only have enough money for 2. And we keep getting told, and again, I think this is under health, Dr. Hopes, that the department has been split up, Turning Point's funding, different fundings. Part of it was in Lee's department, and the other part is in yours, but you don't go line by line like they do. So all I want to know is the other 57,000 is in your department, Jimmy, and I don't think it is. I can't find it anywhere. I've been going through this for a few days now. All I want is them to be whole and have 157,000 for 4 case managers, which they've had for the last 3 years. This will be the 3rd year.
There was a lot of questions in that one question. So I think if you just allow me.
Talked to you and told you it was coming up.
Yeah, so I think the easiest way I can explain it is we're in a period of transition between neighborhood services, community and veteran services, and public safety. The goal of the administrator is to transition those programs and the programmatic measures into one arm. Turning Points will eventually be coming to public safety, but since the board has given us the initiative to take on homelessness and some other things, it's a slow process.
And I understand that. I just want to know where the money is.
Okay, so that's part of that answer. And then the other part is, what we're bringing and recommending is an increase on the programs that we manage currently. That question would need to be answered by Veteran Services.
And here's what I think needs
That's
to be
the
clarified.
problem.
Because I am showing in the worksheet that under the pharmaceutical program for Turning Points, I guess it's the one, is that the one-stop clinic?
Yes.
They had $366,667 in funding in FY22, and the recommendation for FY23 and the requested amount for FY23 is $410,000. Now, I'm having trouble with the math because if I go from 367,000 to 410,000, that is more than a $5,000 increase. I just need to make sure we're talking about the same categories.
Just to address that, I think the number you're looking at is the total amount of funding that was spent on Turning Point.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at, because a lot of the discussion has been that there's been a cut. There was a cut to one line item, but there has been substantial increases in other line items so that you get to the total funding. I'm trying to understand what the delta is in summary with all of the different categories, because as you know, we've been going through painstakingly to identify all the pots of money so that we know all the money's going to each organization from different pots of Manatee County government funds. And I just want to make sure that we're not misrepresenting it, because there are a number of categories for Turning Points. It's not just one line item. There are others that have nearly $50,000 in increases.
Yeah, I still have the floor, though, after you answer his question.
Yeah, so I can only, again, touch on what public safety is responsible for, but last year, this board approved approximately $405,000 in total funding, and then those same programs year over year, now that they're under public safety, we're recommending a roughly 5% increase in our program specifically.
Okay,
That I
so-
can't opine on what they are
Yeah,
recommending.
and that's what we're hearing, and I know Kathleen's here, that's what she's hearing, that no matter what we're saying, it's not coming out right. And I know Senator Galvano talked to a few of us. He's met with some of the commissioners. I don't care. I just want the 4 case managers. You can't have a homeless program with thousands of homeless and cut their social workers, not you, I'm just talking. Sorry, don't get upset. And cut it 50%. From even MCR has 10 case managers for their patient load. But we are cutting Turning Points to 2 case managers. And then what I've heard as well, if they can come into compliance with our outcomes, then we'll look at it. Well, they've been told by Lee that everything's fine there. And then we're being told another story. All I want is that money back in there, and I'll bring it up at the budget meeting tonight, and Kathleen is here to explain it, because I think all the commissioners need to hear this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Serbia.
Yeah, thank you. One of my big concerns is also how we're going to manage the homeless population, which is growing every single week, it seems like. It is a problem that is becoming bigger and bigger, and I see the funding cut for Suncoast Partnership, for Salvation Army, the adult housing, Turning Points, and I don't have a clear picture on how we're still providing the same service. If someone can help paint that picture for me, are we able to handle this growing homeless population that as commissioners we get calls about every single week because people are camping in people's backyards and along FPL easements and rights of way? So can somebody assure me that we have enough money budgeted here to handle the homeless population that we are faced with? That's question number 1. Number 2, I see cuts to both legal aid and Gulf Coast Legal Services. There's never enough money in these pots. There just isn't, and now we're not giving them what they've told us they need. And there's going to be consequences for that, and I'm concerned about that. And then finally, Keep Manatee Beautiful. As they have asked to take over what the state of Florida used to do. State of Florida used to maintain the rights of way for all the state roads, and that means they used to clean up the trash that people throw out the window. And then the DOTs decided, I think more than a year ago, that they were going to cut that from their budget. So Keep Manatee Beautiful stepped up and said, hey, we'll do it. Just give us some money to do it, because, it takes people to get that cleaned up. And that has not been funded. And so what I'm seeing in South County is that the mowers run over the garbage, and now we have 1 million pieces of garbage instead of cups and bags and things like that. Now, I've heard that the county is moving towards an agreement with DOT so that we will maintain the DOT rights of way as we maintain our other rights of ways, which is wonderful. I just don't know the timing of how that comes together and how long it's going to take, because things take a long time in government. Big wheels turn slowly. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Here comes Elaine.
Yeah, I think most of those were for Lane.
Well, in terms of the funding for homeless, we will also be having Renice come up, but it's very possible that you're looking at the requested amount, because Suncoast Partnership was not decreased in funding. They were recommended for level funding. But again, came up to answer about Keep Manatee Beautiful, which is, yes, we did have a discussion with Dr. Hopes, where we had talked about some of the increased services that Keep Manatee Beautiful was interested in performing. We did not get anything in their application that talked about, like for example, Public Works needing some other pickups done or whatever. And what we talked with Dr. Hopes about was that, yes, that possibly could be something that either the county will work with FDOT, or perhaps Public Works could identify things and then work directly with Keep Manatee Beautiful. What we're recommending is the administrative cost for them to continue to have their staff. And Bernice, I don't know if you want to come up and do the other.
Do you want me to speak to the Turning Points question?
Yeah.
So historically, well, last year, Turning Points received $137,310 for the TDP program. That was the first time that Turning Points has ever received that funding for that program.
I can't hear you.
No?
Just pull the mic down, hon.
Okay.
There you go.
Hi, Renice Remy, Community and Veteran Services, for the record. So last year was the first time that Turning Points had received that amount. Historically, they've received for the Transitional Development Program consistently since 2017, 46,000 or about that amount. So what happened was last year, they did not apply for funding for another program. That would be the Open Door One Stop. That was then the client readiness program that they kind of struggled with, so they did not apply for that funding. Last year, it was not recommended, but it was decided that the funding that was in that program would move to the Transitional Development Program. Again, that was the first time that had happened. So this year, we went back to where we were before with the Transitional Development Program after looking at all of our programs, and they did receive a bump up from the 46 or 22. They received an increase of about $25,000 because they were getting 46, 49 or so, and we asked for an increase of 75,000. So that's the history for the Transitional Development Program and how that money was kind of moved around. Does that clear up what you were asking?
Is that all, Commissioner?
Confusing. No, I'd rather hear from Kathleen, because I'm lost. And we've talked about this twice, and every time then been told, Kathleen's been told even by our staff that what we're saying up here is incorrect. So I would like us to hear from her.
Let me ask you this. What is the total amount of money Turning Points received last year, and what is the total amount that is proposed for this year? Grand total, county taxpayers, Turning Points.
You're talking about for programs, because I don't have everything. I do have a spreadsheet that shows Dr. Hope's, that Lee sent to you, that shows all the funding that Turning Points received from all areas of county government.
Right.
And I
Yeah,
have-
that's what I was looking for.
So-
And whatever the total number is at the bottom of that.
Probably $1 million. You want Kathleen?
Give it to you? You gotta blow it up, though. It's kind of small. Can we make it bigger?
Because it's all confusing.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes?
Can you make that small?
I don't know why Commissioner Whitmore is confused.
No,
That's
I've been
sarcasm,
reading it,
Commissioner.
yeah. So it's $1.8 million, I think.
So it's important that, remember, a lot of the total funding from last year were CARES Act dollars.
Correct, and there was like COVID money, so things were boosted up,
Exactly, and
right?
that's not recurring dollars.
Okay.
I think around Turning Points, because this this is getting a little bit complicated, and I'm looking for Mr. Washington, and I don't see here.
He's not here.
And I think what I would ask is to currently adopt the staff's recommendation with an understanding that I will personally meet with Turning Point staff and whoever else wants to be involved in it to look at, their funding, their programs, where there may need to be additional needs, because it is very challenging to work with the organizations to unwind all of the CARES Act money that came from the feds for dealing with the pandemic, and those funds are no longer available. And so, and I've made it a point, including my conversations with United Way, that we need to work with these organizations to help in the transition from the pandemic funding, where a lot of money was just being dumped into communities and going to organizations, to back to the aftermath of moving away from the pandemic, because we're not going to be able to match all the funding that organizations got, because we no longer have all this CARES Act money coming in.
I'm not done, and I asked for Kathleen to come up because even you, Scott, yesterday I've talked to you twice, we still didn't understand it, and you were going to try to talk to them before. I think the board needs to hear from her, and then you guys get together on your own, because you haven't been able to talk to her yet, I don't think. And I respectfully would ask that she come up for 1 minute and explain where she's coming from.
Kathleen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna cap you at 2 minutes. It's kind of unusual to have you up here
Here's a one.
in the middle of a staff presentation, but we'll go
I
2
understand.
minutes.
I have a one-pager that explains exactly what Dr. Hopes was asking for. What did Turning Points get overall? And so if you can see here on the right, the yellow, is it?
Yeah. Oh, that's all?
Kathleen Kramer, for the record. So we received $561,757 last year received. This year, the proposed award is $485,000. That's across just these programs from adult services and health services. No CV money in there, no COVID funds. These are just from the adult and health services. So we did receive a $5,553 increase to health services and an $82,000 decrease for what was awarded for the Transitional Development Program.
Which are the social workers.
The social workers. It is a little confusing, as Renese explained, because we did, at the behest of the county, combine some of the programs to become one. So yes, our Transitional Development Program traditionally, as you can see, had received $49,658. The county worked with us to move those funds together, so we received $137,310 last year for the housing program. And so our request this year was actually an increase on that, because there's been a substantial increase in applications.
Commissioner Whitmore, you have the
Is
floor.
that understandable, Dr. Hopes?
It is, but the whole housing program is, with the ERA and everything else, is being handled differently than it was last year.
Yeah, we have voucher systems through Turning Points, Kathleen. If you don't agree, you probably need to say something now, but we do have those CBDG monies that we got that are going not through you. You just see if they qualify and you send them to, I always forget the name of that organization.
We do have other contracts with the county that are not related to adult services and health services funds, so I'm only speaking to those. Those contracts, I can provide you, I have a list right here with me. I'm happy to provide you how those funds have been awarded to Turning Points. While they look grand, it's almost $1 million. Turning Points has been able to recognize about 30,000 of that, because the programs are so specific and difficult to make people eligible for the programs. So they are not programs that are bringing a flood of funds to Turning Points.
Okay. That might be a whole nother conversation then, if that much has been allocated and then so few dollars are actually qualifying and being realized by Turning Points. That's probably another conversation for another day.
Right.
Commissioner Cruz, you're on the board, sir.
All right, this isn't healthcare related. Are we on the actual rest of the agenda now? Because we kind of been bouncing all over the place.
Yeah, this
I mean,
healthcare.
there's only so long we can keep
Take
talking
the bull
about
by the horns and move us on
All
then,
right,
sir.
perfect. This is just a question. It's a smaller thing, but I know they're here. I see Larry out there. This is a conversation I had last year, and I brought it up. I don't remember if it was with the county administrator, or maybe it was with Ava while she was here, trying to figure out what was going on with legal aid in Gulf Coast. My understanding, and again, this was just my understanding, I don't claim to be an expert on this subject, was it was supposed to be 80-20 between legal aid and Gulf Coast. In fact, Sarasota is 100% the legal aid. Gulf Coast doesn't even exist in their mind. They just pass the money over. And it's not discretionary where it gets funneled through where people can just pull money however they feel like it, because you need to have some dedicated funds. You need to be able to know what you're going to have the following year. You can't just be subject to it when you're basically giving pro bono work to people. Well, it's been 80-20, and then all of a sudden it switched to 50-50. When I'm looking at this budget, last year's money came out to approximately $70,000, roughly $60,000 legal aid, $10,000 in Gold Coast. We're awarding the same $70,000 this year. We're not taking money. It's just we're arbitrarily reassigning these funds back to a 50-50. I just want a clarification, because if I look at strictly 80-20, which is what my understanding was, it should be 56,000 to legal aid and 14,000 to Gulf Coast. Last year was 60-10. Who made this decision to switch this 80-20 to 50-50? Because I've never gotten an explanation, and I've asked before.
And we did discuss it last year, and I did get it corrected last year. I thought that correction would recur, and I have become aware that that correction did not recur.
Can we correct it?
That's my recommendation.
Tonight for the budget?
Well, no, this is,
Now?
you're adopting it, you're adopting
Oh,
these
okay.
funds today, right? It's in this, correct? Yes.
So, Mr. Clay, how do you want to handle that? Do you want to have a motion to approve the item with an amendment for
80-20.
his correction, or do you want to pass it in a separate motion altogether?
I mean, it's just an incorrect number.
And if it's just an error, then it's easier to just pass it with a motion that corrects the error.
I don't know if your microphone is on for that.
It's not an error.
I don't know if your microphone is on.
I apologize.
Well, it sounds to be an error to the extent it was 80-20. Okay, you're shaking your head, and that's okay. You can disagree. But it was 80-20. Somebody unilaterally switched to 50-50.
Right.
Without approval from this board. Dr. Hopes corrected it back to 80-20 last year. It never got transposed onto this spreadsheet. The spreadsheet's just a spreadsheet. It's not real life. Somebody just didn't make the adjustment back to what it was supposed to be in the first place. So it is an error. That's by definition what an error is. Somebody erroneously put the wrong numbers into a spreadsheet, and we're being asked to approve this spreadsheet. All I'm saying is, how do we correct the spreadsheet as part of the approval process?
Mr. Chair, can I clarify with Mr. Cruz for 1 second?
In fact, you have the floor now. You're next
Okay,
on the board.
historically, this has happened many, many times. These, I know, probably last year was the only time that they didn't have to come before us because it kept getting switched 50-50. It had happened at least 2 or 3, 4 times before since I've been in office. Because Gulf Coast is trying to get up to 50-50, but we have an arrangement for 80-20. And during COVID, I think Sherry did give them 50-50 or something like that. That was the only time. But before then, it happened also. So I just wanted to tell you, this historically keeps happening, and we need to make sure it doesn't.
Can we historically make sure a continuous, ongoing annual error is not continuously made on an annual basis?
I will do my best. As you know, we have restructured that department, and hopefully that's the only one that we have to address today. But I think if you adopt the spreadsheet with the correction of an 80-20 split for, I think that corrects it.
Okay. No one else is on the board. Do we have any further presentations at this time?
I don't think so, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
Mr. Washington is here now.
We're just swinging at the 11th hour.
Yes.
We're fine. We're fine.
I think
Just
we're
hang
okay.
tight.
No one's jumping on the board, but don't leave. Don't leave us, please. We're not okay without you. We're going to move into public comment, my favorite part of the day. We have 2, and a lot of times it is my favorite part of the day, actually. We have 2 people who have signed up. So the CEO of Legal Aid of Minnesota, Linda Harradine, I'm sorry. Oh, and Larry is here still, too. I thought you wandered out, sir.
Try and do this together. They could
So
they're
Linda-
ahead. They're ahead. They're ahead.
Let him.
Of course. So I thought you'd left. I missed you. So, Public Defender and Chair of Legal Aid, Larry Edgar Eager is here. Is it Eager?
Eager.
Eager, okay.
Yes.
You should hear what people do to my last name, don't worry. So we'll have both of you do is I'll have each of you state your first and your last name for the record and your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'm Linda Harrod. I'm the Executive Director for Legal Aid of Minnesota. I actually live in Sarasota County, but we serve Sarasota and Manatee counties. A lot of what we were here to speak about, I believe, was just resolved. So I don't know if I want to take up 3 minutes. I would rather, if there were questions or anything that I could answer that would be helpful, I would be happy to do that.
We don't do questions and
So, okay.
answers during Q&A during public
I
comment,
will
ma'am.
just wait to the other side. then.
That's okay. Sir, first and last name, county of residence. If you feel like you've accomplished what you need to, sometimes the best thing to do is take a seat.
He knows. He's
Follow your advice.
Okay, thank you.
a public defender.
Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 71? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in on item 71?
No raised hands at this time.
We're going to close public comment. Okay, we're going to close public comment. Commissioner Whitmore.
One last thing, I want to make sure that the turning points is resolved. Before we go any further, do we have to have a motion to look at this again? Because tonight's the budget meeting.
Tonight's, so regardless, can you clarify, quote, turning points is resolved?
The turning points issue resolved with the full funding for the 4 social workers.
I don't believe that's in this motion.
Well, this is health services, I didn't know. Because Jimmy doesn't have it in his, and we heard that he did.
This is
and now we found out he
human
doesn't.
services.
Yeah, they said they only had half of it in theirs, and Jimmy had it in the other, and now we found out Jimmy doesn't.
So I think I need Mr. Washington
It's still
then
kind of screwed up.
to come down here and clarify for us where we are. He's bringing her for
My
cover.
niece doesn't support it, that's, yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Hopes, Lee Washington, the Director for Community and Veteran Services. I apologize for being late, but I am here in the room. And the contracts in which you have in question actually fall under the CVS still. The items that were related to health services were Jimmy, and they spoke to that. We were going to give you our recommendations after they finished. So the items in which we seem to have a point of contention is the recommendation from CVS staff of their TDP program. That's the difference from what they recommended, what they asked for this year, what they received from last year, and what we recommend this year going forward. If the board chooses to give them level funding or increase their funding this year, you can do that. But just based on all the aspects that we took upon ourselves doing this application process, we recommended, based on all those things, to include their overall budget of the $75,000.
Okay, Scott had mentioned that half of that was going to public safety. That's why and then public safety said it's not under them. So that's why I just want to make sure on your next portion that we get full funding, wherever the money's coming from.
We'll be able to show you that in the diagram.
But you don't recommend it?
Based on all the aspects, that is
Yeah,
correct.
and that's what I'm going to fight for after this. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Okay, so we're voting now. We'll have Servia and Satcher on the board. Before we go any further, I just want to be clear. The motion on the floor is for
Legal.
recommended funding by staff. Okay, Commissioner Servia.
Yes, and Mr. Washington, while you're here, I was explaining that we have this growing homeless population. We are not providing the funding that was requested by the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. We're not providing the funding for Salvation Army's adult care fully. And so my question to you is, are you comfortable with the way that it is outlined here, that we are able to handle our current homeless population with the budget that is shown here for the agencies that provide support?
I believe so, yes, Commissioner.
Okay,
I mean, there are
thank
other
you.
items we're also working on as well, but yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Hopes?
Yeah, I wanted to add around the homelessness, if you
Your mic's not on.
add on the issue of the homelessness, you directed us, and we have entered into an agreement with the Florida Housing Coalition to do the study, with which we'll be bringing back to you, with which will help guide the allocation of resources around these issues.
Thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, sir. So, and we're doing questions to the presenters, right? People that are involved. So, I mean, I looked at the numbers, but I just wanted to check with, I see Salvation Army here. Are you happy with what's proposed in this budget?
So we're going to have them come forward, state your first and last name for the record and your organization.
Hi, I'm Julie Showers. I'm Manatee County resident, Program Director, Business Administrator at the Salvation Army here. Thanks for having us. Our letter states, I'm not sure what you're looking at, but our letter stated that we're at level funding. So I'm not sure I'm confused. I don't know what you guys are looking at, because our letter states that we're at level funding. So we're good with that.
I read it too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Satcher.
That's all.
Nothing further. Okay. Well, we have held public comment. We have no further commissioners on the board. We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore to approve and a second by Commissioner Cruz. At this time, let's cast our votes.
He told me to. This is the adult part. He told me to recuse myself from voting.
Bear with us.
Discuss it on the record, so.
We have a couple senior citizens.
Mr. Chair, before the vote is complete, I have,
We're conducting the
Tell
vote
me-
now, sir.
do you want to announce that you're recusing yourself from this?
Yeah,
Let's-
I'm recusing myself from this vote.
Okay. Have you clicked that on your?
Yeah, I clicked
it.
Okay, well, it hasn't, I don't have the results of the vote yet. Has everyone voted?
Yeah, it's not in this item, but they're tied together, so just to be careful.
Okay, so the vote passes by a vote of 6
You have to do
to
it on the
0,
next one, too.
with Commissioner Bellamy recusing himself. He has an interest in, yeah, he'll fill out his form. He has an interest in the vote. Okay, we'll move on to item number 72 then, which is approval of the Children's Services Advisory Board investment recommendations.
Guess
Who
who's
is here?
back?
Mr. Chair, before we do that, may I ask a question?
Okay,
Yes.
hold on just a second, Dr. Hopes.
Because when I've done this type of an issue before, the specific line items of funding that relate to the conflict are removed and voted on separately. We're doing the whole thing?
That's okay. He doesn't, you don't have to remove the specific line item like you do a consent agenda item. He can just recuse himself from the
For the
vote.
entire thing?
Yes, and he's done that.
Okay.
And this one, it wasn't as clear as, 71 is not as clear as 72, but there's some money there that's conduit agencies, so, you know, in an abundance of caution, he elected to recuse himself.
Okay, that's clarified. We are, again, on to item number 72, which is approval of Children's Services Advisory Board's investment recommendations for fiscal year 22-23. Mr. Washington.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair. With me this afternoon, we have the Children's Services Division Manager, Christy Hagan, and the Chair of the CSAB here to present their recommendations for investment for children's funds.
Hi, I'm Christy Hagan, Children's Services Program Coordinator, and I'd like to introduce you to Debbie Tapp, who is the Chair for the Children's Services Advisory Board. She will share the recommendation information with you all.
Thank you for this opportunity. As you know, the county has funds for abused, neglected, at-risk, or economically disadvantaged children. This year, we received 53 applications, and our advisory board scores them out individually and then ranks them. And will just say it takes about 2 hours to read one application, so 53 is quite a lot of time that the volunteers have to look over and rate the applications. So there should be a chart that you have, okay. I will remind you that we have 4 priorities, and you can see that the chart is divided out by priority, and at the end of that chart, the priorities are listed. So priority A1 is children in foster care exit to a permanent home within 12 months or less of entering care. And as we all know, foster care is very important to our community to support. So you can see the recommended amount of $397,812. Then for priority B, the first B1 is children do not re-enter foster care within 12 months of moving to a permanent home. And you have that figured there of $363,800. Priority B2 is children remain in their homes free of abuse and neglect and do not enter or re-enter foster care. And there are several programs there that we're recommending for a total of $2,037,205. Then for our next priority, it deals with early literacy. We all know about the third grade reading importance. So this deals with getting kids on track from preschool, getting ready for preschool and on through. And we have several programs that address that priority for the $2,283,555. And our last priority deals with behavior. And you can see that we have the first one, youth decreased symptoms of behavioral health issues. And the second one, part of that is decrease the number of incidents of referral for aggression, bullying, and out-of-school suspensions. So you can see the programs recommended for those priorities.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We have no commissioners on the board. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 71? 72, excuse me, item number 72. Ma'am? So you step up to the podium, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on item 72.
Thank you. I'm Becky Kness. I'm a resident of Manatee County, and as the CEO of the Manatee County Girls Club Incorporated, doing business as Just for Girls, I'm authorized to speak on behalf of this organization in favor of the regular agenda item number 72 for your approval of the CSAB investment recommendations from the voter-approved Children's Services Dedicated Millage. The extensive process this year was thorough and fair. It was based on results first, and the board you appointed is dedicated, knowledgeable, and strong. I want to thank you, the Board of County Commissioners, the County Administrator, Dr. Hopes, Children's Services Advisory Board under the Chair's leadership of Debbie Tapp, and the Community Services Department leadership, Christy Hagan, and the staff for all you are doing to improve the quality of life for Manatee County's children and their families. I provided our annual report to the clerk, and I trust that she's handed that out to all of you. You'll see in there information about the award-winning, nationally acclaimed programs with the results we achieved this past year through our successful private-public partnership with Manatee County. In short, we're providing one mission with 2 alternative education programs, Just for Girls Elementary and Just for Girls Middle, and 3 leadership and learning centers with ABCs, academics, behavioral intervention, and character development. Children are our greatest resource. Research proves that breaking the generational cycles of poverty improves the local economy more than any other investment, especially among girls and women who often become the working single-parent head of household. Prevention and education are less expensive and more effective than treatment and incarceration. For every dollar invested in research-based children's services like ours, a savings of $7 to $10 is realized in reduced cost for welfare, incarceration, and unemployment. We served a couple of gifted girls, and they were homeless. And that's an example that potential is universal, but opportunities are not. Here in Manatee County, opportunities are greater because of the taxpayers who voted to establish these funds to improve the quality of life for all children here in Manatee County. Working together, we're helping our local children achieve their full potential. Thank you again for all you're doing for Manatee County's children.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item 72? Mr. Washington.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make one comment. You have before you the graph of the recommendation from the CSAB as it identifies the FY 22-23 recommendations, along with another item recommending an additional 7%. Just wanted to bring to the board's attention that it's the department's desire that you consider the recommendation for FY 22-23 and not the 7% increase based on other initiatives that we're wanting to bring to this board out of that particular funding.
Thank you, sir. I need to finish public comment, though.
I just wanted to
Okay.
make- before we got too far down the road with it, so.
Has anyone called in to speak on item number 72?
No raised hands.
Okay, then we'll close public comment. And we have Dr. Hopes and Commissioner Whitmore on the board, and Commissioner Satcher. Dr. Hopes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go to what Mr. Washington had brought up. You have the recommendation for Community and Veteran Services, and then for some reason there is a second recommendation which staff and the administration is not recommending, where there was an additional 7% allocated to a number of organizations above what they requested. And that's a little bit unusual because there was no budget submitted to explain how the organizations would spend the 7%. I guess the advisory committee felt that there was more money, so they would sprinkle it. And for inflation. But the point is that these organizations submitted an application based on a budget. The CVS's recommendation is to meet those budget requests. And as Mr. Washington said, one of the things that going through this process we identified is that there are a number of services that the county provides to children in need, children at risk, like we funded the free swimming pool at Lincoln. We've got many children that attend or would like to attend our summer camps that can't afford it. And so the staff's recommendation to meet those recommended allocations that are in alignment with what was requested from the organizations, and then allow us the opportunity to look at how we can fund additional programs before we fund current programs above what they requested and what they budgeted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
I had written this down before you even said it because I remembered you and I have talked about this a few times. And I don't think this tax it's legal to spend this for summer camps and also pool entry fees or whatever. I don't think that's what the intent of the children's tax is for. Again, that hasn't even probably been discussed by their board, which has to come before us, and everybody will say, well, that's a recommending board. But I think, it all sounds good, but I don't think it's a legal use of the money, and I don't support it. I think if anything, that money should be either put in a reserve, and what we've done in the past is when we had other issues in the county, we would expand the mission towards children's services to look like we did early learning, reading under 3. We did delinquency after school. That was one year that we did that, and we concentrated on that, where we dedicated some money to the school system for delinquents and then also provided a place for them to go instead of going home. So before we do this on pools and summer camps, I think we should look at something that I think the law calls for 17 and below that this money can go to for programs, and that not all of them, I'm sure there's a cutoff. I don't know. This is all by law legally. So I wouldn't support us just talking about this right now with just an afterthought. I think we need to look at other uses, other policy directions that the board wants this money to go to.
Dr.
Commissioner,
Hopes.
you're absolutely correct. I was just using that as an example of other needs in the community. You're going down exactly what staff and administration are recommending, that rather than give 7% more than what was requested, put that money in reserves,
Right. and
Give
us
the advisory board and
direction.
this board the opportunity to look at how those dollars can be used to expand programs and offerings in the community.
I just don't think pools
No,
and
no, no,
summer
forget
camps.
about the pools.
Okay.
Good. I'm advocating what you're talking about. Put that money in reserves, go with the recommendations from CVS in the funding, and take that additional money and put it into reserves, and then look at how we can meet additional needs in the community in compliance with the tax.
I agree.
Thank you.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say quickly that, I like the idea of the board revisiting, some of these numbers as we move into the future. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. There are no other commissioners on the board. I don't believe we've held public comment on this item.
No.
Did we?
We did?
Wonderful. So that's right. Oh, that's right. So we've held public comment. There are no other commissioners on the board. The motion is to approve by Commissioner Servia. It's been seconded by Commissioner Cruz. At this time, commissioners, cast your votes. And it passes by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Bellamy recusing himself. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we will resume this meeting at 3:46. We're in recess. Okay. Welcome back. We are continuing our regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, September 13th, Tuesday, 2022, and we are on to item number 73, which is approval of a promissory note documents for gap funding assistance for Onico 51 Senior Apartments Ltd. Who is here from staff to present? This is presentation upon request, but we're approving gap funding for affordable housing, so I'm assuming we're going to want some sort of presentation.
Commissioner, this was the item that, that the board had taken up before, and we're bringing the documents to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rowena Elliott for the record, Development Services staff. Onico 51 is a 572 unit affordable housing development. They have a senior development and they also have a family development. Now, they have gone through the process. They have been designated affordable. And so when they came to us to ask for assistance for the gap funding, basically with the issues that we have going on throughout the nation, all the development has extra costs. And so when they came to staff, we took a look at their records and see that they were pretty close to getting their FSPs and everything, going through that process. Spoke to administration regarding this process, and the request for the gap funding was approved. And so we are here today with the promissory note as we have presented it to our legal team for review, and everything came back. We would like to move on that today to approve the document, and then with a subsequent date of execution when they're ready to go for their closing dates.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I've spoken a fair bit with the administrator and with everyone about this, because we're getting into a situation here, and this isn't specific to this, but I'm going to use this one example, where a lot of people are coming to us asking for this gap financing. Costs are going crazy, and we get this this narrative that if we don't fund this, they're not going to build us affordable housing, and we care about affordable housing, so therefore give us money. The issue is we don't have for most projects and requests, we don't have a defined funding source for this, nor a defined process for authorizing this. This one is on the agenda, and I discussed it. I believe there was supposed to be another one on the agenda today, and it's not, because this one has a defined funding source, because it's in the Southwest TIF, so we've got the funding for it. That doesn't mean we have the proper procedures for authorizing this, but it was here before this process. So I just want to make sure everyone's understanding that we've had discussions. It's going to come before the board. I'm not structuring this. I'm just having informal discussions to get the ball rolling, where we're in discussion of figuring out how to manage this, because we already had it a couple weeks ago with Housing Trust Group, and then we had another request with a group, and now we have these two requests, and I've already had 2 more requests. We need to have a system in place, because we're running a legal risk here if we approve some and don't approve others, and there's no rhyme or reason or policy behind it. So that is something we're informally working on. With Courtney, you're kind of taking the lead with Rowena. We're looking at a few other counties that have this, like Broward, where there's a defined application period and time time period to apply for this type of funding. Once we figure out what the dedicated source of funding is, because we can't just approve things for millions of dollars and then say, okay, where are we going to come up with the money? We need to have the money before we approve it, and we need to have a system in place to make sure that the ones that we are approving are the best opportunities for our dollars and the best bang for the buck. So this is what I was in support of because it was already in here. We floated the bonds through the Housing Finance Authority, so it was already part of the county policy, and we did have a funding source. Going forward, I just want to alert everybody basically watching this that, we are putting together a system and a practice and a policy set up for applying for these kind of funding and figuring out where the source of funding is going to come from. But you can't just call and text and say, I need $5 million just because, or I'm not going to build your project. Because right now, this is a work in progress that we're expediting as quickly as we can because we understand the need. But we're not just open for business throwing money at everybody on a first come, first served basis. That's not how we can structure these moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Is that something you plan to bring before the board as an agenda item, or is that something you plan to workshop Is it something you plan to bring to the new board? How do you plan to do
It'll
this?
take, this, I'll defer to Courtney. This is something we've discussed that they're working on.
Well, I mean, you're driving it, so I'm just wondering what your plans are.
We'll see what they come up with and what's the best course of action, whether it's a workshop. I'm assuming once the new board comes on, there'll probably be some level of work session for affordable housing, because it's so front and center and there's so many components to it. I'm guessing that this structure isn't gonna be put together in the next 60 days. And even if it is, there's gonna be time to get it approved.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing there's gonna be more deep dive, because not only does it matter of what the application looks like, the window of time, where the funding source is gonna come from, there's also who's gonna review those applications and make the final recommendations and approval. It's not something that's gonna get done the next 2 weeks.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for those comments, Commissioner Cruz. I agree with that. We always need a process. That's what government does. We process items with defined outcomes. Having said that, I also will acknowledge we are in an affordable housing crisis. And so until we get that process in place, we need to evaluate these on a case-by-case basis. And if we can fund them, we should fund them because of that crisis. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Check. Yep, this is exciting news. We kind of touched on this a little bit at the Affordable Housing conference that we went to a few weeks ago about the actual criteria and trying to identify, because, again, to echo what Commissioner Cruz said, we don't just want to open up the books, but we do want to make sure it's clear that we put something forward that can be consistent for potential applicants. I'm excited about this one, but I do anticipate the arrival of the criteria, so the specs will be out there so that it'll be clear whether or not individuals actually can and cannot apply for it. So I'm excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the public is not aware of the actual the financial ask, the monetary amount, because it's not on here. Would you mind stating that? Obviously, we are, but the public is not.
The monetary amount for this project, for both projects combined, is $4,434 and $400,034,620.
And that's for
And that's for both, for
576?
572 units.
72, okay.
In both projects.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be sure I'm getting the lay of the land. So this is a promissory note from the county. We're writing them a check for 4.5. We're loaning them the money, but it becomes due in 2062. Does it also have payments along the line with that, or is it just nothing's due for 40 years?
Nothing's due. The affordability period and the maturity date will start on CO. So we'll be counting into the affordability period for the development. So nothing will start until that time. A portion of this is Livable Manatee, and that is the program, Livable Manatee Incentive Program. The rest of it will be the gap funding that we're looking to do.
So you said it will start when they get their certificate of occupancy, right? What is it?
The maturity date will not be until 2062, but the affordability period will start at that time at CO.
Have we done deals in the past of similar amounts of money?
No, this is actually the first one that the first project that has come before us to ask for gap funding. We have reviewed everything that they have provided, and we, as staff, asked the administration to take a look at this.
So I must have a inaccurate definition of the word gap funding. I always just used context clues and assumed that that was a loan that took you till you get the next loan all squared away, and then you pay it back. But bridge. Okay, so tell me a little bit more about gap funding. Oh, it's the difference in what they've got secured and what
Yes,
they want
and
to
what
have
they
secured
need.
in order to be profitable.
Yes.
That's the gap
Not
they're trying to
profitable.
get.
Not profitable.
Feasible.
This is 100% affordable development.
A real quick example, if they've secured $35 million worth of financing between the bonds that we floated and equity and so on and so forth, but now because of cost overruns, it's going to cost $40 million to complete the project to get certificate of occupancy, there's a $5 million gap. There's a gap between the money that they have and the money that they need, and that's what they're asking us to fill.
And then one other, so now in the Southwest TIF, approximately how much money do we have in that? To the nearest couple of million, 10, 12?
Probably, no, it's closer to 20-something million, I think.
20 million. So, I mean, this is a significant investment from the Southwest TIF, I think is the best way to look at this project. Otherwise, this makes no sense. To me, personally, I mean, that doesn't make sense.
It is. When we come to you in a work session or a special meeting, we're going to talk about some of the new guidelines that allow ARP money to be used for gap funding, to loan, and the loans have to be paid back. So we'll be bringing that to you. But fortunately, at this time, with the monies coming into the TIF, this is affordable. This is not a recurring source. This is a project that's ready to go in the ground, and it's needed. But I don't know that I would be advocating into the future to continue to tap into the TIF for this type of funding.
Okay, so, and I just did some quick math. So at 4.5 million, I'm rounding numbers, 4.5 million, and then 500 units. So it's about 9,000 per unit that we're giving them.
We're loaning, right.
Loaning until 2062. Any interest or anything along those lines? No, because we're seeing this as a public service, correct?
Yes.
Just want to be sure everyone that I was getting the lay of the land. I don't,
You got it.
doesn't seem, I see the only justification in the Southwest TIF. You know, if this is something that we look at and we say we need this desperately, and the Southwest TIF has money set aside for, you know, good investment in that area, then that seems reasonable to me. But as
And Commissioner, you will note that the item after this is an amendment to livable Manatee, and we continue to tweak that we're working under the former livable Manatee guidelines.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh, and then Commissioner Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure the public understands this is not monies that are coming from the general fund. This is coming from the Southwest TIF. And to be honest, that's the only reason I'm going to vote for this project, because it's not coming out of the general fund. I've had many taxpayers talk to me because they hear us say affordable housing, or they heard that we were at the Housing Coalition conference, and you know, it's a bag of worms. A lot of people do not want to see their taxes go toward affordable housing, even though it's a direct need that we need. And you know, we've got to have law enforcement and nurses and school teachers and so forth to keep up our quality of life, and that's what I try to tell them. But it's a sticky situation. So I just wanted to make sure that that is on the record today and the public understands that. It's coming from the Southwest TIF. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just to clarify, based on Commissioner Satcher's comments, it's effectively a loan by name only at the end of the day. And I'm not saying that to minimize, I fully support it. At the end of the day, there's advantages to treating something like a loan as opposed to a grant or equity, because it gives us some rights to recording, it gives us some right for oversight, it still puts us in a chain of title to this. So having this as a loan as opposed to a straight up grant or equity has some benefits. But you're not making this, if you're voting on this, say, you're not doing it because in 2062, we're breaking ground on a new park, and this money's going towards it. You're not anticipating getting these funds back. You know, maybe you cross your fingers, you do, but if you're getting it back, you're getting it back dollar for dollar. And with inflation, not just this inflation, any normal historical inflation, it's not going to be worth a lot. So you're not making this loan because it's a loan that you're going to get back. The last one we did was shorter term, 17 years, and had an interest provision to it of about 1.75%. That was closer to a real loan. This is not. This is just giving us some level of subordinate interest in the property, but it is coming from the TIF, and part of the TIF funds can go towards economic enhancements and economic development within the Southwest TIF. And, you know, there's a lot of development going on down there, especially when it comes to warehouses and flex spaces and industrial. They need the workers. And we need to help facilitate those people being closer to employment bases. We just had this discussion with transit. So this, I believe, directly impacts beneficially the Southwest TIF. This is the kind of stuff that money is supposed to be used for when that TIF was created. So we do have a dedicated funding source. We have been talking about some alternative dedicated funding sources for future use, and that's something that will come up at a later date, because we can't just keep relying on a TIF, nor can we keep relying on ARP funds. There's only so many dollars in both those that are non-recurring. So we are working on some other things, and that's up for another day, but this is, I believe, a good use of TIF funds.
Commissioner Satcher, you're next on the board.
Thank you, sir. And just a quick question, once again, getting more of a handle on the project. How many of the units are going to be family units, and how many of them are going to be senior? Do we know?
The senior units are 248 and the family units are 324. But also with the senior units, they are working with the school board to get their impact fees waived as well. So
Good.
That's a part of that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm next on the board. I would just say, from a sort of a more macro standpoint on this subject, Commissioner Cruz, I spoke to Courtney about this, about the idea of coming up with more of a system to sort of protect us legally and, you know, give applicants some better sense of direction than just calling their favorite commissioner. But my concern is, what I don't want to do is I don't want to say we're going to allocate. This is obviously, we get more in the weeds in this in a workshop, but just so going in, you know where I'm at. I don't want to say we're going to spend X amount of dollars, $10 million, I'm just making this number up, $10 million, you know, is being allocated each year, blah, 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 because everything is cyclical, right? You know, we are in an economy right now where we're growing and we're experiencing inflation, and housing has become a bit of a crisis, but it's the problem of the day. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the problem in 3, 4, 5 years from now. It may not be the problem. May not be the problem in 10 years. You know, but my point is not often, every time that government creates some sort of system, it's hard to ever take it away. Once it's there forever. And I don't want that to happen. And then government's great at moving the goalposts back on you constantly, and you feel like you're on a treadmill and you never get the carrot. So I don't want it to go down that sort of rabbit hole. So I just want to if we have like a rating system where we're going to rate applicants, that I would think is okay. But no sense of, if you make it through, jump through all the hoops and make it through over all of the hurdles, you get to the finish line, you're guaranteed to be approved. That's not always the case, right? So I don't mind a rating system at all. And then it's up to the board to determine, you know, do we need this at this time? You know, the funding source is a separate issue, of course, but I don't want us to allocate a specific amount of funding that's recurring every single year, and we feel like if we don't spend it, we haven't achieved the proper goal, and then that funding source essentially never dries up. These are just some concerns that I want us to think about as we head into a workshop on this. Mr. Clegg, you're next on the board, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just very briefly, another reason that we style transactions like this as loans is so that we are in a better position to seek recourse if there's non-performance. That's an important part of the equation.
Correct.
If they don't actually build the affordable units or build them, enough of them, you're in a better position as a lender than you are as a grantor in order to recoup your investment in the project.
There is some recourse, but I think I told you on the phone, I treat this as if I'm loaning money to a family member. I don't necessarily count on seeing it back.
I do completely understand, but the issue is, what if you don't get the affordable
Correct.
investment
Then
that you
there
expect
is
to
recourse.
get by making this investment?
Right.
That's what I have to think about.
I totally understand.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no one else is on the board. The motion, we have to do public comment, but the motion is by Commissioner Bellamy to approve with a second by Commissioner Servia. We'll open this up to public comment at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak on item number 73? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on item 73?
We have one caller, 445-445.
Okay, so Glenn, you know the routine.
Yes, Glenn Jubilina for the record. Yeah, I'm a little confused with this loan because the last one that I spoke on with the 17-year due clause with interest.
Glenn, I need you to speak up again. It's like you put a sock over your phone receiver or something. It's super muffled.
Get close to it.
All right, so the last loan we gave was for 17 years at, I think, at 3%. That was a great deal. This is at 40 years at 0%. First, I don't think you can give a loan at 0%. I think there has to be some type of monetary interest. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. My other question is there any safeguards in there where 20 years down the road, they refinance to go do a bigger project? They should cash us out then. If they're going to do that, then they need to square up with us before they refinance, take that money and go down the road and say, oh, we'll catch them on the 40-year note. I don't think that's in the best interest. So those are my concerns, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Are there any other callers?
No more callers.
Okay, just to clarify, because I was my agenda item, the last one, and it was 1.4 million,
1.4.
and it was for 121 units, and that was a 17-year term at 1.75%. So it was $7,500 a door. So it was a little bit better, but it was all senior also. It was all senior community. Mr. Clegg, do you mind weighing in real quick on whether or not we are allowed to do a zero interest loan?
I will be happy to, because I did run this by our bond counsel, who sees a lot more of these transactions than I do these days. This is all I used to do early in my career, but I haven't been in that world in quite a while, and we're comfortable that this is within the board's legal authority.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, we're closing public comment. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just to speak real quick on the 50 years, I understand where Glenn's coming from. He wants to get the money back so we can put it back out, but no senior lender, whether it be tax-exempt bonds or just a private lender, is going to allow a subordinate piece to mature prior to their senior position. It's just never going to happen. That they would have blown up their bond covenants if they would have done it. We floated 50-year bonds. We have to do it coterminous with them, or they would basically destroy their bonds. It wouldn't have it. We wouldn't get approval from them. So that's where the 50 years came from. The 17 years came from the exact same thing. It was basically 15 years after construction, 2-year construction period. That was based on the senior loan. I believe that was with Chase, the last one we did. So that's the only reason it's structured that way, not because we want it to float out 50 years, but we have to if we're going to work with the senior pieces on this deal.
Thank you, sir. We've held public comment. No other commissioners are on the board. Let's move forward with the vote. Y'all got this? Okay, here it comes. All right, so it passes by a vote of 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher in opposition, Madam Clerk. And we'll move on to item number 74, adoption of Resolution R-22-158, amending Livable Manatee Incentive Program for affordable home ownership and rental developments in the county. Says Mr. Clegg says this is your item. No, sir. Who's here from staff?
I apologize, but this is
Ran from
half
that
item.
very
I did
quickly.
review it.
Rowena and Mr. Paul. Go ahead, Rowena.
Okay.
Do we need a presentation?
Do you need a presentation? Okay.
Commissioners, would anyone like a presentation? Okay. Commissioner Satcher would like, you want a brief?
Yeah, just what it is.
Okay. Just a brief one so the public gets a quick idea.
Okay. In 2017, the Board of County Commissioners, again for the record, Rowena Elliott. 2017, the Board of County Commissioners adopted Resolution R-17-069, establishing the Livable Manatee Incentive Program for qualified new affordable housing in unincorporated Manatee County, and authorizing the establishment of administrative procedures for implementation of the Livable Manatee Incentive Program. Staff also worked with the county attorney's office to develop the LORAs that go along with those for rental developments and also for homeownership developments. Today, we're here to, based on the request of the board at several meetings previously, and at the April 19th work session, to bring back ideas of revising some of the information or the entire Livable Manatee to make changes to the area median income for rental and also to advance the affordability period on the LoRa's for those developments.
And that's what this accomplishes.
And that's what this is.
You asking me or the staff member?
So, I'm sorry, my, the computer, anyway.
Mine's not working either.
So what is it we're changing about the program?
Okay, so there are several
Sure,
things.
you just said that, I apologize.
There are several things that we're requesting changed in the program. On June 16th of this year, a project came before the land use meeting, and the board made a motion to approve several items within that development that is codified in the resolution, but the resolution had to come back to be changed. That including 50% of the development, that the board can only approve up to 50% of the development for incentives based on the resolution. So Attorney Schenk asked us also to bring that back to make sure that we can codify the motions that were approved on June 16th. So that said, we had to bring this back for that change as well.
So is it currently 25% or is it currently 0%?
Well, it's 25% in the land use restriction agreement. In the land development code, sorry, it's 25%. However, depending on what type of a project it is, we can increase that incentive up to 50% of the development. And that speaks to most of the developments that are 100% affordable.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner Satcher, you're on the board, sir.
Thank you. So I just want to say in general, the one, I feel like the 25%, if we want to increase the incentives for a project with 25%, I feel like that's a great idea. And I've spoken with some staff about this as far as, it puts people in a community where there's, different, different income levels, different backgrounds, all in the same, area. They're able to upward mobility versus encouraging more and more 100% products or projects. I don't believe should be our goal. So I think 25%, and not very many people are taking advantage of the 25%. I understand that. So I would love to see us increase our incentives for a 25% project. I personally, policy-wise, do not want to see us increase the incentives for projects that are, beyond that. And perhaps that just comes from history. I mean, the Great Society and President Johnson and government housing did not work. It sounded great, and this sounds great. And so I don't, necessarily enjoy saying that I'm not in favor of it in front of, on television and everything and recorded, but it didn't work. It ended up making pockets of people that were no longer able to have the mobility that they wanted. And so once again, if the overall goal is to help people obviously get into an affordable home, everyone needs a home. And second of all, make it to where eventually they could, afford a place that, that they may enjoy more. I feel like 25% is a good number. And to increase the incentives for a 25% project seems like a wise goal and a wise policy. But this to go, increase our incentives for 50% and 100% projects, I do not believe is smart policy. Not only that, but we're moving very fast in that direction. So we've gone from almost no affordable projects to now hundreds of them just in the last 2 months. And I understand it's an issue that we're trying to address, but we won't be able to dial back, 3 years from now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
I will say, I think we're talking about two different things here. To get the density bonus, it's 25%. That, I believe that's what you're referring to. All this is saying is if somebody voluntarily elects to do more than 25 or in our previous case 50%, then we're going to continue allowing the livable Manatee. However, we want the livable Manatee to be focused so we can have longer term permanent affordable housing. It extends it limits what the AMI has to be in terms of the renter, and it extends the term of the LoRa to something a little bit more reasonable. We were getting into too much of a habit of putting out, for lack of a better term, like fake LoRas as like 10-year LoRa, but the first 2 years they're building it, and the next 2 years they're leasing it up, and then it's 6 years of affordable, and then they're back to market. Well, it's still a Class A or B plus property. So this is what this is doing. It's basically requiring people to build something that's more permanent, affordable housing, but giving them more incentive to do it by allowing for a larger portion of the project to take advantage of livable Manatee. That's the trade-off, and that's a good trade-off. It has nothing to do with the 25%. 25% is strictly for a density bonus, and you would get livable Manatee with this. But I promise you, anyone who's building a single-family residence someplace or a market-rate multifamily who is doing 25% solely for the density bonus is not doing 50% or 100%. They're going down to the minimum, absolute minimum number of those units. And in reality, what we've seen is, because I know up here we like to talk about 25% is a great number and we really need to support it. We don't require anyone to do anything. We're saying people don't take advantage of it. They don't take advantage of it because we just give it to them for free. I wouldn't take advantage of it either if someone's just going to give me the 200 extra units one way or the other. So, you know, maybe if we would have been sticking to our guns and requiring this 25% in exchange for the density people keep asking for, we wouldn't be having this discussion right now because we would have a scattering of 25% of projects all over the county being affordable. And I 100% agree. I think a much better process is to have 25% of different projects in Lakewood Ranch and up in Palmetto and up in North River and out in West Bradenton. That's a much better scenario for the entire community because the teachers have to work all over the place. You have them incorporated into all of the communities, much better. We just don't have that. I live in reality. People aren't going to do it. And so this is different than the 25%. This is strictly about LoRa's and livable Manatee, and it's a trade-off of more stringent LoRa's, which are better for long-term affordability in exchange for more potential benefit from us.
That's a nice tutorial, George.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cruz. There are no other commissioners on the board at this time. We've held public comment. Motion is to approve by Commissioner Cruz and seconded by Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioners, cast your votes now. Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher in opposition. All right. On to item number 75, which is the termination of a $4.5 million Kingfish Boat Ramp Restore grant. We are giving back $4.5 million.
Mr. Chairman.
Can we use this grant for affordable housing?
No.
Unfortunately, no, we cannot, which is the limitations of the grant are, well,
Better question, can we sue them?
who is here from staff to present? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, the floor is yours.
Mr. Bishop here, if I may, as an introduction, this, bringing this to you is painful for staff and painful for me personally. We worked through so many iterations to get the Kingfish Boat Ramp project in a scope that the board was accepting, and this is a result, in my opinion, of the pushback and the barriers that the Government of Holmes Beach put in our way, to the point that in order to have an opportunity to reapply for this $4.5 million to put into another Manatee County project, we have to come before you today. Mr. Bishop.
Yes, well said, sir. Charlie Bishop, Deputy County Administrator. To remind the board, this was an approved CIP project that the board voted on us to move forward. We hired a local CPH engineering firm to take this to 100% design. Behind me is Danielle Geyer, who worked with the Restore Act to acquire $4.5 million with a time constraint on when we could utilize this money. Also with me is Angela Hauntz, the project manager for this, and Caitlin Deloach, who's been working with DEP to extend the lease agreement. I believe most of us were under the impression that FDOT owned this land. As we were going through the process, we learned DEP actually owned the land. Unfortunately, we did take this to 100% plans with a CMAR, a construction manager at risk, with the understanding that we were going to expand the boat ramp, we were going to expand the parking, we were going to add a restroom at a cost of $11.2 million roughly. Unfortunately, we're not going to meet those deadlines. The clock's been ticking on us. We're well aware of that. And so we made a decision today, and Danielle can expand upon this, to return the money. However, with that said, we're hopeful that we can reacquire that money again. Danielle?
Good afternoon, Danielle Geyer, Fiscal Services Division Manager for Financial Management. Thank you. So the $4.5 million Restore grant is Pot 3, which is your spill impact component of the Restore Act, which you all approved in December 2021. I want to clarify that we are technically not giving money back. We're just terminating the grant. We do not physically have $4.5 million. It's based on a reimbursement. As Charlie Bishop mentioned, there are many constraints to this project. Therefore, it is recommended that we modify the scope of the project, more of a, I guess, I'm sorry, interrupt me if I'm wrong, to maintain the boat ramp versus an expansion of the boat ramp. Since the scope of the project for the Restore Act states that we are expanding it, and if the intention is to no longer do that, it is our recommendation to return the $4.5 million grant or terminate that grant, and instead use the $2.5 million West Coast Inland Navigational District grant that we also have for this project. If that makes sense, it's two separate grants. So we can still utilize $2.5 million to maintain the Kingfish boat ramp. If we need additional money, we could ask for additional money from WCIND. We have to go through the whole process. In order to terminate the $4.5 million agreement, we are asking today for the board to approve the chairman to sign a letter to the Gulf Consortium to terminate this agreement. If it's the board's desire to redirect the $4.5 million to another project, it can be another boat ramp project or another project that is in line with Restore's mission, we would need to amend our state expenditure plan, which is a whole process. The state expenditure amendments can only be done once a year, which Dr. Holtz is mentioning that we're in a deadline right now. That amendment is happening right now. It's September through October. It takes 6 months for the Gulf Consortium's board to approve, and probably another year for that whole application to go through. So I just wanted the board to be aware of everything. Today, your action item is to approve the chairman to sign the termination letter.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore, Van Ostenbridge, and Baugh are on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, I sit on the Gulf Coast Consortium since day one. I was chairman when we had the oil spill and this group was formed. This is $15 million Manatee County share between all 23 counties. So we can do with this money under a certain criteria what we want. Before Charlie had decided, we had monies, other pots of monies that we were going to use to do Kingfish. And then he brought before us maybe getting money from the Gulf Coast Consortium and use that so we could finish Coquina. So that's actually what happened. And so we applied for this, and it's not like we're going to lose the money. We can always use it. We have that money until we've used our fair share. Manatee County was instrumental in dividing the money equally between all 23 counties, because at one point Hillsborough was going to take the whole thing to do a big stormwater drainage thing. Chris Constantino, I think, is the chairman this year. And again, somebody's going to have to take my place on this, and you'll have to be willing to go up to the FAC meetings and stuff and be available to go to these meetings every quarter. It's very time consuming. They will do it on, you can do it remotely too, but it's better. And then David Zaccanino, you all know him. He had written a forestry grant of some type to get those trees planted around the monument when you first got there. So that was going to be an obstacle anyway, I didn't know that he had done that. I wasn't in office when he had done that. And also the permitting, I know we're maybe trying to blame the whole thing on the city, but when all this came and I said, what's going on with permitting? She said, we haven't denied it, but then again, she told me, we found out DEP owned it, and then we've gone through this big thing. So we all take responsibility on this because in my entire career, I didn't know DEP owned this, and I helped do all the reconstruction on there. County never knew it, so unfortunately now we know it, and so I think DEP is trying to turn it to the FDOT, back to the FDOT. Does anybody know?
My request was rather than if they had to go through the cabinet to lease it to us because of the scope of the property size, my request to them was they give the property to us,
To who?
to Manatee County government,
It's in the jurisdiction of Holmes Beach.
not the submerged lands.
Caitlin Deloach here from Property Management's been working on this.
Okay, well, it's all good, but maybe we need to be told, the district commissioners, there's 3 of us in that area. I know probably Scott, Kevin has, but I don't think George.
I'm
knows
aware.
about it.
So,
And I live there.
do we have further questions for staff, Commissioner Whitmore?
No, I'm just saying that it's not like we're losing this money. We'll always have this money. We could use this again or use it for another project.
Mr. Bishop, I would like to know exactly how we ended up in a situation where the grant, so the problem was, from my understanding, is that the grant essentially expired, correct? Is that our deadline, put it that way, we came upon a deadline to utilize the grant dollars. Is that true?
Fired.
No, Danielle can speak to the grant. With the deadline that's expiring, and I want to remind the board again, the city of Holmes Beach has jurisdictional review over this whole permit process.
Well, I'm getting to that.
Yeah. So what the permit that's getting ready to expire is a DE permit in November of '23 that we had to construct this boat ramp. We're being told by CPH and others that this permit will not be renewed. We can't make the deadline
You mean for the boat ramp?
to expand the boat ramp.
Okay, so now, sir, don't leave the podium quite yet. Now, would you explain to us how this permitting process took place and how we ended up in this situation where we're not going to be able to meet the deadline? Why did this take so long? I mean, from what I understand, you're a guy who doesn't even pull permits. You don't care. But here we are,
That would be
you know, where you're so embedded in permits that the permit process, maybe this experience left you thinking, you know, what the hell with the permit process? I'll get it done.
Don't talk about that.
But so my question for you is what took so long? What were the reasons for all of these delays? And why are we now here returning $4.5 million or losing a $4.5 million grant?
Yeah, there's several permits required for this boat ramp. The main one being the city of Holmes Beach, because they have final site plan review and sign off, because they actually own, or excuse me, it's in their jurisdiction for their building department. Manatee County has a permit that we would need for utility review because we're bringing potable water for the bathrooms. We would have got that very simple. Again, the DEP permit we had, along with the FDOT permit. The holdup has been within the city of Holmes Beach, because they have the final sign-off for us to pull our permit so we can move forward with the construction.
What was their specific concern and what was the holdup with Holmes Beach?
Well, I've
'Cause you had-
heard
FDOT has signed off, DEP has signed off, right?
Manatee
Okay.
County would have signed off.
Obviously.
Yes. My understanding is that their reluctance is the expanded parking and potentially the impacts of having more cars there at the boat ramp. That's one thing we've heard. The other issue is that DEP would have to sign that permit as the owner. Manatee County cannot sign it.
So the main issue is, the concern is that we would be adding additional parking.
That's my understanding.
I never heard.
That's what I've heard.
And
Was
and possibly removing a few trees.
Was the issue of removal of exotic trees an issue?
It was, sir.
Big time.
Yeah.
Mr. County Attorney, so I turn to you to ask, can a permit be denied based on the removal of exotics?
Mr. Chairman, it depends. I don't know. It depends what their code says and what what the exact permit is, so I'm trying to get a better lay of the land here as you're asking these questions in terms of what happened. But until there is a denial, there's no standing to seek
litigate.
legal recourse. That's correct.
So, well, he's gone, there he is.
Mr. Bishop, did we ever have an opportunity for Holmes Beach to review our site plan and application?
Go ahead.
Because I was
Yeah.
told they weren't going to review it, and they, to my knowledge, have they reviewed it?
Hi, Angela Hunt. I work
Hi.
with Charlie Property Management. They did review it. We had a pre-app meeting a long time ago, and part of what held up their review is that they said that they needed a pre-app meeting. So as a courtesy, we had scheduled a second pre-app meeting so we could get things moving. But then we ended up canceling because the decision was made to not move forward.
So we could still have it.
No.
Well, but
I
you
see where
couldn't,
this is going now.
time is up. You couldn't get it built in time. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Oh, God, this is not good.
The clock through the myriad of barriers resulted in us not being able to have any chance of completing it before the DEP environmental permit expired to do the work on and around the submerged lands.
Again, our contractors advised us this project could take over a year. Here we are approaching October. Our permit expires November of '23. It put us in a very slippery situation to try to start something and not be able to finish it in time. So again, our recommendation is to return the grant.
Yes.
Terminate the contract.
Return, what we'd like to do moving forward, again, since the county does not own this boat ramp, is to utilize the WCID funds and come to the board with a budget amendment for the remaining 1.5 to allow us to perform maintenance on the boat ramp.
And isn't it so that the maintenance work does not require a permit from the city of Holmes Beach?
Our understanding is that that is true. However, we're not adding a bathroom. If we add the restroom, that is
It would
require
require
a
a permit.
permit. Yep.
So we find ourselves to doing the work that we can do without the need for a permit from Holmes Beach.
For maintenance purposes.
Or a site plan approval for maintenance purposes.
Correct, sir.
You're able to remove trees without a permit, exotics?
I think they do have to do the site plan
So even for,
for maintenance. I think they'll still have to do a site plan review.
Well, that should be interesting.
okay.
Yeah.
We'll discuss this further.
guarantee you
I'll
will.
discuss this further with you, one-on-one. Commissioner Baugh, you're next on the board, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Out of curiosity, I heard you say, Charlie, that we had 100% design. Is that correct? How much have we spent so far on this? The county itself?
Go ahead, Danielle.
Approximately $540,000, which was funded by Florida Boater Improvement Program funding. No, not WCID, FBIP funds.
Are they going to want their money back?
Thank you.
Do not. I
All right, so
don't know
we've
the
spent
answer to that.
approximately $540,000 on something now that we can't do because of, again, Holmes Beach. And Mr. County Attorney, you're telling me that there's no legal action that we can take to get reimbursed.
Well, I'm not saying that, but based upon what I've heard, it does not sound like we have deemed ourselves sufficient and queued up a denial. That's normally what our developer friends do when they get tired of waiting on us.
I'm tired of Holmes Beach.
Yeah, they do. But even then, the legal recourse you get in that situation is to, if you're successful, is to get the denial overturned. You don't get paid for your costs that you put into the project. That's not normally something that you get in that kind of legal challenge.
Well, Commissioners, you hear that. So when something else comes up from Holmes Beach, remember that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Satcher are on the board.
That kind of sounds like a threat to a chartered government, which I've been through this path years ago with previous county commissions, and it didn't turn out well. This $4.5 million that we're returning back, I mean, I know DEP permits can be extended because we tried to do that with hold on a minute. We tried to do that with the Holmes Beach City Pier, and DEP we tore it down because we told them, it's the erosion is not working, it's not safe, so we need to tear it down. So the DEP extended the permit for 10 years, And then when that ran out, City of Holmes Beach, we asked them, do you want it or not? Because we can extend it again, but, and they said, no, we don't want it. So I can't believe that DEP can't extend a permit, and so that we could have more months to get it done. And I've been there, done that before, so I'd like to hear.
The permit has actually been extended several times. This is not the first time, but it was the final time, and it was stipulated as such. So, yeah, I think we would have to probably reapply for a new permit at this point.
And to me, that's okay, since they they own it now, but I mean, we can tell them the situation instead of just sitting here with veiled threats against a chartered government. I mean, we can try to reapply and tell them what's happened, exactly what's happening. And I can't believe you're going to just say, no way, look with us and our permits, the issues we have, so.
Yeah, to apply for permits, it's going to cost more money.
I know.
We have to redesign, bring it up to
But we
current
need to fix the
standards.
boat ramp,
What was the initial cost estimate for this, and where are we now?
4 million. I think.
Again, our initial estimate back in the day was approximately 6.5, 7 million. The CMAR came in just under 11.2.
So up to 11.2. So yeah, we can reapply at additional
Well,
costs.
we
And
need-
Brandon up there in DC will just keep driving up the cost every day. And by the time we get to it 2 years from now, we'll be a $20 million boat
But
ramp
in the
rehab.
meantime, we still have a boat ramp for our citizens that we have to fix, no matter if we're all
Sure.
ticked at.
We do.
If we're all ticked at everybody else, we still got to provide that service for our
course.
citizens. So we have to get over all this and try to figure out what to do. And somebody needs to sit down with the city. And I don't know who that would be. I mean, I don't, of course.
I'll go
I'm-
sit down with them. That's in my district.
I
I
don't
think it's a good
they'll-
idea.
Yeah. Will they meet with you? Will they
Commissioners-
meet with you?
I would hope so.
Well, okay, and so I would want to see working together, but I know you can extend a permit, I know you can reapply for it. All they need to know is the reason why. We didn't even know they owned it, or maybe they didn't even know they owned it till, what, in the last 6 months?
No, we've known for about a year now. And again, Caitlin's been trying to work on that. Unfortunately, the cabinet only convenes in December, and that's the deadline, or that's the goal that she has in place right now.
So we're just gonna, yeah, and, okay, we still need to get it fixed. We're gonna sit here and blame it on everybody else, but in the meantime, we still need a boat ramp. So we can fight about this, go to court and all this, but do we still need a boat ramp? We already
We
know it's a
have-
safety issue now.
We do have the boat ramp, Commissioner, and we're gonna
We need
we're
it
gonna
fixed.
we're gonna do maintenance work on it now. So before we go to Commissioner Satcher, a quick question is, if we're able to get the $4.5 million allocated to a different project, could the Sunny Shores boat ramp be that project?
You have
But I
to
think we're only
apply.
sitting about half the funding for that.
We'll go through the whole process, but it could be.
A year and a half.
It can be any project
Yeah.
that the board
Okay.
approves, that has to align with Restore's values or their criteria.
Oh, that's a
for the
great
grant.
idea. Sunny
Okay.
Shores?
Yeah, Sunny Shores. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Satcher.
That's better.
So the DEP transfer, we can apply for that and see if they get it done in December?
We've been working on that. I've been working with the Secretary of DEP to handle the lease, the extension of the lease and/or the transfer of the property to us, so that we don't have to worry about a lease in the future.
Well, in the
That, the
meantime,
cabinet meets in December.
Okay.
That's the governor, the chief financial officer, attorney general.
Gotcha. Okay. So I just have a hypothetical for the county attorney. Let's say the DEP were to agree to transfer the land to us, because I assume we need that for standing. We were to get an official application for the permit in front of them, I mean that they can't, to make them deny us. Could we sue for the loss of the grant for $4.5 million, Holmes Beach? At that point, if those two things were to happen, could we sue?
it's a grant.
Doubtfully.
No.
Doubtfully in that situation. If they denied us improperly, we could sue to have that decision reversed and then utilize the grant to do the work that we seek to do.
Yeah, there was one more
That
part
would
to my
be our
hypothetical, I
more
apologize.
Likely.
Thank you.
One other part to the hypothetical, the third would be that then we missed out on the grant because of their either delay or refusal. So we had it approved, obviously we had it
Commissioner
approved.
Satcher, the honest answer is I don't know. We could research
unlikely at
that.
this
You know, we'd have to look into that and see if there was a way that we could make that case. It's an unusual situation, sir.
I just feel, I feel sorry for the people of Manatee County that have these, rogue governments working against them, deliberately trying to, keep them off the water and bar access to be able to park, bar access to be able to walk on their beaches, and bar access to be able to even rehab a boat ramp that they've been using for decades.
7 to 8
And,
years.
and I see Mayor Brown here, and he's to be commended, because when this, initially started coming up among a lot of citizens, he had some ideas, some proposals for possible solutions. That's the mayor of Bradenton. And so I commend him for that. But beyond that, I just want anyone watching to know, we're working here to try to get you access to the water, and we'll continue to do that. And but it makes no sense with all the real issues in the world, all the tough things that we have to deal with, and put our funds towards, the organizations out there, and all these real issues, and here we have a manufactured issue of someone deliberately denying just because, I don't know. I can't even, it's hard to even imagine why. At this point, we're not even on their beach. We're just getting into the water with a boat. Why would they care? Why would they mind our citizens doing that? So petty. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Whitmore.
I just think that I actually like the Sunny Shores idea, because we have no funding for that. And Kevin, that's not in a CIP, right? Sunny Shores, we don't have anything in our CIP.
Sunny Shores is in CIP, and
What
and
do we have in it?
I think we have like 6.5.
So we about have enough to
Danielle, do you know
the-
off the top of your head, is it 6 or 6.5 that's in the CIP for Sunny Shores now?
I do
You don't know, okay. And it's not necessarily in there now, but it is, there's like 2 this year, and I think it comes in with like 4 next year.
And I think this would pay the balance of it, because
And if
we
we had
do
another
need
4.5,
another boat.
we're looking like 12.5 for that, but this gets us 3/4 of the way there.
Right.
It doesn't help Kingfish.
Oh, and
but-
just, we need to clean up everything financially. I wrote that in my comments at the end of the meeting. Is Kingfish, we need to clean up accounting-wise what we're doing. Somebody in accounting, or, we need to make sure that everything's in order, because everything moves so fast now that I just want to make sure everything's nice and clean. Okay.
I would just caution before we go to Commissioner Baugh that Sunny Shores, there's a lengthy permit process that includes dredging a canal and a basin.
CID.
Right, and so that's not a sure thing that, I feel confident about it, but it's not 100% that will be approved. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Did I understand you, Charlie, to say that if we just go to do maintenance on Kingfish, we're still going to have a permit? Is that correct?
Well, that's Angela's stance, but it really depends on what work we do at the boat ramp.
Yeah.
Again, what we like to do is repair the seawall, rebuild the existing docks. We have to do some dredging. Again, the jurisdiction, I want to remind the board, belongs to the city of Holmes Beach. I have to apply. We may necessarily not need one, but I have to apply.
Right.
Well, what I was going to say is that if we do and we apply, we need to press them very hard so that they have to come out and literally refuse us that permit.
Yes, ma'am.
Then we might have a leg to stand
May
on.
not be here,
Thank
but
you,
I'm going
sir.
to talk to him personally about approving it.
Okay. Let's go to public comment. No one else is on the board here. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific item, which is item number 75? Anyone from the public for item 75? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on item 75?
No raised hands.
All right, no raised hands. We're going to close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board. Let's move forward with the vote. Please, commissioners, click your vote. Yeah, we really don't have much of a choice here, but you have the illusion of a choice, ma'am.
Well, we're not losing the money.
Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 7-0. Okay. I'm sorry, the motion was by Commissioner Servia, and the second was by Commissioner Whitmore. Yes, ma'am. Okay, then we're going to move into Public Works. This is the Big Six Transportation Projects website demonstration and status update. Mr. Budso, the floor is yours.
This, Commissioners and Chair, is a very exciting presentation. This work product is an enhancement from a number of us went to the Esri Users Conference and really got a perspective of how broadly we can enhance the way in which we communicate with you and with the public about specifically today our Big Six road projects, transportation projects. Mr. Butso.
Good afternoon, board. Let's all make sure we're wide awake. It's fun. It's a fun Tuesday, almost Wednesday afternoon. So we had this presentation lined up. We demoed it at a director's meeting just to show a sampling of what we get when we come back from some of these conferences. Esri has been a conference that a couple of times we brought back some things that were fairly neat. It was something that our department was specifically looking at and needing that inspiration to get over the hump to figure out what we knew how to do in-house and what did we need technical support for. The county has the official website, definitive website for capital improvement projects. It is there. It is functional. Right now, we're showing it and using this new tool for the new 6 projects. So we had no other better name. I had been using them as the Big Six. Since June 16th, 2021, were the 6 large projects of capacity adding transportation projects were inserted into the CIP, and we're moving at an alarming pace compared to projects in the past. So that's what we're calling the Big Six. This is 75th Street West, finishing the 4-laning. It's 59th Street, 4-laning, Manatee to Cortez, 63rd Avenue, 4-laning, 301 to Tuttle. It is 4-laning Upper Manatee River Road 64 to Fort Hammer Road. It is 4-laning Lorraine Road, State Road 70 to State Road 64, and the Lena Road missing link that is just east of the interstate. Those are our Big Six projects. Other projects are moving, all things going on, but this is where we started with. So this product was something that allows us to capitalize as much on existing information that we already have. So to have a landing page, a new potential place where we bring people to get any information about the projects, but also have the ability to get something closer to a project level information for each project that is able to be fed and watered and taken care of and maintained with mostly in-house staff. That's why we started small. That's why we only started with the 6 projects here. There are other products that are out there because of 44th, some Oxenwallow jobs that were well in the pipeline and had within their specifications and their consultants to have their own websites. We do expect to eventually consume those, but at the moment they're out there, and we're not trying to replace them. We're trying to put a new standard forward. And if I could flip over to the computer on here. So it's just a very simple website that is able to be spun up, and we intend to grow this into where we haven't determined either all projects that need a website outreach or all projects, depending on the degree of how much information we want to put on these. Ogden, if we can just scroll down and show a little bit more. I mean, obviously our focus is just on the 6 projects that we have here. And what'd you click on? Oh. Stay up there you go. All right. You gotta stay, don't get so jittery like you sometimes are there. Yeah, you gotta go slow. All right, so what we wanted to do is just format. We haven't shared this project link this week. As soon as this meeting is over, we'll start sharing this link for here. Most of what we've heard recently from citizens, and you may have heard from citizens because ever since these projects got added in the CIP, the eminent domain attorney lawyers have been emailing and phone calling and knocking on doors for everybody completely up and down these corridors. So one of the major things that we've done here, let's jump into, we've done 75th an awful lot, but go ahead and jump in there. I'm very familiar with what's landing here. So it's just a simple landing page. You can put some scrollers in here to really point out something if something's new, something's hot. The first thing that you come to is we wanted to always reinforce. This is the definitive project sheet right out of the county's budget. So there is no doubt this is what is approved. It's got the scope, it's got the money. We always want to start there with definitive facts. The next thing where we were trying to roll into is when you're actually in the middle of the project being active, if we have put messages out, if there were meetings that were set up, this allows us to build a history in our communication with the citizens. Meetings become very obvious to know if there is a status update. We're trying to say we haven't figured out exactly how to use the calendar, but saying we're in construction, we're about to enter construction, bids are opening, things like that, to kind of make it a lot easier to share information with the community that we can program ahead of time and not have to maintain on a daily basis. And if the next thing we get to is the part that we're the most proud with, it was a lot of work by, not me, a lot of the technical staff. So within the process of where we're at, within that early design, so we approved the alignment, we brought those to you, we brought a map that already indicated the parcels that we're gonna need acquisition from. They are now here and they're available for anybody that lives on these corridors to do. If we keep zooming in, what we have is a very clear indication of parcels that have a color highlighted to them are only the parcels that are going to be approached by us because we have a land acquisition need. What we have in a color code is on this one, the one in pink is something that we need to acquire the entire property. The items in blue are things that are partials.
Chad, why is the pink, is the entire property acquisition required on that one?
Standing from this distance, if I recall, this is one that the lot is of a size that once we take our frontage, it's not a...
Conforming?
Correct, sir.
Because you can create non-conforming lots in eminent domain. It's not viable. It's what we call a total take, and that's a case law-driven decision. Sorry, Chad.
That was a better terminology for what I was referring to. It's not a viable remainder. So, and the other thing, just stay on that full, Ogden, and go ahead and click the link here. And if there's ever a question on what was needed, you weren't on the pink one, were you? Okay, I may have a error in that link. That would be the difference. We're approaching to acquire the whole thing, the need for the project. Now jump back to one of the blue ones, and this will be the where it becomes clear. Now take me to the link. So there's no doubt, there's no rumor on where we're at. When we have to learn to read survey lines, so that's obviously a frontage clip off of a parcel. People that look at this, we're going to put together a how-to to use this website and put it there like we have on the capital improvement page right now. You look at the label that's on the skinny end and look in the table, and that will tell you, I can't read it from this far away, it usually says like 8, 10, or 12 feet wide, Ogden, for how wide that take is going to be. So what close out of the attachment, keep scrolling, and we'll just explain what's on the rest of the page on each project. And trust me, heading towards this section is a bare minimum. This is at a start. This is where we're at. We've had mostly engineers and network GIS folks help us on this. We haven't gotten the inspiration for having the beauties of using a story map here and doing it well, but this is where we intend on injecting the highlights of the projects. These intersections are going to have major improvements. The bike paths will have these major improvements. This is where the roundabout goes. This is where the mid-block crosswalk goes. I mean, these are the types of things that we intend on using here. Injecting an audio component to it, injecting a video component to it, of where we're going to start with a bare minimum of what we have right now, but the sky is the kind of the limit with this section. And
so this is fantastic, first of all. Ogden, don't run away from 75th Street quite yet. Okay. You had sort of a street view, and you were alongside of Village Green between 18th. You would have been, what, north of 18th, but, you know, much south of where you are now, alongside of Village Green. Yeah, right in there. Let's say 1. That looks about right. or sorry, it's a 3. That's a 3, I apologize. Go down to the little circle with the 3 in it. There you go. And you had it was a street view, but it was a rendering. So I guess we need to, there, okay. So you and Scott and Clark and I had a conversation, and in an effort to limit, because there were so many parcels that required takings, in an effort to limit those takings and to limit the cost of eminent domain, we had discussed on the right side of your screen the 5-foot concrete sidewalk on that side, because there's literally nothing from 18th all the way down to probably like, what is that, probably like 7th or 9th or something?
Yeah.
On the Village Green side, there's just nothing to connect to on that side, and we were putting a full multi-use path on the west side. But on the east side, there was just nothing there. It wouldn't be utilized, hardly at all. I'm sure some people would utilize it, don't get me wrong, but the cost for that, and how intrusive it would have to be going into a few specific parcels, like the guy who's going to lose his whole house, for instance, right? Let's go with him. Eliminating that 5 feet was going to, we thought, help tremendously. In fact, there was a wall that was probably going to have to come down, but if we eliminated the 5 feet, it wouldn't have to come down on that side. But I see the 5-foot sidewalk is still there.
We are evaluating, but.
Okay, so we are still in the evaluation process. That's
right.
No, I understand it's demonstrates technology, but I just want to make sure people are going to go on and they're going to look at this, and then they're going to call me, and they're going to call me bad names, and they're not going to be wrong. So I just want to make sure that this is not in stone, if you will.
This is where it was currently approved by the alignment of the board, which is the actual cross-section that was
Correct.
originally approved.
And we talked, I think, right after that.
Yep, we are in the process with the new consultant. They're changing those up, and where we've narrowed it, we have an area where we're pushing the sidewalk right up against the curb and all that. That's a different cross-section. We haven't drawn that yet to put in there. As we get those and as we get further along in the design, then we'll be adding to that and showing
Still
what the
making
new
tweaks.
areas are.
Wonderful. Okay, that's what I needed to hear. You've
As
eased
such,
my concerns.
As such, a piece of housekeeping on those areas or limited projects where we do have those tweaks, we will be bringing you back a revised alignment
Sure.
Plan to approve, since it's slightly different than what you first approved. I was trying to remind myself what else is on the page, scrolling below that, Ogden. And it is documents. So what else would the public might want to know or see? Typically, this can get overloaded, but right now we have got a couple of things. We've got the alignment studies that were performed very quickly late last year, and then the resulting of that is the alignment plot, essentially what we showed you during there. Click on the alignment plot. It is something that is manageable in size and opens reasonably quick. So it's these were what was presented during the alignment approvals that went to the board, but now they're housed here and they're easily available from the public right now. We're investigating a whole layer of technology. The smart guys behind me, Ogden and Mike Holt, they're the ones that went to Esri and know how to make this work. But as we specify the deliverables from our consultants, and we take this information that right now is a static PDF that we've just uploaded a document, if we get the information in a little bit different way, we'll essentially be able to upload that closer in another year or so, make it more like the first map, where GIS information, where we're able to zoom in on it and get a much better rendering of the project. But right now, it's PDF version. I'm going to, one more on the bottom, we didn't want to forget about.
And to be clear, the stormwater retention areas that you have highlighted, these are all potential
Those
sites.
are proposed until site's acquired.
Okay, so those are not, we're not acquiring every one of those sites. These are all the potential sites that we could acquire. But.
Correct.
Right,
Scott?
Scott?
Say it the right way.
Say it the right way, please.
For every site location where we had, there were 2 options that were presented for there. So there's usually an A and a B, and we look at which one. A is our preferred. If there's a problem where we can't work with A, or there's some major issue that comes up, we have the alternative to step back to the other option.
Okay, great. Thank you, Scott.
Ogden has been the one dying to get, he did a ton of work to get the websites up and running, but he was the one that was trying to field the frequently asked questions that have been coming in since then. And believe it or not, he's attempted to provide the answers project specifically currently, as far as we understand, the frequently asked questions that he's been getting. He's the one that formulated what this has, because these projects have existed for just now over a year. And right below that, do I have the link, the existing map or the previous map, Ogden? Where are you at? I can't tell. Keep going down. Did you take it? And the most important thing, the most important thing we want to highlight, for when residents follow or come to these pages and they want to stay in contact, they want to receive updates, they want to make it easier to deal with things. We have, Ogden is point out as much as you can on the follow button, how many different ways you can follow these pages. Because when we do start pushing information out, it will allow us to directly
Put Kevin on every one of them.
email there. So that is probably the one thing, and we're going to transition when we talk about Woodlawn of how this tool worked a little bit with us. But we spent all the time right now on 75th, but each one of the projects looks generally identical to this. Some of the data, because it came from a little bit different, came from different consultants, the PDFs and things behave and look just a tweak different, but it has the exact same format for all 6 projects. All 6 projects have all the parcels listed on the map. We have two projects, 59th and 63rd, where we're still working on uploading the actual attachments that show the surveys of the actual legal takes. So those aren't there yet. Working hard to get those in the next week or so. But the parcels are listed, and the description of what the take is there. I just don't have the documents listed just yet. We hope and are really happy that before we try to say we want to expand this to nearly every project, or at least really big projects, we find as many things that we're able to put together via specifications that allow this to be as automated of a process as possible. Right now, it's pretty labor intensive, and the 2 smart guys have been very busy the last couple weeks. So that was just me giving the spiel a little bit about the technology and the website. We did say we'd give you a little bit of a status. So Scott's more of the status. I was more of the splash person. If we wanted to ask a question or something, or move on to the statuses.
I have Satcher and Servia on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, this looks great. It's really exciting. And I just think citizens are going to love it. But while I have you in front of me, so we had the board had voted on the east-west section of Erie to, I believe the vote was to 4-lane that section.
That's the
How's
redheaded
that coming?
stepchild. It was on the meeting right after June 6th. So it is big 6.5 or something. So that 44th and Moccasin Wallow projects are the ones that are in the back of our minds as soon as we do our expand it one more.
But as far as, the steps that we need to take to get the job done, we're pursuing that full speed. Correct?
Absolutely, sir.
Awesome, that's exciting.
It is virtually, not exactly, but virtually in the same status report as what you'll hear for the Big 6.
And then we talked about this offline once, but I never got to mention it to, because we were never in session to mention it to Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. Is the plan to stagger 75th and 59th?
We are pushing, right now, staff, we are contemplating implementation issues in our head, but 100% of our focus is land acquisition, design, and permitting. We're trying to get everything to a constructible status as fast as we can during the next year. Absolutely, we do need to start discussing constructability issues.
All right. Thank you, sir. I sure do appreciate it. Great job.
Yeah, I'll say don't worry. I've talked about it certainly with Clark and probably with Scott as well. We have schools, hospital, largest employer in the district. It'll definitely have to be staggered. They're just not quite sure how yet. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you, Chad. This is fantastic. The public is going to love it. I love it. My question is, can we bring the utilities layer into this as well and see that?
We can do anything that is, Mike, come here.
Smiling.
Yeah, I don't want to fake it. Can you answer that question?
Commissioner Serbia, Mike Holt, Public Works. The answer is yes. Anything that's spatially recognized can be brought in. Really, it's just a matter of what's the decided, don't want to overspoil it and bring in too many things, but absolutely. Just a matter of making it look aesthetically pleasing and easy to follow for the general public. I know we've talked about having at least several different versions, and hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn, but just, maybe more for the board and even back design for Public Works to have hub sites with a little bit more visibility, things that might be a little bit more into the weeds. But short answer, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Just to add to that, the more layers you add to the GIS, the longer it takes to load. So to help it be more beneficial for the residents and everything on these projects, we want to keep the layering down so that it can load faster and they can see what they want to quicker.
Understandable, yep.
Okay. No other commissioners are on the board. I would just close it out saying this is fantastic. I love it. I think everyone does. And we know that we've thrown a ton at your department. We get it. And we truly appreciate all the work that y'all are putting into this, and I'm sure long hours and frustration, and we appreciate all of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, appreciate it. I'll give you a quick status update of where they are.
Yeah, let's do that
I'll try
too.
to be as upbeat as Chad, but I didn't have his coffee today, so I don't know.
You got the Johnny
Or this
Cash clothes on.
afternoon.
You just take that approach, okay?
Basically, they're all roughly in the same status. We're now looking at friendly takes where people are starting to go talk to the residents out there for all the projects. As far as Erie Road, to add to that, we already had the land laid out for the first phase of Erie Road, and we had looked at those. We're down to where that will go all eminent domain already because we'd already acquired that friendly take from Martha to 301. The other phase, we're working to get to that friendly take right now, but as they're doing the layout, we haven't quite got there yet with Erie since it was a month behind. The 60% plans for all of those are roughly January to February, with final plans by the beginning of summer. And with that, we'll have the friendly takes, and that's when we'll be starting to go for that. We will have alignment, some modifications to the alignments there. They won't be put onto the website until after the board has approved those new alignments, because we don't want to put something up there that could change. So, and we're moving forward through this, and like I said, the biggest thing right now is just getting those final designs, permitting, and everything else in there.
Okay. Dr. Hopes has a question.
Where, if you can tell me, where are we with the alignment of 62 and Erie at 301?
Right now, MSB is out there starting to work on some of the pole work.
Oh, good.
And the contractors are working to get out there. Some of the material delays have been some of the issues out there.
You end up taking the parcels on either side of 62 or just one side of 60? I'm just curious because it's a tight intersection.
We've actually already acquired everything we needed for
you already
this
acquired it?
project. This is all in construction at 62 and 301. Matter of fact, I don't know if anyone who's been out there regularly, there used to be that Hispanic grocery store, Parish grocery store, and they chopped the building and rebuilt the wall because we acquired land where they actually had to redo their building.
Less of a grocery store, more of a bodega now.
That might be it.
Sort of contracted.
Yep.
Okay. First question, I'll be an easy one for any of them. I guess the questions are combined. Which of the big six, do you have an order as to, and we're all going to argue about that, I'm sure, but do you have an order as to the order of the big six when they're going to start doing, say, neighborhood meetings, when they're going to start seeing dirt turn, that sort of thing?
Yeah, we were talking about starting to have those in the next couple of months where we bring these up through here.
The neighborhood meetings, you mean?
The neighborhood meetings, correct. And one of the big things there is Chad and I wanted to talk with Dr. Hopes and then bring it to the board about some of the alignment changes that we've had, so that when we do bring it to the board, we've got the correct layout that we're showing them and where those changes are, rather than we show them what's currently there and say we're in the process of modifying the sidewalk and all of that, and it creates a lot of controversy. So as soon as we bring those to the board in the next month or two, we'll be then have it start in the public meetings. As far as the order, for me, my personal preference, I think I'd like to bring Upper Manatee River Road to the board first, because I see that as some major traffic congestion areas
Sure.
For people on both the north side of the river and the south side of the river, getting there is
Valid point,
a
yeah.
hassle. And then from there, we would probably just look at where we see the most benefit of the traffic volume increases and try to go that way in descending order.
Okay, smart. I like all that. So once you have like hard information, you're not going to do neighborhood meetings until you have pretty darn hard information.
We don't.
Okay, I appreciate that.
We don't need it to be changing. We can hold, and we've debated on this, maybe the Zoom meetings have turned out to be reasonably successful in the past as far as just an information meeting of, are you going to be approached by the county to acquire your property in the next year? Something like that, to start sharing the information. I think a very generic meeting like that can happen very soon in the next 30 days while we're still finalizing the final tweaks on a couple of alignments, just to start preparing people. Because I just think most of the times people don't know what to expect. They just assume I have to get a lawyer, or I have to do this, and so I think there's a lot of information we can share sooner than later.
Yeah, that's certainly what the lawyers tell them.
And the goal here is to have information readily accessible so that the citizens can see what's involved in the project, what amount, as you saw, drill down into what amount of their property, if they are targeted for a land acquisition in order to build the road. This way they can see exactly what is going to be involved, so that we can begin working with them in a collaborative and cooperative way.
Okay. Starting to seem real here.
The order of which the other item that's going to happen is we'll end up with several different orders in here. We'll have a general priority of which projects we think are the most important to build. We'll have a priority of where the money should go. Somewhere in here, there's also going to be which project gets to the finish line first, since we have all 6 of them kind of running at the same time. They have different land acquisition hurdles. They have different permitting hurdles, and so the actual finish line will not be all 6 finishing in a photo finish. That may help us as well.
Yeah, I would imagine everyone supports your Scott's, at least, theory of just going with wherever the maximum traffic relief would be first. And, I mean, does anyone disagree with that?
Nope.
Yeah, I think we're all going to be supportive of that. It's not going to be a race as to whose district it happens in first.
Right.
Just to add, but if we do get to a point where we've gotten where we've gotten the friendly takes for one project over another, that would allow us to move that one forward faster.
That too.
George and I want our districts first.
Yes, okay. Well, yes, well, you two are guaranteed.
So, Mr. Chair, I really want to commend everybody. Look, you now can see the detail of the work that has been done to ready these projects for the bonding and the long-term debt. And this was a result of the strategy of getting the credit lines in place, getting them in design, engineering, and to this point. And, I just can't commend and thank the staff enough, because this has been more than a marathon. This has been a sprint on both ends getting to this point, and everybody has really been burning the candles at both ends. So thank you all.
Yeah, okay, I totally agree. This has got my blood going a little bit here. I can see it, it's happening. Obviously, you boys have been hustling. We appreciate it. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, then we will go to item number 77, which is Woodlawn Lakes. Looks like same person.
So, this is a quick transition for me, sir. At the same time, we came back from the Esri conference, and we are at, I think it was the July 26th meeting. So we had the community come out in support and asking a lot of questions about a proposed sidewalk project. What happened for us, I'm just putting a plug in to the technology that we just did. I don't remember if Ogden has the ability to pull that page or not, but so because we were already dabbling with that hub technology, he was able to spin up essentially a quick website. So what we did very shortly, within a couple weeks after that board meeting, where we were given direction to have a public meeting, do a survey, bring a report back to the board, because we had already had that technology out, Ogden was able to spin up this website. We had a flyer made. It linked to the website. It linked to the survey directly. And this is what really made us get our juices flowing within the month of August to work as hard as we did to come thinking we could do that with the other big six. So it proved itself tenable. I'd like to turn it over to Scott or Ogden to just present the results here. Ogden was our face person that coordinated everything and did most of pressing the flesh. Scott went to the meetings as well.
Yep. First off, I want to thank Ogden and all that. He did a great job of organizing, and also our PM, Andres, who did not join us because he wanted to keep working on all the other projects we've got going. But we did do this. We met with the residents on August 25th via Zoom, and then also August 29th on site to a torrential rain, which was nice enough that they opened their home for us so that we could actually have our meeting inside. But as you can see from the pie chart here, came out, I think, a little over 70% that are against it, and roughly 30% that were for wanting the sidewalks. And then if you want to go to the other slide real quick, Ogden. Yes. This kind of gives you a breakdown of who voted for and against it, and if you take a look, as the majority of it will show, along the area where the sidewalk is planned, that probably was a much higher percentage of people that were not in favor of that. So I can go to further, but short is sweet, as you can see.
Picture's worth 1,000 words,
Well,
Scott.
and that's what I'd like you to take away from it, because I will tell you, and Ogden was out to San Diego with us. I am telling you, those 4 days, with the exception of those that got COVID and got an extended stay in the hotel, we really, as a group and as a team, were able to realize the capacity and the potential for using these tools, and to be able to turn it around as quickly as the board said, hey, these people are here, it doesn't look like they're on board, and to be able to take and lay out a design, put a website up, get a survey out there, and put it into these types of images and graphics with which to make an educated decision and bring it to you for your consideration, really demonstrates the advancement that I think we have made in the past 6 months to 12 months in moving these types of projects through and communicating with the public and with the board.
I was just verifying with Ogden, we just wanted to point out that the importance of this map and showing the project map. So if most of the people that had interest were people that had direct impact by the proposed project. So the purple line on the project map was where the proposed sidewalks were proposed to go. We learned something in here. I had a memory right out of Seinfeld of Del Boca Vista Phase 2 or something, but there's another section of Woodlawn, a different phase that was part of there. We tracked down, it was somebody that was within that section that made the ultimate request. They're more in the northwest corner, and they had a focus. There's an individual that emailed me while this meeting was going on. His focus is very much complete the rest of the sidewalk that's on 55th Street to the west, because it's already connected out to the east, connected to the neighborhood. Oh my golly, drawing a blank. No, to the. Oh, I'm sorry, the neighborhood.
Just make a motion. I want
Say again, sir. Oak Leaf Hammock. I can see the sign on Mendoza Road, but I couldn't do it. They want me to extend that here. So, we had completed, I didn't present anything. We were asked to do the survey, bring the results back to the board. This was a sales tax sidewalk project. The question the board wanted to have, what was the community's input? And the board was going to take a vote whether to continue with the project or to potentially cancel it. I know there are 2 citizens here that were hanging around all day, and I believe, was one of them your house that we? I think, so she may have a definite affirming public comment, but that completes our information. Scott's got one more point.
One thing I did forget to mention from our public meeting, so I apologize, is can you zoom into that location, Ogden? There was some interest from the homeowners for that second phase, as Chad was talking about, that there is some broken up asphalt sidewalk that runs along that area. Can you kind of show that area there? You see it right in there? And they would like to see us, at least if possible, fund some additional, the money from here to replace that old broken up asphalt to tie in at least that concrete sidewalk. That was a request from the people in that other phase.
So as far as that potential motion, I was not concerned if the project was fully removed. What was requested, as far as that, would call that more of a maintenance thing, can easily be resolved with annual
Current
construction funds, so.
Okay, thank you, Chad. Commissioner Whitmore, you're on the board.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we remove the sidewalks from the CIP plan and expend whatever funds we have in our budget to repair the sidewalks that need to be repaired, the current sidewalks.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore to remove Woodlawn Lakes sidewalks
From the CIP.
from the CIP
Or the,
and to
you know what I mean.
instruct the county administrator to repair damaged sidewalks.
Right.
Is that right? I thought it was asphalt, not sidewalks.
No, they said sidewalks.
It is sidewalks, okay.
The
Asphalt
old
sidewalk.
The old broken down thing is old asphalt.
Old
track.
asphalt sidewalk. to
So
repair
this
the-
is just clarity to tell
Hold on,
us
hold
to
on. I
make
got a motion here.
change.
Good.
So we have, that is the motion. Is there a second? And a second by Commissioner Cruz. All right. Okay, Chad, go ahead.
Just a reminder, I mean, this will come back before you again with the actual action item. You're telling us what to do, because that's an IST thing. We'll have to schedule it on a future meeting with a public hearing, and you'll vote on the resolution to remove it from the plan. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm next on the board. I'll just say that I sold a house in Woodlawn Lakes going back maybe like 10 years ago, but these people they're very nice. They were specific about what they wanted. How's that? No, but I've looked at like 10 houses in Woodlawn Lakes over the course of a year, and it's a sweet little neighborhood. I actually really like that neighborhood. I drove through it because I was showing a house in North River Ranch, and I was driving past on the way back, and yeah, like there's several big oaks and a big pine that would have to come down. So I typically want to defer to the district commissioner, so I'd like to hear what he has to say. But it is a sweet little neighborhood, and the trees are really sort of the greatest asset of the neighborhood. No one else is on the board at this time. Should we go to public comment? Okay, let's go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak on the motion on the floor, which is to remove the sidewalks from the CIP and repair the damaged asphalt sidewalks? So ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Jennifer Stevens, Manatee County resident. Thank you very much for helping this process happen. And I really need to start with saying absolute respect and praise for everyone that I've dealt with your staff. They have been just wonderful. There's not a single resident I've spoken to that lives on the streets of the proposed sidewalks that is for the project. And as Chad said, over 70% of the people in the entire neighborhood are against it. At the background meeting that we had in the torrential rain, it was clarified, when originally we started, it was like, well, residents suggested, wanted this, and we didn't, at least the Woodlawn Lakes, the big neighborhood. And I've been there 41 years, we're the fourth house out there. So Woodlawn Lakes, as a neighborhood, did not want it, was not approached about it, was never surveyed. It was learned that it was the phase 2, which kind of goes from ours into Thousand Oaks. So it's kind of that middle and into there. So apparently they're the ones that requested it to take care of that broken sidewalk area. Residents offered some solutions and suggestions. We really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the process. And I tell you honestly, I have not met anyone, well, I met one person who is in the middle of the neighborhood that kind of thought it was a cool idea. But, we've got a history of beautiful mature trees, my family's memorial trees. We like our neighborhood the way it is, and it's not a walkable distance to a school. So thank you very much for your time with this.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item, or the motion on the floor, I should say? Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Has anyone called in to speak on the motion on the floor?
Yes, we have two callers with raised hands.
All right.
Caller 998, 998.
Caller 998, please press *6 to unmute your phone. And once you've done that, open up by stating your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the motion.
That caller has dropped off.
Too many instructions, I suppose.
All right, we have one more caller, 866.
All right,
866.
Try to use a kinder tone. Caller 866, please press *6 to unmute your phone, and then tell us your first and last name and your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the motion on the floor.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sheila Schindorf. I am a resident of Manatee County, and I live in Woodlawn Lakes and at 5210. And I also had my hand raised for the last item. And I just want to say that the speaker mentioned Woodlawn, and that's why I had my hand raised for the last item. He said that he was receiving positive response for the community questionnaire that has been used. And I have to report negatively on the method because both my husband and I both voted no against the sidewalks. And we only had one vote showing for our property. And I see other properties have several, 4, 3, 2, and ours only shows one, but yet it's another vote for no because wood lawn, we love our woods, we love our lawns. We don't want sidewalks. And Jennifer stated it so well that we thank you for even looking at it, but we are not in any walking distance to any school. And although we have great schools, we are not in walking distance. So thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Whitmore, for your mentioning the repair of the asphalt, but that's another neighborhood. So again, thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll work on the voting irregularities. It's a new system. We'll get it down. Are there any other callers?
No more raised hands.
Okay, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we'll go to Commissioner Bellamy, who is on the board. Sir?
Check. So this is exciting for me because I remember when this was first initiated, and I count Jennifer as a friend. We worked together at Pamela High for a long time, and we have a great friendship. We've been through a lot of heartaches together and supported one another. But what took place here is commendable to your endurance and understanding the government process and making sure that your voice was heard for your community. So I commend the Woodlawn Lakes, community for, coming out and communicating with us and finding a way to get what you want for your community. I think that's very important. I do think we've opened up a can of worms with the voting process, as well as the diagram that's coming from the website, because it seems like if we really look at that software, there's a lot of different ways that public input could come to the forefront on some of this decision-making that's taking place, and we can really, really tune in and identify what individuals from these different areas that are being impacted, in their voice and what they think about it. So whatever that seminar or conference, wherever you all went, sorry, somebody called COVID, I think that was a great investment for our county. For people, all righty then. I think that's a great investment for our county, and I'm looking forward to how it will, positively impact, the voice of the constituents as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I totally agree. Great investment, that trip. Commissioner Satcher, you're the last one on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, looking at this, it seems like people have spoken. I'll point out that there's a lot more homes that did not vote one way or the other on this than those that voted no. I'll point out that my 10-year-old is friends with someone that lives on one of these corners, and him riding his bike there. I always get nervous about it and whether to let him do it or not, and then I can point out other things. I can point out that there's an emergency exit that a member that a neighbor there demanded never be used, and they literally chained it shut, and someone had a emergency medical situation, and the EMS could not get out of the neighborhood. But we had made a neighbor happy because they didn't want a person to ever use that exit, that person at Woodlawn Lakes. So I'm kind of disappointed the way this has gone down, because it ain't about me. I need to walk more. But the truth is, it ain't me that's going to be out walking these sidewalks. It'd be kids that we'd be taking care of. But instead, we're going to keep our trimmed lawns and stick the kids in the road. That's their decision. And they're my neighbors. I live close. But it is what it is. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. There are no other commissioners on the board. We have held public comment. The motion is by Commissioner Whitmore, and the second by Commissioner Cruz is to remove sidewalks from Woodlawn Lakes sidewalks from the CIP, and to instruct the county administrator to repair the asphalt sidewalks. Please cast your votes now. We need some Jeopardy music piped in here. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, and the vote is a 6-1. It is approved with Commissioner Satcher in dissent.
Consistent vote today.
He's a no vote today, but that's all right. Good for him. Okay, so the time is now 5:34. I was asked by staff to adjourn this meeting at least by 5:30, which I did not meet that request, so they can prepare for the 6 o'clock meeting that is coming up. So this time, commissioners, we are going to adjourn this meeting, and we will return here at 6 p.m. We're adjourned.